What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. Today is November 19th, 2023, Sunday. It's good to be back, I must say. It feels good to finally be able to play Uni in the way people should be able to play it. We got a lot to cover today. Admittedly, I don't have a lot of time on the UNI2 beta itself, but from what I played of it on Friday in LA when I was out of town, I made sure to get a little bit of time on it offline, but unfortunately I couldn't play online. I still have some cumulative thoughts based on when I played the demo at Evo, as well as from playing it on Friday, and I'll go ahead and share those over the course of the stream. Although we have some other stuff to cover today, that being Stormy Night. Stormy Night took place, I want to say 2 weeks ago. Let me check the calendar. Yeah, it took place 2 weeks ago in Japan. It was the offline Uniclair tournament. Honestly, the highest profile tournament that's taken place for Uniclair in Japan since COVID began, I want to say. And there were a lot of good players there. Some of this tournament was, or not some, a lot of the tournament matches were not streamed though. So what we'll be watching later on is kind of just whatever matches were streamed, and I'll be talking about some things I noticed when I had watched it live. And of course, feel free if any of you have like comments or want to ask me what my thoughts are on anything related to UNI2 or the tournament while we're watching it, then just let me know. But yeah, so with that out of the way, there were a lot of good players at the tournament. I've already talked about this in one of the previous streams. I think as well in one of the videos I mentioned this, but we had basically some of the OGs that dominated the arcade era of Uni, the likes of Ripu, Gutsguts, Daniru, Boogie as well. You know, the list, you know, you can go down the list and see that the caliber of players is quite stacked for the people that enter this tournament. Not just for the 1v1, which is what I'm looking at right now, but also for the 2v2, or the 3v3, which were on separate days. There was results, of course, posted on the official website for Under Night and Birth. It's kind of a blog style website. I don't think a lot of people really notice this website anymore because, admittedly, it was more useful to refer to it back in like the 2010s, like the arcade era of Uni. Nowadays, there's not as much information posted that you can't find like on Twitter or on any other place, but it's still useful to go to this website for exact details as officially posted by French Bread. So, of course, this is a spoiler for the results if you haven't already watched Stormy Night, although I figured most people probably have watched it already or have seen the results somewhere since it's been 2 weeks since then. So we'll go ahead and look at the results before we go over the tournament itself. This was the first day, the singles tournament. It was won by, I believe, Ohito, and he took it over Knots, who got second place. So it was really awesome of a tournament, honestly. Like, definitely the format is interesting to say the least, given it was like, I think, single elimination part of it or something. But regardless, there were some really good matches, and congrats to Ohito for winning and Knots for second place. We'll be watching that match, I assure you, once we get there. But yeah, then the 3v3 happened the second day, and Ohito won again with the rest of his team members. I believe it was Daniru and Moaru. So both of those players are also very good on their respective characters, Batista and Hilda, respectively. So this is a good win for them. And Ohito hasn't won offline Uniclair tournaments in quite some time, so this is probably going to feel good for him going into Uni2. But yeah, then you can see the rest of the results here. Fourth place finishers, I think Daniru and Huafua. And then the top 8 finishers, Ryusei, Moaru, B-Man, and Ryu. We've seen these players before at the arcades, but you know, I think this is among their strongest performances as well, especially B-Man. He hasn't really stopped playing the game though, so it's not surprising. And then for 3v3, there were some pretty surprising results, I'm gonna be honest. Like, outside of the exact first place finishing team, I do feel like there were some other teams that might have underperformed, although again the format wasn't the most friendly for everybody, so it's understandable. And there's also some rust, so you have to take that into account. But still, seeing, I think this was Totoko, who we haven't seen in quite a while. Like, if you guys aren't familiar with Totoko, I think he started playing I want to say UniL or Vanilla, one of those two versions. And he's kind of been popping up occasionally for not just arcade tournaments, but some of the higher profile tournaments that are offline. And it looks like he's coming back to the game with UNI2 on the horizon, so it's really awesome. And then of course Ryu's been playing Ori for quite a while. I think Huafua, there's another tag they might have used, but I can't remember. Regardless, they've been playing Gordo for like pretty actively during COVID and such, so yeah, it was overall a good job from that team. And then of course Miyagi Muteki, Yagi Shimazaki coming back as well on the Chaos. Tommy, Ripu, and Stawo for this team. I think Stawo has been like really active, but just kind of off the radar, like not really been appearing in like many streams. No, there's of course Ohito streams, there's Mawaru streams, but I don't know if he's been like popping up necessarily whenever those two players play ranked. So seeing that he's really active still is really cool to see. Definitely one of the more, how to put it, unorthodox Nana says, but he's really fun to watch. And then of course Tommy, very exceptional Byakuya player, one of the few remaining in fact in Japan, so it's cool to see that he stuck it out for this long, and I'm sure he'll be rewarded in UNI2. The character's gotten some cool new tricks to make use of that we'll be seeing once the game releases. And then some of the other teams, we see Satohiro, Michelle, and Guts, and then Ryusei notes Kyo. Kyo is also in attendance here. I think his team kind of choked a little bit, but admittedly the format again was not the most friendly, and a lot of other teams were strong as well, but this team definitely, you know, I think most people would have expected to see them like in the top 2 or the top 4 potentially, but regardless, you know, you're not going to always win. You know, everyone is playing pretty much, everyone that's been active up to this point is playing at their very best, so I'm sure we'll see these players like, you know, get their wheels derusted and stuff, and they'll be performing at their top respective levels once UNI2 is out. Yeah, otherwise those are the results. Of course, the Twitch VODs were posted at the time of this blog post, but I think by now the YouTube VODs are up, which is what we'll be watching from. The YouTube player is way better than Twitch, so whenever possible I try to watch it through YouTube. But yeah, otherwise that's about it in terms of I guess the overview of how Stormy Night went, the results and such. We'll go ahead and start watching. While we're watching, of course I'll be talking about the matches, but I also just want to talk about UNI2 a little bit, but I don't want it to be like just entirely UNI2 this whole stream, so I'll be mindful of how much airtime I give to either of those two. But yeah, if you guys want to talk about anything that you noticed from this tournament or from UNI2 when you played it, then just let me know. I'll be looking at chat periodically. Otherwise, let's get started. Let me pause the music. There we go. I think the audio from this tournament is really loud, so if it like suddenly blasts any of you guys' ears, then I'll try to fix that as soon as I can. But yeah, I skipped towards the first match that took place, which was between Tommy and Toby Kage. This was the A block first round. So like the way Stormy Night was run, I can rewind a little bit, I guess, so that I have time to talk about it a little bit. I think, oh dear, did I? Okay, yeah, here's the fun check. So, I think this initial phase for the match that's being played here is the A block qualifier or something like that. They had like, you know, like A block is like, you know, how you say pools, right? And I believe like each respective pool had maybe 2 players that would qualify. But I'm not sure how many blocks there were because they didn't have like a challenge or Smash GG to track the bracket. I think they did the brackets by hand, so don't take that as like the gospel because I'm certainly not sure on how that was run. But yeah, anyway, Tommy and Toby Kage, I think they've both been pretty active during COVID, especially Tommy. Although Tommy might have taken a break for most of this year, but I mean, he still got it. Like, I don't think there are many other Byakuya players that are at his level in Japan, so he's definitely the one to look out for going into UNI2. But yeah, this is a really good start for Tommy, of course. Like, anytime Byakuya has you in the corner, he's winning, pretty much. Even if he doesn't have exactly Vorpal at that moment, he's winning. The interesting thing about Akatsuki, though, against Byakuya is that Byakuya has to slightly change the web setup off of 63C against Akatsuki, because the normal web setup allows for Akatsuki to just wake up parry and sort of invalidate the entire thing. But it's not a big deal. You just don't do the ground web, and you're usually fine. Tommy's doing the ground whip here, though. Wake up too late. You know what? That's what we call fearlessness. And the J2C post CS was also really smart. A lot of Byakuya players actually go for J2C in some of those situations. I play against 3K a lot, and he likes going for it post CS in like that, you know, point blank RPS moment. But since this is, I think this is first to 2. There's still time to like adapt and such. Tobikage didn't go for wake up parry there, which is totally fair. It's not like you have to do it every time. Maybe saving it for like the most crucial moment. That's always a thing you gotta consider in short sets like this, especially in a tournament environment. But the aggressive approach is reasonable. I mean, Akatsuki's neutral is still extremely painful, but as long as you get that J6C in there, again, very powerful addition to Akatsuki's moveset. Things look good for him. Hi there, what's up? I'm a Slusho. In my opinion, what's worth prepping for in Uniclear for Toonie? That's a hard question to answer, but to be honest, like early Toonie or Uni2 will play very similarly to how people play Uniclear right now. So to be honest, whatever you currently do for playing Uniclear should work out. Now, if you're asking this question from like a new player's perspective, there are a lot of resources out there already for learning characters in Uniclear, and even resources from Unist are still applicable. That being said, if you can, like in terms of just like the learning process itself, you find a character that you kind of gel with, you mess around with them in training mode, get used to their normals, just get used to like pressing buttons with them in general, moving around with them, right? You can use a basic combo that's in like the challenge mode, whatever it's called in this game. And honestly, I would not worry too much about going for optimal combos. Maybe anything beyond intermediate is something you can save for later. So once you have like maybe a couple combos down for certain situations, maybe like one for mid screen, one for corner, like a side swap combo if possible, something like that, that could be a good starting point. And then from there, you just play some matches with hopefully people close to your skill level. Locals would be ideal, but obviously not available for everybody, right? So if you can find people to play with online in the Discord server, I think that at least will get you familiar with how the game flows overall. That usually suffices. Like, at this point, like Uni2 is coming out in what, like 2 months, a little over 2 months. So it's not like you're gonna do like a complete, speed run towards becoming like a top level player. But at the same time, like anything you can do right now to get used to the game in Uniclear is absolutely going to give you a head start in Uni2. So I hope that answers your question. Very honestly, you slacked in Claire. Most of your game is still ST. Completely fine. Dude, I myself haven't played much Claire. Like, I probably have 100 hours in Uniclear compared to like 700 in Unist game time. I mean, I obviously don't have a lot of game time. Most of my time in the game is watching the game, but still, trust me, like I don't even have much game time in Claire. a lot of what I do is mostly ST myself, so you'll be fine. As long as you can understand some of the character changes for whatever character you play. Maybe that suffices. Don't think it'll be a big deal otherwise. Also, let me turn down the volume a little bit for the tournament. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. So this match is Sehara versus Michelle. Sehara, he's been extremely active in Uniclair. Like, honestly, I think he's been most active in Uniclair for all the Chaos players in Japan. And he's a very technical Chaos. Has some of the cleanest combo routes out there. You know, he doesn't really go for, like, you know, crazy throw game or any spectacular reads. Like, you know, Shimazaki goes for, like, kind of crazy reads sometimes and lets that carry him as opposed to, like, you know, optimized combos. Whereas Sehara definitely has, like, the more specialty oriented style for Chaos. We'll see how that holds up against, like, you know, Michelle's Nanase, right? Because Michelle as well is very, at this point, he's very experienced with Nanase. He's not a technical player either, but he has everything that he needs in order to see with the character, and got the first hit here as well, so that's going to help him out a lot. Okay, no, awesome. I'm glad to hear it, and no worries. Lurking is completely fine. I appreciate your tuning in regardless. Yeah, actually, so you see there, like, Chaos trying to roll out of the corner. I think roll for Chaos might be replaced by Creeping Edge in UNI2. I'm not 100% sure on that because I haven't looked at all the comments people made about Chaos in the beta, but the changes on Chaos's force function are certainly significant. Like, they can't be ignored. And I don't know what sort of impact they'll have in practical settings, but what I know for certain is that people have to adjust the ways they go for like opening up people. Speaking of opening up people, okay, let me skip these ads. I just don't want to. I don't want ads to interfere right now. But I'm gonna rewind. I don't want to rewind too often, but I want to point this out here because I mentioned it in my Google Doc. But Veil off tennis. I'm so glad that this nonsense is probably gonna be out of the game because, my goodness, grid breaking on hit for Veil off. It's so cheesy. Like, you're kind of always in a position where you want to Veil off them back because not only does it remove your grid break, but it grid breaks them. So in many ways, like, it reduces like the amount of good options you should go for. Not like actually, it doesn't actually reduce them, but it makes the best option like a lot more tempting. Like veil offing them back is kind of what you're really tempted to do, right? So a lot of people do it, and there's not really much of a you're not really disincentivized from it, right? Because the reward for veil off in Uniclair is so high. So I think they're getting rid of that to some degree, and UNI2 is, in my opinion, in the right direction. And we'll talk about it more when we get to talking about my thoughts on the UNI2 beta, because there's going to be a lot to talk about. But if you want to get a sneak peek at that, I did write up a quick Google Doc with my thoughts. The link for that is in the description. And I wanted to write more, but I had to go live, and I kind of put this off to last minute because I needed to sleep after this past weekend. So anyway, so it looks like the first game went to Sehara. I mean, to be honest, like, this matchup in neutral is not really that bad for Nanase. She does have to respect Ozzy, as most characters do, but Nanase has plenty of tools that can deal with Ozzy, no problem. In fact, I think this matchup is actually pretty hard for Chaos, because on defense, Chaos really has to get like a really good roll or a really well-timed 5A or 2A. 60 is good too, but more often than not, Nanase can kind of bait it out by spacing herself well. Or even, you know, going in front of the fireball such that she blocks the 60 before the 60 of Chaos. reflects the fireball. So I think this is a really good matchup for Nanase, to be honest. But even with that, like, you still have to play the matchup. It's not like the matchup is free. It's not like Yuzu versus Akatsuki. So that's what we're seeing right now. Like, Michelle still has to climb back from this deficit, which is not easy by any means. Actually, wait, is this possible? This is winnable? I think this is winnable. Oh my goodness. Clutch. Wow. Yeah. That's unfortunate too for Sehara, because that was just very scrambly, and Nanase getting a hit from out of nowhere from the skies. You know, what can you do about that? Oh yeah. I don't know if that cross-up is going to be gone from UNI2, because that cross-up doesn't even need force function roll. But also, like, I didn't play any chaos during the beta. Wow. So very close rounds won for Michelle, but you know, it doesn't matter how close they are. A round one is a round one. Yeah, you see, like, fireball setting for Nanase when Ozzy's out is kind of a greedy way to play the neutral in this matchup. But when you can get away with it, it's really rewarding, because Nanase's fireball launch does destroy Ozzy. In fact, in UNI2, even a 5A will destroy Ozzy. So it's going to be, I don't know. Like, Chaos is really good in Uniclair, but some of these changes are going to be felt especially by Chaos, whereas other characters might not feel them as much, such as, you know, Creeping Edge being a thing, 5As effectively becoming buffed against Chaos because they can destroy Ozzy. And then on top of all of that, Chaos's force function being changed. So we'll have to see how that looks once the game is out. ADP, wow. Pretty brave. Like, if that were 2-2B of... Yeah, I think if that were 2-2B, I don't think the ADP would have connected, because Ozzy does kind of disappear briefly. Sandwich pressure. Oh dear. Yeah, wow. Yep, we still got to deal with this nonsense in 2023. Are they just playing it out? My audio on my side is really low, so I don't know what was said, but okay, sure. You hate to see it. PS4. Okay, so this is Michelle and Tobikage. We saw Tobikage earlier. This matchup is traditionally remarked as one of Nanase's worst matchups. It's not that it's that bad, really, but it's definitely a matchup where she's not favored. Let's put it that way. It's not like a terrible matchup that you can't win, but you know, still got it. Like, Akatsuki has tools that inherently, yeah, like that. Like, basically, like, Akatsuki's parry and also Bitatsu itself make a lot of problems for Nanase. And the stagger pressure of Akatsuki in general is, it's awkward. Like, it's normally not too hard to deal with on average, right? Like, I mean, okay, of course, when I say not hard to deal with, I more so mean that, like, you can shield, you can block. It's not like it's that scary, right? But Akatsuki's throw game is not only really good, but also the spacing Akatsuki can play at makes it such that Nanase really has to kind of gamble with, like, a 2B or a 5B. And those are not favored gambles. Because again, like the fireball trap spacing that Akatsuki goes for in the corner is such that Nana's 5B and 2B are going to be outranged. That was a good adjustment. Oh, excellent. Yeah, 3.5. The 3C tornado combos for Nanasa always look so sick. Oh dear, is that dead? It has to be dead, right? Oh, he might have to spend meter. Yeah. It's still really good though. I think. I mean, I think he still would have had to spend meter. So going for the easy combo makes sense. Yeah, you see that parry just completely blew through the fireball, even though, like, it looked a little weird there, didn't it? Right, but trust me, like, Akatsuki has all the tools to be able to play this matchup very freely, pretty much. I love this pressure though. It's not like a lot of that pressure that you just saw in that sequence was it was leaning towards like misdirection, like just creating a confusing visual clutter without there not actually being too much on the screen. Like Tobikage was not just pressing buttons in a block string. He was jumping around. He was going for A-tatsus at an awkward spacing. Like, he was doing a lot of things that made it difficult for Michel to see where he could press his offensive. That method of pressuring with Akatsuki is not something you see too often. But it's good to make use of it in a matchup like this. Oh, another thing that makes Akatsuki kind of blow up Nanasa in this matchup sometimes is that whenever Nanasa does tornado into dive, Akatsuki can parry and I think invalidate the RPS. It's something like that. So like if Nanasa delays it, then Akatsuki can parry the delay. If Nanasa does nothing, Akatsuki can press. And if Nanasa does a true block string, no problem, you're blocking overhead anyway. Whereas a lot of characters, you know, it's not as straightforward as that when they're dealing with tornado into dive. Oh, Brave 2B. Didn't believe the first time, but, you know, didn't matter. He got the next hit. Yeah, fireball launch for Nanasa. Extremely easy confirms. Uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, that happens with Akatsuki's DP specifically. When you bait the DP, you gotta kind of walk backward a little bit if you want to keep the same side. Otherwise, Akatsuki will end up on the other side of you. Should be dead, right? Oh. I don't know anymore. Okay. That might have just barely killed, because if you do a super during CVO, there's a little bit of scaling. As opposed to going straight into into IW. Let me turn it up a little bit. I don't think it's blazingly loud right now. Nice jazzy confirm. Oh, what? I got hit. Wow. I didn't know that can go on the other side. Yeah, the backwards TK was really good there because, you know, normally Akatsuki has no problem just pairing a fireball done, you know. If the fireball is done in like a very normal manner, it's very easy for the Akatsuki player to see like, okay, I can parry that. But when for specifically TK fireball, especially backwards TK fireball, done in the manner that Michelle did there, it's very confusing. But I mean, you see, Akatsuki did wake up 236C and got his turn. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so in that situation exactly, that Tatsu was going to be extremely risky, right? So Tobikage did not have any meter or Vorpal to make any sort of Tatsu safe. Or at least, you know, I shouldn't say safe, but like rather guarantee that Michelle wouldn't be incentivized to press the button, right? The thing is, since Akatsuki didn't have Vorpal or 100 meter, Michelle could go for the green shield on B Tatsu without any fear, or just fuzzy mash if it's an A Tatsu, which was what it was there. So I think Tobikage's next best option was like doing a Hail Mary DP on minus after that A Tatsu, but you know, that's like the next layer. That's like layer 4 or whatever, right? So I don't blame him for that kind of awkward situation. But good stuff to Michelle. All right, this next one is Tommy versus Sehara. Both the players that won in the A block matches we saw. Again, both very exceptional players on their character. Right? They're both specialists. In fact, Tommy, it's been a while since then, but Tommy did win EVO Japan EVO Online Japan 2020, something like that. It was the Uniclear that happened during the COVID year. He beat Oito in the grand finals. So yeah, that was definitely no small feat there. But speaking of no small feats, yeah, grid breaking Byakuya when he doesn't have. I mean, Byakuya just doesn't have much on defense in general. He does rely on Vorpal quite a bit. I mean, of course he does have 236C, but you're generally not going to see Byakuya players just throw out 236C, especially against Chaos with Ozzy on the stage. You know, I respect it. I respect it. What I don't respect is Byakuya building 4+ grid blocks off of a single combo. Like, I'm not gonna miss that. Yeah, I think Sehara was mashing CS there. That's why you saw the green shields. Oh, nice. Yeah, should be good. Oh, you missed the chance to throw the green shield. Oh, really good TRM. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, VO on minus. You know, I mean, it won him the game. The VO on -8 won him the game. I mean, it's either it works or you die. So it makes sense. And the other players got to be conscious of that themselves. Good blocks. Nice. I'm so glad that Byakuya's 3C, like the uncharged one, is not going to be a low anymore. I don't know why that was a low for so long. think he spent CS because he realized he might not win the next cycle. I mean, he got the next hit anyway, so it didn't matter. But you know, sometimes like being super greedy with CS is not worth it. You can call your losses and take that into account for playing against them the next cycle. Because strictly speaking, you're not like you're not making use of your advantage when you win Vorpal until you spend CS or until you land a hit, because you know that's where you would get the damage bonus. Also, for those of you that are non-premium viewers, there's going to be ads in like 10 seconds or so. So just a warning there. Of course, if you have ad blocker, no problem. Just go ahead and turn that on. Although I think YouTube has lately been kind of acting funky about ad blockers. So, but yeah, anyway, just a warning. But yeah, what I was saying earlier, it's not an absolute still, because winning Vorpal alone is enough to put your opponent in some degree of fear in certain situations, especially because people will respect the threat of CS, right? Even if you haven't used it at that very moment. Yeah, and say I would just, you know, just use CS right there, right? That one makes sense because he's not going to win the next cycle. It was very evident there, and in fact, CSing there was enough to actually secure that round and take the set too. So yeah, another good one. Tommy couldn't get going even after landing some hits in the corner. Saihara had really good defense though. He was conscious of when it was fine to just give the cycle up to Byakuya, which you have to be very content with, right? Because that character, pardon me, that character is going to be winning the cycle quite often in Uniclair. In UNI2, it's yet to be seen whether that will still be true, but it was definitely the case in Uniclair and even in Unist. Fortunately, they've changed some of the rules for how he gains grid in his combos, namely with webs. Very good changes, in my opinion. Making a character's gimmick work favorably around one of the keynote mechanics in the game is contentious at best. In fact, not too long before the beta began, people were posting their how to say it, like people were posting their farewell Uniclair tier list. We're not gonna pull up those tier lists or anything. I don't think it's really worth it, because you know there's a lot of nuance that is not conveyed through a tweet. And I'm not gonna waste my time reading between the lines for those tier lists. But one thing I will say is that a lot of people seem to think highly of Byakuya in tournament environments, which is quite agreeable. The steamroll potential is very high, and his winning grid so easily during combos is part of that. So again, it's good that they're changing that in UNI2. So Nanase versus Byakuya. This matchup is pretty difficult for Byakuya when Nanase is on offense. On the other hand, when Byakuya is on offense, it's not the worst for Nanase. Like, Nanase can hold her own on defense against Byakuya. So I think overall it's pretty Nanase favored. And also, many times Byakuya can't do much about TK Fireball resets. Byakuya has to call it out with 2-360 a little bit preemptively. It's hard to do it on reaction. It's possible, but pretty hard. And if that doesn't work out, then he simply has to hold it when he doesn't have 100 meter. Interestingly, though, Byakuya's 2B is very highly favored because it's one of the few low-hitting 2Bs in the game that has anti-air potential. Specifically, like, at low jump heights. Like, it's not going to like anti-air you from, you know, up near the timer necessarily, of course, but it can anti-air, for example, early into the opponent's assault. So I think that's a very under-discussed advantage that Byakuya has with how his 2B's hitbox is structured. But while I was talking, Michelle got a very quick game one. Yeah, again, Tommy just hasn't gotten going really much in any of these matches. Ooh, feels bad, yeah. Whenever you get hit by dash C, specifically on your crouch shield, it feels bad because dash C is not really that fast of an overhead. In fact, it's quite like reactable, right? But if you're specifically crouch shielding, you have to wait so long to to wait a minute. Wait. That's not supposed to work. But yeah, like it's like a painful wait you have to do when your crouch shield gets blown up by a slow dashing overhead, such as Nonus's dash C. Just in terms of, the psychological damage. It's not really like something so significant. Oh, okay, so yeah, that's something that I think will be changed in UNI2. There, you saw Nonus's J2C, the charged version, got shielded by Tommy in the corner. The corner fact doesn't matter, but it got shielded, but Nonus was still plus. I think that's going to be different in UNI2. They probably changed the box on J2C, or just increased manually the landing recovery on it to make it such that it's no longer plus and shield. But yeah, that was quite a steamroll. Michelle's been playing really well so far. The tournament organizer himself. Playing well in his own tournament. No, but yeah, no. Those are some good games, so good stuff. I think there's a bit of a intermission here before the next match. Is this it? This actually might be it. Never mind. So yeah, I think next is Sehara versus Tobikage. I think Akatsuki can do fine in this matchup, but obviously having a step dash is unfortunate. But I think it's still a playable enough matchup for Akatsuki. It's not bad by any means. You do have to be a little patient. You have to shield pretty well on Ozzy. Go for parries when you can. Not every time, but you have to certainly show the option. But when Akatsuki has Chaos under pressure, I think that's where Akatsuki starts to shine the most, because Chaos's defense is not that good. I mean, there's Sehara is very not patented, but he goes for those combos quite a bit. They're very flashy. The Ozzy Chaos ping pong. Yeah, everyone gets hit by that. Yeah, very clean round. Very clean round. Didn't allow Tobikage to get started. Interesting ender. I'm not sure if it was on accident, but maybe he just wanted to create more space to go back to neutral. Maybe just messed up the ender or something. Ooh, that's rough. That's like the worst moment to be grid broken, but okay. Combo drop. Here's the chance. Yeah, it feels like in Uni especially, dropping your combo is quite brutal. I'm not sure if other games have that same level of man, this feels bad to drop my combo, as Uni sometimes does. It's hard to explain. I'll try to think of a way to explain it in a less hand-wavy way. But, thought I'd mention that because it's definitely something that I see as well when I'm watching high-level play. I mean, part of it too is that some characters legitimately have unsafe combo drops, like Yuzu sometimes does. That's an example that comes off the top of my head. That might be it. Ooh, yeah. unfortunately not with that. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah. I think IW has to be done a little bit, like when Ozzy's a little bit closer to the ground, for that to work. Otherwise, the fireballs knock down the opponent a bit too quickly for IW to connect. But yeah, good stuff to Sahara. I think here's the intermission. So I have to probably, yeah, okay, not intermission quite, but rather they're gonna jump to a different block of matches. So this is the G block qualifier. Looks like this match is gonna be Ohito versus Boogie. Exciting. Both extremely strong players. Boogie, I think, hasn't been super active this year, but during COVID he was still playing, and his Hilda is still very technical. He's got a lot of good tricks. And he's got other characters too. He used to play Wagner quite a lot. He used to play Phonon as well. I'm not sure which character he'll be playing more going into UNI2, but Hilda does seem to be his character of choice throughout most of Uniclair. And admittedly, I think Hilda and Uniclair, it took time for people to realize it, but she's very strong in Uniclair. Her slow buttons are kind of deceiving. In terms of like whether people would evaluate her as weak or strong. I don't think you need to have fast buttons to be a character with good defense. Because of VO alone, Hilda's defensive options lead to strong situations for her, even if it might seem that her defensive options are limited. I mean, admittedly, they're all very pointed, like they're not covering several options at once. But VO alone makes her very scary to be pressuring against, because you get hit by VO, you have to deal with 50-50, which kind of all men are mortal to. All men, women, you know. But yeah, so this matchup is pretty good for Hilda, like, if I'm being honest. Like, it's not like a I win matchup for her, but most of the time Seth is just flying around the screen without a care in the world. But Hilda can catch Seth without much effort. And in general, Seth has to block a bit more than average against Hilda than other characters in the cast. But Ohito off to a good start. You know, what does make this a bit difficult for Hilda, though, is the fact that Seth's frame data means that Hilda won't be pressing outright Obrev very often. She will have to make very carefully chosen gambles if VO isn't available. Or you can just be patient, because if you get one good throw tech in, your turn is back. And it's not like Hilda doesn't have good anti-airs. Like, she has excellent anti-airs, so Seth has to be a bit more careful about flipping around. Whatever Seth player wants to do, backdash, backdash, orb set, or blink, orb set, things like that. Speaking of Seth, we'll have a lot to talk about him when we get to specifically UNI2 discussion. I think there's a lot to talk about for him. Alright, but the opening game goes to Ohito. Boogie got one good hit that led to some damage. I think it was because Ohito wasn't blocking a wake up or something. Might have been trying to go for a dash block, but otherwise seemed pretty comfortable of a game for Ohito. Now, I just kind of mentioned Hilda's good and didn't really elaborate, so let me do that a little bit more. You know how the more damage you get off of a singular interaction, the more people start complaining, like, oh, this character is, cheap, right? So Hilda gets a lot of damage off of a lot of interactions, okay? Oh, here we go. Yeah, VO 50-50. Yeah. Everyone's favorite. Oh, yeah, no. So good. So good at the video game. Oh, I dropped the combo, man. No, but yeah, Hilda gets a lot of damage off of a lot of her hits, mainly because of ending combos with, I forgot what the move is called, but the input is jumping half circle forward C. For whatever reason, that adds like 800 damage at the end of her combo. So like she could be doing a two-way starter combo, and it does like 3.7 out of nowhere. It could do more than that depending on whether you have Vorpal or not. But then when she has Vorpal, she gets refunded on spending supers. So it's not just that you're doing like 3 point whatever, right? Like 4K almost for a combo, but you're also getting the meter back for other situations where you want to spend it, maybe like for more damage later on, or for, you know, having VO available when you're on defense. So all of that culminates into such a very frightening character to fight, especially in tournament settings. And then when you combine that with the fact she has 50-50 in the first place, makes it all the more frustrating to fight her. And it's not like you're going for 50-50 all the time for her, right? You can win games with Hilda without even needing to go for 50-50. You can simply just fish for breaking their green shield, because she has a lot of good ways of catching green shields, or just general shields with her... I forgot what the move is actually called, but, you know, the linchpin move, the one where the blade falls down from the sky. She also has 22x, the low, that catches you from very far. She has Charge JC, which is very often used, not just for 50-50, but even in neutral and off of assaults. It's a very strong option. She has a lot of great tools in general, and she never really needs 50-50 to beat you. But the 50-50, like, let's be real, without her having 50-50, like, yeah, she'd be a lot more reasonable. It's agreeable. But the 50-50 does... it does make her that much more of a terror to fight against. Because, you know, without the 50-50, most high-level players are going to know how to fight her, right? Because they know the dash block timings, they know when to shield. They know when to go for their iframes move whenever she does like a gapped block string. You know, there are certain strings that she has that have gaps, and they're not immediately obvious, but high-level players will definitely throw out their DP, or like, you know, for example, Seth throws out 63C, which goes pretty far. So that can easily catch Hilda doing a poorly chosen block string. Yeah, good stuff. I think Oito got it 2-0. Let me skip a little bit. I think the intermissions get a bit longer throughout the VOD. I'm not sure if they were edited out, but and you know, I just want to take this moment as well. Shout outs to both Ripu and Michelle for putting on this tournament. They did a really good job with it. It was, from what I understand, it was a completely individual, like, it was a completely like community effort putting this tournament on. And then there was some like sponsor help, I think, but otherwise, you know, they pretty much put it on all themselves. So really big thanks to them. Another warning, there's going to be, looks like YouTube is saying there's going to be ads in like 40 seconds. So if you have ad block or if you have YouTube Premium, you should be good. But, you know, just a warning for those of you that don't have either of those. So here's John Nakano versus Boogie. I don't know too much about John Nakano. I'm not sure if they've previously gone by like another tag. So you know, if so, there's a chance I might know them, but at the moment it doesn't ring a bell. But yeah, this matchup, I can't really say like it favors like one character over the other. This matchup really comes down to how much knowledge do you have of like the other character with your character's tools specifically. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, Elgato has 2360, right, the laser, and if you're aware of that and you know when to use it against Hilda, then I feel like that's a really strong asset to have in this matchup, right? But that doesn't mean that Elgato wins this matchup. That's really all I'm saying. Although, from my understanding, like, whenever Elgato has purple bullets against Hilda in the corner, my understanding is that Hilda does have to kind of hold the pressure a lot of the time, unless she has VO. But a lot of the time, VO is not going to be an assured get out of jail free card. you have to be kind of clever about it when to use it, because especially in Uniclair right now, VO is still really slow at this point. In UNI2 obviously it's going to be much faster, but in this game it's not hard for Eldum to just press 5A and then block and be blocking in time to block the VO. Like of course 5A in this sense is maybe being done as a meaty, or maybe as like a slight frame trap. Like if you do 5A, wait a little bit, 5A, you might have time to still block a VO. Regardless though, like the point I'm trying to make is that I don't think it really favors either of these two characters outright. It really depends on which player is able to make good use of the tools that they specifically have in their character's tool set that win in a certain situation. So obviously like Eltonum's gunshots are really good against Hilda and neutral. But then Hilda's all-around moveset, like laser, yeah, what you just saw there, the skew, right? 236A, or sometimes B. That's really strong against Eltonum when she's trying to go for gunshots. But on the other hand, Eltonum still has cutting sync, still has 236C. A lot of great things she can do against Hilda at this range. Maybe the only time where I'm like, yeah, this maybe favors Eltonum is when Eltonum specifically has Hilda in the corner. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or if charge gunshot trades with Hilda. I mean, that's going to favor Eltonum all day, every day. That thing has a billion years of hit stun on counter it specifically. But this looks to be pretty over. Yep, indeed. Boogie takes it 2-0. Alright, and I think, yeah, okay, here is what looks to be a good one. Ohito, and it looks like a Seth player that we have it to identify. Okay, here we go. Haru Poyo? I might need to look at the player list to confirm this, because this does not ring a bell for sure. Let me do that quickly. Yep, okay, Haru Poyo it is. So, they play one of the coolest Seth colors out there, so much respect. But yeah, when you're playing against Ohito, you definitely, it's definitely a moment where it's like, you're gonna learn today. Because Ohito is a monster when it comes to opening people up. He does not need any of those training mode, you know, what's it called? I have no idea what it would even be called, but, you know, just the unblockable setups. We can just call it that. He doesn't really need any of that to beat people. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen him go for the for that kind of unblockable setup. And given that Claire is basically over now, like we're about to go into UNI2, where in UNI2 those unblockable setups are not really going to be available anymore. At least not in the way that they're available in Uniclair. So you won't be able to combo off of them. You won't be able to set them up quite as elegantly. So I think this actually rewards the style of play that players like Ohito have, where they're already beating people up with everything else that Seth excels with, right? Like strong frame data, the good mobility in neutral, the ability to like just take advantage of every hit, like going for, like obviously often Ohito ends with 63C when he can, just for that damage, and obviously the great Oki. So I think Ohito is going to be rewarded yet again going into UNI2. I mean, we saw, like, if you guys had followed the competitive scene back in the arcade era of Uni, and you know, I'm talking like going into specifically UNIST 3.2, because that was one of the biggest patch updates the game has ever had. Arcade UNIST 3.2 was where it was like, man, players like Oito are going to be eating good. Because, man, did the character get a lot of great changes in that version. And we still see the effects of it to this day. But yeah, this is pretty routine for Oito, yeah. Again, it's just, you know, he's such an experienced player, and you're gonna have to be playing his game to a degree in order to have a shot at throwing him off. But nonetheless, good stuff. Let's see. So Harupoyo and Boogie are next. This is a G block still. We're about an hour into the VOD, so let me see how are we doing on this pace. I'm also an hour into my VOD, so okay. We should be able to finish the singles tournament at minimum in this stream, and I think we can get through maybe the latter portion of the 3v3. I mean, there's still a lot of good matches early on in 3v3 too, so I want to cover as much as possible. And I don't mind this being like a 6-hour stream or whatever it needs to be, because I have a lot to talk about that I still want to get to. But I just wanted to see how we're doing on time. Oh yeah, that was a really good fastball kick. If you can do fastball kick when Hilda is like, you know, not paying attention. Oh no, but yeah, you definitely don't want to jump on the Oki. Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, if you can find a moment as Seth to do fastball kick against Hilda, I think he's dead. Oh my dear me. He didn't even spend the CS. Seth was so dead. But yeah, if you can find a moment to get the fastball kick in when Hilda is not in a position to press like 3C or 3B or anything that has strong aerial coverage, I think that's where Seth can sneak in the beginning of his offense. So it's definitely a well-intended option that he chose, Harupoyo. Good block that time. Oh yeah, dash C, there you go. And he got the route down there too. Excellent. Yeah, this is looking really good. You got Hilda in the corner. Oh, yeah, the way he did the ender there, you have to be a little bit closer to the corner to be able to do the TK orb set over their body that's prone. It's hard to describe, but I'm sure if you guys have seen, like, you know, a lot of Oito footage, you'll know what I'm talking about. But anyway, oh, those were, yeah, really good green shield baits. I think that alone, like those two green shield baits alone won Boogie the cycle, because it didn't really look like he had a good chance at it until those two green shields. So great stuff. And now, I mean, he spent CS reasonable enough, especially if you're confident that you'll win the next cycle, which he did. But also Hilda does sometimes want to hold on to that CS if she's a little bit, if you know, she feels confident. If you feel like you can be greedy enough where you'll get the next hit soon enough, then you'll be able to make use of her strong Vorpal trait in the subsequent combos, or even when, you know, you just spend the super meter in neutral. You'll get rewarded with some of the meter back if you keep your Vorpal for long enough. So it's always something to consider if you're a Hilda player. Sometimes you just might want to keep that Vorpal a bit longer than you would otherwise, to see if you can make use of her strong Vorpal trait. Yep, this round has been pretty routine as well so far. It's like, this is like textbook Hilda round, yeah. And he doesn't even need to spend CS here. He's going to keep it. He's probably spending meter. Oh. Yeah, you have to change the route slightly when you get early, what's it called? Fallen Pain. I don't remember move names anymore, guys, but You know what I'm talking about, like the one that Hilda ends almost every combo with. You have to change your combo out a little bit if that's your combo starter, but it didn't matter too much anyway. Oh, risky VO, yeah. I wonder if that was a punish. Because my goodness, this is going to be a lot of damage. Oh, I missed the IW though. That IW would have side switched, put Hilda in the corner, and given Harupoyo some Orboki. But now instead, on the blocking end against Hilda. And lost probably like I want to say like a 1k damage at least. He had VO still, so it probably would have done more than 1k. But yeah, it's just a rough position to be in. Seth especially, you can't really afford to drop your combos because he needs those combos. That's like the glue between every element of his game plan. The Oki is essential for allowing the character to flow correctly. But it was Boogie's victory, and I think this one is Oito. Okay, so it seems like a round robin format, kinda. I can't really tell still, but it looks like a lot of these players in the same block are playing each other in the qualifier at least. Again, they didn't have a bracket proper that, like, at least they didn't have an online bracket from my understanding, so that's why we kind of have to play a guessing game with how the format exactly looked. They did explain the format a little bit, I think, on the website, so I'm sure if you guys like, of course, you might need to use, if you don't know Japanese, you might need to use Google Translate or some translator service, but I think they did explain the format a little bit on the website, so you can find that in the description as well. Oh no, the no tech is brutal. Yeah. But Oito has such great awareness there. That was probably worth, oh my goodness, that was worth like what, 2800 damage, that no tech? Insane to think of. Oh, the T-posing jabs. Those jabs are telling the opponent, this is my space. Press a button, I dare you. I'm sure you guys have heard, like, whiffing anything is plus. Especially throw. If you whiff throw, the game registers it as plus 13. I don't know. Not literally, of course. This is a joke, but... Oito missed the opportunity to throw the green shield there. You rarely see him miss those opportunities, but he's playing at a fast pace in this match, so it's understandable. He still got good damage off of that confirm, so it's fine. Excellently timed throw just before the orb touched John Nakano's block. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes as a Seth player, you'll opt to just, like, after setting your orb on Oki, you'll opt to just sit back a little bit and read what your opponent does. Sometimes you can coerce them into pressing a button, and in that regard, punish what they do. Other times, they might attempt to take their turn, and then forget about the orb, and that's what happened there. So this seems like wild card. Maybe like last chance or something. So, oh, okay. Oh, I remember now. So yeah, no, these matches were really good. Maybe I'm mixing it up with 3v3, but I remember the wildcard matches being really good for Stormy Night. So I'm excited for this. Satohiro versus Alpaca Man. Satohiro has been playing Enkidu for quite a while now. I believe they picked up Enkidu ever since he came out in Claire. They used to be a Seth player back in Unist, but ever since Enkidu came out, they haven't looked back. And they're definitely one of the strongest Enkidu players in Japan, I would say. Strong, confirms, good understanding of Uni essentials. Sometimes they have very calculated defensive, what's the word? Defensive gambits that work out really favorably. And it allows Satohiro to just really clutch out those situations. On the other hand, Alpaca Man, I think they've been playing Merkava like forever, kinda. Like I cannot recall a time where they did not play Merkava. And especially throughout COVID, I think they become one of the best Merkavas in Japan as well. So this is truly gonna be a good one. I'm gonna skip the ads this time that YouTube is saying are coming up because I want you guys to be able to see this. So yeah, for whatever reason, Merkava is getting more buffs in UNI2. Yeah, because that character needed more buffs. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness! What a brave dive kick. But I guess the dive kick has like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it can't be durability, right? Surely not. But it was just perfect for that situation. And I think that alone basically won the match. So as I said, like just the right defensive gambits and makes the most of them. Ooh, yeah. 3C, especially the charge version, can be very risky. I mean, it's a good option, but you gotta really thread the needle. EX parry was definitely the right move there. I think had it been DP, Merkava wasn't able to block it. Ooh, missed the dash throw on the green shield. Okay, Alpaca Man keeping it simple. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so those worms were very far. Satohiro recognizing he didn't really need to respect the Oki the whole way. Again, really well chosen 2-6C, but unfortunately, Enkidu's not close enough to really make full use of it. Ah. Wow. Oh, that's not dead, right? Okay, one more. Oh, no. Ugh. Yeah, it was going really well for Alpaca Man until the earlier Abra I mentioned by Satohiro. And then after that, like, it just came down to those very small but significant interactions at the end of that round there. Again, what a dive kick. Wow. Man, maybe I've just overlooked that dive kick, but it's paying dividends so far in this match. Normally it would be Merkava's dive kick that we would be saying is paying the dividends, because that dive kick is so fast, it's insane. Ah, Vio, yeah. Ah, this is painful. This is bad. Yeah. Thankfully for Satohiro, like, didn't have to deal with an IW coming his way. In fact, he might be able to kill off of this with IW of his own. Yeah, should kill. Nice. Yeah. Oh, that's it. First to one. Yep. That is yeah. First one. Well then. No, but yeah, that was a good match though. Sometimes first to one can produce some of the most exciting uni, especially when it's sloppy, when it's unclean. I'm not saying that match was sloppy even, but more so that some of the very tense moments at the end of the rounds, I think offered much more than sometimes what you would get in longer sets. So here next up we have Shironoa versus Cap and Sugar. Whoa, Cap and Sugar, let's go. Lin player from Australia. Looks like he made the trip over to Japan for this one. But yeah, Cap and Sugar has performed extremely well in offline tournaments. It's hard to put the finger on it, but he has an aura of fear, I think, that really allows him to excel in tournament environments. And it's unlike any other Lin player you'll see, and any other Uni player for that matter. A lot of people would probably have Cap and Sugar on their list of players they would prefer not to fight in a bracket. So that's for sure. On the other hand, Shironoa, I think Elton player. I can't recall right now. We can go ahead and skip ahead because we don't need to watch this whole thing. Oh, Lin player. Okay, my mistake then. This is actually more exciting then. A great way to set the stage. We have a wild card match in the A block. Not only is it a Lin mirror, but I'm sure these two players have never played prior. So that's like the maximum slop incoming. The maximum chaos. But yeah, Cap and Sugar gets the first hit. Lin doesn't have insane damage, but I think people kind of get surprised sometimes when they see her get like maybe, let's say a B-Hien starter or even like a grid break assault starter, and she ends up doing like close to 3.6, at least when you spend meter. It's okay, like the best way to put it is she has average damage, but most of her combos are going to do that damage. So some characters like have average damage, but then you need certain conditions to get to that average damage, maybe, right? Lin doesn't really need that many conditions to get like 3k. She's going to be getting 3k or close to it off of most of her combos. And see, that one was 3.8. I mean, of course, he spent meter. He got a Kuga starter, I think it was. So it all makes sense, but still. It can surprise people when Lin does this much damage off of very simple hits. Yep, Cap and Sugar, a known force function enthusiast. Who's to blame him though, right? Like, it's force function is just really good. Given that some of the OSs, some of people's favorite OSs. Oh my, what? That had to have been an autocorrect, surely. No one just goes for 214C after doing Helmbreaker, I think that was. But no, good stuff to Cap and Sugar. That was a quick one. I forgot what I was saying earlier, but it's okay. Oh yeah, force function, yeah. Now that some of people's favorite crouch tech OSs, and not just crouch tech but other throw tech OSs, are going to be gone, if force function hasn't changed significantly enough, then I think that's going to stand out even more than it already has in Uniclair going into UNI2. In any case, I think it looks like we've got Cap and Sugar and Satohiro as probably the final A block wildcard match, I have to imagine. Again, I doubt these players have ever played before. Satohiro doesn't play against Lin players very often. At least I would have to guess based on what I've seen of their streams. So, but I think he's not a player with that much. Like, he's a very fearless player himself, so could go either way. Yeah, there's a 4C. The button of legends. Yeah, JA has a, like, that's what I would call a deceptive hitbox. It can actually hit behind Enkidu. It's not a cross-up, but it's still important that it hits behind, because in those scrambles like you just saw, it can come out on top. It's great to have an A button with that kind of privileged hitbox. And there it is, force function dive kick. Yeah, Satohiro, again, just, I think his defensive gambits are just really, really good. And it takes him very far in a lot of these matches, because a lot of these situations are not ones that you commonly encounter against Enkidu. He shielded the dive kick, but then still got hit out of what he did. That can happen. Ooh. Okay, combo drop though. He CS. Okay, unfortunate CS, but even more unfortunate interaction with the DP. I guess that was all part of the plan. CS right away, so that Cabin Sugar would be inclined to CS right when he wins the cycle, and then go for parry on the DP. Yeah, I mean, who am I to say that it was not on purpose? But, you know, good stuff nonetheless. And it looks like Satohiro comes away with the wild card victory. So, oh no, okay, looks like there's another one. Again, I have no clue how the bracket worked out. So, maybe Shironoa has like a 1-game cushion or something. I have no clue. But I don't mind seeing some more matches, of course. And I know that you guys probably don't mind either. Of course, I should have updated the description with the VOD links. I'll probably do that right now, actually. If you guys would ever like to view these VODs, they've been up for about half a week now on Ripu's YouTube. You can find Ripu's YouTube. I think it's already linked as part of... Oh, I'm sorry. Whenever I scroll down, I forgot you guys can't see it. It should be already linked on my channel homepage somewhere. But in any case, I'll definitely update the description with the VOD links. They're also on Twitch, of course. If for whatever reason you prefer watching them through the Twitch VODs. I can't imagine anyone that would, but, you know, that's available too. Alright, the description now has the VOD link for what we're watching right now, which is the day 1. Just the singles tournament. 1v1. Oh, that was a great roll. Roll sometimes surprises me in the situations that it works. Because I think for a while now, Lin's had a much weaker version of the roll she had in the past, which was, let's say back in UNI2, I think it was. Her roll was, frighteningly good. Very nice VO route. Look at all this grid gain. Oh my. Wow. Goodness me. Yeah. Yeah, again, Satohiro just... Those situations exactly are where Satohiro really excels. Great stuff. Alright, so yeah, that seems to be the end of the wild card. So looks like they're going to the top 16. And we're going to open up with a Batista mirror if the names are indicative of the players that are actually going to play. UNI2, one of the top Batista players for a long time. And they've also been kind of the most consistently active with Batista, along with Yagi, Needle, and I think Roy. Roy might still be active too. And then Ral as well has been really active. They've been playing for quite a while, from my understanding. Oh yeah, okay, I can play this. Yeah.
はい、全体大丈夫ですね。はい、それではストーミーナイトファーストベース Day1 シングルトーナメント決勝トーナメントやっていきます。拍手。はい、では、スタートボタンを押してください。よろしくお願いいたします。
So yeah, as foretold, Batista mirror, maximum clownery.
まず、配信台ですね。なんとバティスタ同キャラ 1P 側ダニエル・バッシュ、2P 側がラルバティスタの組み合わせになります。さあまず見ていきましょう。まずお互いステラ打って。
Oh, is the now playing not even working? I just realized right now. That's so funny. There we go. Alright, now the now playing is not just ominously in the corner. Makes it look like an album cover. But anyway, I mean, there's not really much to say. Like, it's just Batista mirror. Yeah, I mean. Oh, okay. One thing noteworthy though, I think Batista's JC is not going to be a mid, and UNI2 it's going to be an overhead. Which is like, okay, sure. I mean, you know, sure. It's literally sure. Like, all right, fine. It's not like it's like a bad change or a good change necessarily. Because, I mean, almost everyone I've seen against Batista would block that move overhead anyway. So, yeah, I don't know if it really changes much. I guess now it can, like, grid break crouching opponents, but that's about it. Yep. I love Batista. I love Batista mirrors. Like they're playing a bullet hell game. A very tame bullet hell, but a bullet hell nonetheless. Maybe like a bullet earth instead of a bullet hell. A bullet Mars. I'm sorry, because I have no idea what to say for this matchup. Has there really been like a proper offensive sequence this whole round? Like, okay. Yeah, okay. What is a player like? What's going through a player's mind after a game like that? Like, you know, with the rematch screen, they're like, yeah, lasers and projectiles were thrown, but at the end of the day, I lost to a flash kick. Like, what else is there to think about? I don't know. Like, okay, ordinarily, right, against Batista, you're like, yeah, I could have just dash blocked better, or I could have chosen better opportunities to press my offensive. But in specifically a Batista mirror, I mean, it's like, did the other player just like play better or what? I don't know. Like, I mean, okay, a lot of mirror matches, sometimes, you know, it's like, yeah, the better player is gonna win, right? But yeah, I have zero clue what the reflective process is in any capacity for Batista versus Batista. Okay, good throw tech. Yes, nice. Wow, okay. I was gonna say you rarely see an anti-air on an assault like that, but you know, it's Batista's flashing. All you're doing is pressing up and then a button. Like, cause every Batista is holding down back, right? So it's not really that hard, I guess. Well, okay. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, Daniru. Yeah, I mean, when he got the hits, he made them hurt. I guess that what it came down to. But otherwise, I mean, I don't know how to reflect about this.
おめでとうございます。ではですね、他の決勝トーナメントの試合、を結果待ちますので少々お待ちください。
I know some award-winning analysis there, but I have zero clue what to even think about that.
やっていきたいと思います。左から。はい、まず、ベスト8、1回戦、ここから全部配信であります。ダニルさんと、RN 流星さん、準備の方お願いします。
Said, what do you say? Daniru and Ryusei?
あ、すみません、決勝トーナメント、左側を1ピートしたいと思います。
I do see Ryusei, he went up, but I misheard. I might have misheard the first player. Let me skip a little bit. Okay, no, it is Daniru. Interesting. They're making him play back to back. Don't worry. Don't be alarmed, guys. Daniru is not playing Gordo in this matchup. Okay. Surely he is going to be playing Batista. And this is just a psych out. Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, yeah, so Batista versus Merkava. Maybe there's a bit more to talk about for this. Merkava is a very good character, I'm sure you guys know. Not very hard for him to get some openings, throw out some damage. Although, to be honest, his damage isn't really that high. It's more so his throw. His throw is a lot of damage. And then situations where he gets worms going, that's where the damage can kind of pile up. But overall, his damage is not really that high. At least off of ordinary hits. You can see Ryusei is kind of... Oh, wait, no, this is button check. Okay. I was about to analyze that neutral. My goodness. Okay. That time I got psyched out. All right, here we go. Hopefully this is for real this time. I guess I should have known. Daniru doesn't really pick that previous color. That's like a more needle color. I don't think needle was in this tournament.
はい、お願いします。ベスト8ですね、1回戦、まず 1P 側、ダニエル・バティスタ、2P 側が、流星メルカバになります。
Here we go.
見ていきましょう。まず立ち上がり、触っていったのは
Nice. Yeah, that was a good jump. You know, Merkava does fine in this matchup, really. It's Merkava, you know. He's got buttons for every kind of range. He's got some of the best air mobility in the game. The only issue is his walk speed, but you're not really gonna be walking with Merkava ever. I guess the other liability is his backdash in the corner, because his backdash is a little long. But you're also probably not going to be backdashing in the corner anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like, think of it this way, right? Oria's backdash is extremely strong, but in the corner, you're not going to be really using it because it's such a long duration backdash. But mid-screen, it's so good because it just covers so much distance in a short period of time. In the meantime, Daniru gets the opening round. I think Ryusei was getting a bit impatient after some of the initial hits he scored. Like, right there, he gets the hit, right? In UNI2, I dreaded be the day, but he's gonna get a confirm off of that with the 100 meter, off of the noodle hit grab. Goodness gracious, I don't think most people are gonna be looking forward to that. Because right now the best he gets if he spends 100 meter is maybe some Oki. It's not even really Oki because unfortunate VO. But Dainiru played really well in that sequence. That was like extremely clinical. Some good optimizations there. Got a very safe setup, what put him out of the range where Merkava likes pressing his best Abre, and then made the VO get baited, and everything just went right in that second round. This time though, Ryusei gets a good hit, although, ooh, this is, yeah. Okay, Ryusei kept it very simple though. Still got 3.2 with the extremely simple combo. What did the dive kick catch? Oh my goodness, this round. Yeah, that was a round, all right. Oh, wake up dash blocking the buttons, and then looked like a charge partition B drill. I can't tell, or just really well buffered B drill. Nonetheless, it was well intended. All right, Fireball CS producing that bounce effect, and now seeing Dainiru get started with a sequence of his own. We get the Batista VO goodness. I think she'll still be able to do that in UNI2, because after all, you're just whiffing VO and detonating the gem. As long as they haven't changed the way gems detonate, that should still work. Yeah, and then even though the combo dropped earlier, Dainiru maintained control. That's the most important part. Maintaining control in a disorderly situation. I think that kind of falls under the radar in a lot of tournament commentary. You got to keep things well managed, even after like you do something like drop a combo. But this time, Ryusei is the one that's probably going to get some Okizeme. You know, Dainiru has CS, which is going to be helpful, but still has to sort of respect this nonsense, this worm nonsense. Although that time it helped out a lot because it gave him enough time to charge the flash kick and win back Vorpal with a subsequent hit. This is actually insane. This is really good for Dainiru. Ooh, punish. Ah, missed the green shield. I am so glad that we don't have to green shield that move to punish it in UNI2. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. And that might be it. Yeah, he got it. Oh, no, he dropped. Oh my goodness, the spaghetti. This is, wow. Wow. That was a good match, though. I think especially game 2. That's where it was like a lot more back and forth. Produced the most excitement. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, it came down to what I was just talking about, literally, which was maintaining control in disorderly situations, such as after combo drops. And at the end of the day, Dainiru managed to steal back some degree of tempo by making Ryusei block. And I mean, let's be real. Batista can play the game normally, right? But she can also just, you know, she can just fit in the B drill. No problem there. Impossible to react to overhead. Yeah, good stuff anyway. Let's see what the next one is. Okay, so we're going into top 8 now, it looks like. Or that was top 8. I apparently just didn't see it. So this is Oito Mawaru. This is some good stuff. Oito Mawaru, this is one of the marquee player head-to-heads in the COVID era of Uni. Both of these players have remained extremely active throughout the year 2020 up to this point. They both fiend online ranked.
前の方席空いておりますので座りたい方はどうぞ。
Beyond that, though, like, Motherboard is like one of the biggest character specialist nerds out there, and I say that in a very like affectionate, positive way, not in a demeaning way, and by any means. But Motherboard has really taken Hilda to the next level, and not just in Uniclair, but just in general. He was I think he started playing the game in Unist. It was after when he started playing was actually after Unist's biggest patch at the arcades. It was after 3.2. And he slowly started to develop his own like brand of playing Hilda. And it's all culminated up to the way he plays Hilda right now, which honestly I think he's the best Hilda in the whole world right now. I don't think there's anyone as technical as Motherboard, with the level of precision and like clinicalness that he plays with. And you know, to cap it all off, he's still got some great Uni skills. He's got great Uni game sense, and that goes very far with playing Hilda specifically. So this is about to be a good one. We saw this head-to-head as well at the other offline match or offline Uni tournament in Japan. I think it was Evo Japan.
CS 使ってヒルダ側がうまく攻め込んでいく。セット側としてもこの組み合わせそんなに無理はできないので、うまいことセグを巻いて立ち回っていきたいと。ここは CS 使うが、無敵技がないので素直にガード。上に逃げるのを抑止していきたいセット側と。
Yeah, Obito is playing very safe, excuse me, right now. But somehow he lost the cycle there. Actually, I don't even want to say somehow. I think Mawaru made every effort to try to steal it back. Some jank there. But yeah, Motherboard made every effort to steal it back. He didn't give up on that one. Rewarded with some Vorpal. More importantly, he denied it from Ohito. And now he's going to be able to finish off this round. Did not even need to spend the meter. So yeah, that was a great round. It was a bit of an attrition sort of round, if you look at it from Motherboard's perspective. On the other hand, I think Ohito is kind of warming up to playing Motherboard in this exact moment. Because he hasn't played that aggressively so far. He's kind of just been patient, waiting his turn for that chance. Although Seth does have to respect Hilda and neutral, so it's sort of natural. Although, here's a good opportunity to get things started. And that was a great adjustment on the route as well. It can be awkward when you use J6C when they're high up in the air. So he did his best to adjust it. Unfortunate. I think Ohito had the right idea, the dash block, and I think he didn't realize that Moaru set the gloom in the way it was set. I mean, of course, there's no way of knowing until the nails actually fall out. Some great Okizeme there. Yeah, again, Moaru just knows exactly how to position himself to succeed with this character. A lot to learn from him if any of you are aspiring Hilda players, or if you already have played Hilda for quite a while. I mean, of course, you probably already know that he's a good player to learn from. Is this enough? He might be able to actually get this round Ohito if he makes his combo last long enough. Yeah, I think he got it. Yeah. Thanks to how long some of Seth's combos can be, and of course, how long 63C lasts, worked out for him. But on the other hand, the start of this third round, you know, people have been saying in UNI2 you have to be careful about using force function. I think you can still use force function pretty wisely and be fine without giving the opponent Celestial Vorpal. And Hilda can make good use of force function to stabilize some of her combos, and you saw at the beginning of this round, Maru made use of force function A, or like the force function, you know, X follow-up, whatever it's called, to make the dashing B confirm a lot easier to register in his brain. Oh, combo drop, yeah. That orb was certainly accidental. But yeah, command grab is probably going to be enough. Heavily scaled, but I mean, look at all the resources he's got. You know. Yeah, I mean, Seth's got all he's got, and then he's got a command grab, right? Thankfully, it's not a lot of damage. And the Oki is generally not good either, because it also side switches Seth. But from what I've vaguely heard in UNI2, maybe the Oki's going to be better. Don't take my word for that yet, though, because I haven't really looked into it too deeply.
さあこう瀬戸川はワンコンボセグメント当てて 6C 締めまで
Unblockable. You can tell that that one was an assured unblockable because of the damage. It did 1277 instead of the ordinary, I think, 1432 or whatever it is. That was added in Uniclair where they reduced the damage off of those quote-unquote assured unblockables. Unblockable's done when you're already unblock's done. Maybe we should call them guard break unblockables, but I don't want people to get confused with grid break. So maybe okay, never mind. Maybe we shouldn't call it guard break, but I hope it's understood nonetheless. 瀬戸川が捕まえれるタイミングが多くなってきたか 2A2C からゲーダン混ざってる小川を切り返していく蛭田川ダッシュからの 2A 強気な選択肢これは構想してワンコンボ決めていくベローで CSI で Yay, Vorpal strip into 50-50. Oh, and he's probably dead. Oh, no, he's choosing to keep his... Okay, I understand. I understand the decision there. It looks like instead of going for a maybe kill, like, you know, he wasn't sure whether IW would kill, he instead kept the VO long enough to get the enhanced concentrate and have a more likely chance to win the cycle. It worked out, I must admit. It's definitely a decision worth considering when you're in that position. So, makes sense to me. Oh, good block, good block. That cross-up can be a bit difficult to react to sometimes. Oh, great VO. Even better VO, though. This is really bad for Oito, but he blocked. Good job. Yeah. He still doesn't have... Okay, no, yeah. Things have stabilized now. I think Oito is in a much better position than earlier. Especially after that successful block on the 50-50. Another warning for non-premium and non-ad block users. There's going to be an ad in like 15 seconds or so. Yeah. That move has niche usage, but when it works, it is so good. Oh! Could he? Oh. Wow. Yeah. There were so many moments in that very, you know, in those very last seconds of the round where I was like, could this have happened? It's just hard to process it all that quickly. And I imagine even more so for the players. Oh, I love the jump air shield and the teleport. That's sick. But unfortunately, Moaru's not in a good position here. In the corner. Almost no grid. Making his way out though. Oh! Yeah, these air shields, I love the idea, right? But it's, you know, you wonder when eventually Oito goes for that 5B or 3C to try to catch one of those jumps and maybe even catch the shield in the air and grid break. But for now, it's not going to matter. Ah, yeah. そうですね、安全に重ねてくる、先ほどまでアンチの置き攻め拒否があったので、ここは重ねてくる読みだったので。Oh, okay. That was really intelligent. Unfortunately, I think it was a drop combo. He was trying to go for dash B to pick up the 2-2C, which you can do in Uniclair and onward. Two combos dropped. Yeah, you can't be dropping when you're one round down in the final game against Oito of all players. So
ピンチに変わる
for Moaru and for Hilda fans, this is not looking too good.
ここが2C 下段からダッシュシール重ねてポーズしているシールドで投げを一つさあスターは B 消失からスナを降りてきて裏割り
Oh, that wow. Okay, that was a funny. I'm not even gonna say anyway. GG's there. Yeah. Tough way to go down if you're Mawadu, but it was still well fought.
はい次第3試合、ふわふわさん 1P 側、B 面さん 2P 側になります。
So the next one is B-Men and Hua Hua. I think Gordo and Hyde and Gordo, I should say. We rarely see this matchup, especially in the States and tournaments over here. The matchup is not very common. B-Men's been active player for quite a long time on the Hyde. Hua Hua, I think I might be okay, I'm not sure if they went by another tag, but if so, they might be familiar. But anyway, it was a good run for both of these players to have made it to the top 8. I hear Hyde's got some fairly solid changes going into UNI2. I'm not too sure on the specifics, but I'm sure we'll see them used really well once we get to the point where people have had their hands on the game long enough. Okay, looks like they're button checking. This is like a slugfest kind of matchup. Like, there's not going to be... neutral will probably not be played for a very long time. Like, it's going to be like... That hit is going to be secured probably very quickly. And one player will be on the offensive or defensive. You know, in the span of after that combo. That's how I imagine it would go. I mean, because, you know, there's not really much of a projectile war being fought with either of these characters. Hyde has to be a bit more judicious about throwing out fireballs because it's easy to shield. They're not very fast fireballs. The B fireball is fast, but when you're throwing it from full screen, you gotta remember, like, it's a lot easier to see. Not to mention, Gordo has the de facto anti-fireball tool in his moveset, being force function. So if B-Man isn't careful with throwing out the fireballs, that could be very dangerous for him. On the other hand, Gordo, I don't know. I mean, Gordo is not really a character that fits into any particular archetype, so it's hard to describe what exactly he needs to excel in any given matchup. It obviously helps to have the opponent in the corner and holding his stagger pressure. Or I shouldn't say stagger, but, like, you know, just his very free-form and unconventional pressure, right? But okay, based on the color chosen by Hua Hua, I think I do remember, but again, I don't remember their old tag right now. All right, here we go. Yep, right away. See, I told you guys, it's not going to be lasting very long neutral. Hua Hua already putting on the more aggressive offense currently. I think B-Man just taking his time to understand the openings he needs to get. I mean, he got Vorpal already, so worked out pretty well. Good block. So, interestingly, for Gordo's 6B, the overhead that B-Man blocked, you don't even need to cancel it to make it safe. It's just safe straight up on block. Although I think if it's shielded, that's a different story. from my understanding. It might actually be punishable, or it might actually not be 100% safe on every character without canceling it. But that, that's character dependent, and that's also kind of spacing dependent too. Let me check to make sure that might as well. But yeah, nonetheless, it's been a good start offensively for Hua Hua. Yeah, so Gordo's 6B is -3, so that is punishable by maybe one character, maybe two. The one I'm thinking of right now is just Waldstein, but it has to be pretty close. Yeah, but still amazing start for Hua Hua. I think it's just the aggression that B-Man is kind of caving to. You see, he attempted to go for a more aggressive start with a dash up 2A, right? That round start there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, dash C. Legend button. Did you guys know that at one point dash C on Hyde was plus on block? This was, of course, very long ago. This was in vanilla Uni, and it has not been plus on block since then. But it's still hilarious that such a button had all the properties it has today, and it was plus on block. Absolutely hysterical. Maybe dash D is the key that B-Man needs to unlock this door. Ah, okay. Wait a minute. Oh no, never mind. Okay, never mind. No, that was just round start Grim Reaper. That's pretty standard. Uh-oh, no. There's the drop combo, and there's the dash C again. Okay. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that reset is it's tricky. That's the best way to put it. It's something that'll work like maybe once, and then you can't rely on it working again. Vanilla Hyde is the only thing I can think of when Hyde's dash C is referred to. Yeah. I'm so glad that French Fed has grown from those days, because a game like that would not fly in 2023. Dear me. It's amazing to think that people played that game competitively in 2012. 2013 as well, of course. But yeah. Also, what's up, Artis? Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, and Hua Hua takes it. That was pretty convincing. I think B-Man, I mean, like, when he got going, it was off of dash C, let's just be honest. And apart from that, it was pretty difficult for him to assemble, like, coherent offense. But that's how the matchup seems to go. I'm not surprised that it, played out the way it did, because these are just both sluggy kind of characters. But yeah, good stuff nonetheless to Hua Hua. I think this is top 4 now. No, top 8 still. Okay. So Knots, here we go. The debut on stream. Knots, a player that I've been looking forward to talking about once he made it onto the stream. He's of course one of the US's finest Wagner players. He's also been playing Seth lately, but I think this tournament he played Wagner the whole way. Very strong. He's gotten good with the character at a very quick rate. I don't know when he started playing. It might have been like during the Unist, like console Unist days, but still like he's definitely like one of the more mastered Wagner players. And he had a very strong performance at Stormy Night 2 weeks ago. On the other hand, Ryu, Oria, like I would say he and Nishine are like the best Orias in Japan. Ryu in particular has very good reactions. I think it's something that is almost unique to him, just out of a lot of players that play Uni in general, not just out of Aurea players. Like, he has very good reactions, he's very quick to adjusting his confirms, makes very quick decisions, and generally just has quickness and like decision speed that I think allows for him to succeed at a lot of these matches. And on top of that, of course, he has strong understanding of the game of Uni. He's technical with Aurea, and he oftentimes has some surprising defensive reads that catch a lot of players off guard. So the tale's been told. Let's see how it played out here. Oh, all right away. Yeah, Not's going for the stand shield on reaction on the assault. That should impose some degree of fear, but ooh, another right away with the 3BOS. Yeah, you didn't care about finishing that combo too much, more so cared about getting the space created for charting some grid for the cycle. Very respectable. And look at these pressure strings. Excellent pressure strings here. Of course, Aurea's 5C is pretty great for pressure, to say the least. One of the few advancing C normals in the game. Oh dear. Oh my goodness, that's damage. Yeah. Charge force function is a great starter. Yep, there it is, the dash 2A. It's just the timing that is so hard to be present in mind of. Good blocks. Yep. Oh, and a throw. I was surprised at that, actually. I thought Ryu would go for JA, which is not unusual for an Aurea player in that point blank post CS RPS. But there went for just the throw, layer 1, and it was well intended. Yeah, nice spacing the 3C. It's satisfying to see that. Oh, but drop. Okay, rare drop from Ryu. That's actually a brutal time to drop, because that is literally an unsafe drop, if I've ever seen one. But another great 3BOS. I think what we're seeing right here is that Ryu is going for those 3BOSs really early into some of these pressure strings. So it's gonna catch the other player a bit more off guard than perhaps it would in other instances. Don't tell me he lost the round because of dropping the combo. Oh! Okay, when I said don't tell me he lost the round dropping the combo, yeah, anyway. Wow. Brutal. Amazing 5A. Oh, okay, there. I think Ryu was doing 3BOS, but for whatever reason, maybe he did it either too late, or it came out as 2B. I'm not going to rewind to frame by frame it, but I'm sure once this VOD goes up, because this VOD will go, well, not this VOD, this section of the stream will go up in a separate upload as well. I'll be able to see the playback and make sure that that was indeed a mistimed 3B. I mean, those of you that are watching live can also just rewind right now and see it for yourselves if you're curious. Uh-oh, yeah. Bad news there. Deer in headlights caught in midair in the recovery of, I think it was JA. Knots is in a great position. Oh, great shield. Oh my goodness. He had to make the call, and the reset with 6B was so intelligent. Can he finish the combo though? Oh no, he went for, oh, I think he was trying to do C thrust. Oh my, no. Yo, okay. The heart rate of this match. Honestly, this is the least fast-paced Ryu Aurea match, though. It tends to be like this when he plays. It's funny because I say fast-paced, right? And we've had a timeout, I believe, or at least 2 rounds where I could think of it was close to being a timeout. So it's always interesting that guard thrust. We'll talk about the guard thrust towards the end of the stream when we get to discussing some of the UNI2 changes. I am new. Hey, what's up, Studsy? I'm new to fighting games, but I don't like using a pad. I mess up inputs constantly. Considering getting a leverless controller, do you think that's a good option for games like this? So the best answer to this, and I mean this genuinely, please don't take it like I'm like you know, answering in a very demeaning way. But whatever you are comfortable with is the best controller for you, for whatever game you play. Uni is a game where you can absolutely be successful with any method of control, whether it's leverless, whether it's pad, whether it's arcade stick. Several players have been successful regardless of the method of play. Just get good, kid. I mean, you can think of it that way, sure. I mean, part of it is just comfort. It's all about comfort at the end of the day. I don't think any particular controller poses an advantage, other than the fact that on most leverless controllers, it's easier to dash block most optimally. And that's, like, I'm going to admit, that's not a small component by any means of playing Uni dash blocking, that is. So that is significant enough, right, to mention it. But at the same time, right, you still have to just be comfortable with whatever you're using. You'll see some people play arcade stick still, just because that's what they're used to. That's what they're comfortable with. And dash blocking, again, it's just one element of playing the game. But yeah, whatever you're comfortable with is the best for you. But it is certainly worth mentioning that faster dash blocks with leverless controllers does make a difference. But I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm gonna buy the leverless controller just because streamers said that's the best thing to play for Uni, because that is not at all what I want the implication to be. You'll still have to make that decision for yourself, whatever you find the most comfortable. I personally play on arcade stick still. And I find it the most comfortable for myself. It's funny too, because for single player games nowadays, which I've been playing mostly these days, I play on controller. I play on a DualShock 4. But for fighting games, I still play on arcade stick. Yeah, I've played PC games my whole life, so I hope it transitions well. Sure, yeah. I mean, if you play like keyboard, then leverless will be very easy of a transition. Wow, so Knots has been bringing it back. I mean, giving him more time to get accustomed, acclimated to playing against a player like you, I think definitely goes in Knots' favor. And, you know, we think about Wagner, her pressure. The more you're under it, the more you're going to see even the likes of the Oria crumble to it. But, yeah, that was excellent Abre. Oh my god, yeah, Knots mashing with conviction, but unfortunately dropped combo. Both sides. Again, the heart rates must be so up during this match. It's crazy. But yeah, Studsy, I hope that answered your question. Let me know if you'd like more clarification on that. Oh, whoa, what? Sometimes you can just point blank shield buff or point blank sword buff and get away with it. That's high level play for you guys. Yeah, Knots. I am very confident that Knots was mashing that 5A, and it unfortunately matched his 5A harder, I guess. Oh no. Yeah, this is a rough position to be in the final round of the set if you're Dioria. Oh, he's dead! Wow. And that's how it played out. I mean, Knots going into top 4, that's his ticket. back of a perfect, right? Like that. I think that was probably one of the best matches in the tournament. I mentioned earlier the match with I believe it was Oito and Moaru, but this match had it all. It had the high heart rate inducing, you know, pressure back and forth. It had the slop, it had the spaghetti, and it had the outright steamrolls. So I think that was a very well told story through a 2-1 set. All right, so I'm going to let this play a little bit. I'm not going to skip the whole thing. We do want to absorb the ambience. But at the same time, you know, this is just tournament analysis, so I don't want it to be too lengthened. We're at 210 right now. We're 224 into the VOD. I think we're doing okay. I mean, again, I'll be here for quite a while. We'll watch as much of it as we can. I blocked out most of this day to be able to watch this. And for those of you that stick around, you'll be rewarded with streamers' thoughts on UNI2. Of course, if you aren't able to stick around, no worries at all either. I'm sure that'll go up in an upload later too. Or you can just simply watch the VOD as well, whenever you're able to. That's what you would like to do. Yeah, man, it was good advice. Excited to delve deeper into the FGC. Excellent. Yeah, I love to hear that. Does the new Uni have a release date? The release is scheduled for January 24th, I believe. Next year. Or is it January 24th? Now I'm not even sure. I think they're doing a button check, so I can check quickly. It's fine. January 25th. Pardon me. There we go. January 25th. Okay. Yeah, so, okay. Now we enter the top 4. This is Daniru versus Oshuhito. Some of the very best on their respective characters. I'm sure most of you have heard of Oshuhito by this point. Daniru, also a very skilled Batista. Perhaps the most technical and well-practiced Batista remaining out of the active Batista players in Japan. And yeah, this matchup is I mean, it's two very strong characters going at it, and I don't believe either character to have a particularly strong advantage in neutral, especially since Batista has to charge her inputs and Seth has very good mobility to dodge things, as you just saw there. But I do think the gems become the equalizer, at least for the time being. We'll probably see a difference with that in UNI2, given that the gems are destructible. But first, good hit goes to Ohito. Oh, I think that was supposed to be a Vorpal strip. Unfortunate. And that's probably all she wrote. Indeed. Yeah, didn't even need to spend meter. Yeah, the gems might be the real issue for Seth in this matchup. I think otherwise it's very manageable. Perhaps an even matchup, dare I say. I'm not sure how the Seth and Batista players view this one. Probably take their word for it if there's an opinion out there already. Yep, yeah. Batista. Good block. I mean, it was mids, but still, good block. What a 5C. Is this dead? This is dead. This is so dead. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's Seth for you guys. Oh wow, awesome. Hopefully I'll be able to get some games against people around my skill level. I'm sure you will. The early into a game's release is usually the best time for getting some games against people that are close to your skill level. Although, let's not sugarcoat it. Like, this game has a lot of like legacy skill, so to speak. So there will also be a lot of experienced players that you might run into early on, and those players, I'm not, we gotta say it how it is. They're gonna steamroll without any hesitance. So you do have to be ready, and you have to have the right level of expectations for yourself. Of course, if it becomes something that you don't enjoy, like getting like steamrolled by these very strong players, then that's something that you should definitely evaluate, right? Whether you would have fun with it or not anymore. But that is the reality. So, yeah. That's like the day one, right? Like Assault JC and Debedril. Trial by fire, exactly. Yeah. But it's okay. I mean, that's how fighting games are. It's not unique to Uni. Although, in the modern day and age, where we see a lot of these games doing their very best to do what they think is catering towards new players, when in reality, all it's doing is removing the things that high-level players need in order to absolutely destroy new players, right? Or at least, things that make it much easier for high-level players to do what they do to win, because, there's less for them to do, right? Or at least those things are easier. Something like that. Anyway, I'd rather not talk about it, to be honest, but you get it. What's up, Raxi? Yeah, I had to hold L's during the beta, but actually net playing helped me learn so much. That's really good to hear. Yeah, I mean, all these players also started out from somewhere. You have to realize that. And I really wanted to convey that through another player profile. If you guys haven't already watched the Oshuito player profile I did, I spent a lot of effort on that video, and it really, I'd really appreciate it if you haven't already given it a watch. I think it's the best video I've ever done. So, I rarely talk about my own videos in that regard, but I think that one is definitely one worth watching if you haven't already. But it's kind of cool to see like where these players first started, because they also started from places where a lot of people start nowadays, from very humble beginnings, getting used to their character, dropping a lot of combos, but still learning a lot. Mind you, this was a different era of playing the game. This was like kind of the arcade era for many of these players, right? But even so, I mean, there's still a lot of new people playing the game to this day, and they go through the same trial by fire that pretty much everyone has gone through, and they eventually make it out of there if they stick with it. So if it's really something that compels you, if fighting games is something that you enjoy, oh my goodness, is this what a clutch? Or you could say what a choke, but I think that was more so what a clutch. Wow. So just one more game, he's gonna hang in there, Danidru is. But yeah, if fighting games are something that interests you, I think it's something fulfilling enough where if you stick with it, then you'll be rewarded. ここはお互い無理をしないが、それじゃなしかぶせてターンを取っていくのはバティスタ側中央、そうですね、無理はしない。さあビーステラがカウンターヒットするが、ここはビーステラのみ。じゃあ A で下ろすが当たり方がちょっと悪かったか、バティスタが触っている急降下から投げを一つ。 Dashing through a set Batista gem is so frightening, especially when she's right next to it. Oh my goodness. But Oshuto had no fear there. Oh, nice. What a block and shield. You have, okay, you don't have to shield there to punish it, but it makes it so much easier to punish it when you shield the second part of Vidril. さあ空中でセグを置いて一旦お互い設置物を置いて落ち着いたところセットが捕まえてしっかりハザルド見ている。Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Oshuto was buffering 3C, as Seth players usually do. It doesn't look like it came out favorably for him though. And all of a sudden, wow, it went from Oshuhito, like on the precipice of locking in his grand final spot, to now he's on the back foot going into round 2 of game 3. Oh, how the tables have turned. Ah, wow. That's actually very hard to catch. That was a very abrupt jump into the air and block on the orb. Ohito had to basically essentially run up with 5-8 right away to get that unblockable. But he did. Alright, set play. Well accounted for by Ohito. Kept calm, and I think this should be dead for this round. Indeed, and it's going to be a lot of meter too. 56 meter going into the final round. Very nice. Yeah, Uto is playing very aggressively so far this round. He opened with a dashi, as the commentator noted, and even afterwards he was aggressively setting orbs towards the other side of the screen where Batista was not, so that he could eventually make his way in. I mean, of course, that's how Seth has to play neutral pretty much, or should play neutral rather. But so far, no outright clean hits that have led to combos. It's been some throws, some stray hits. But here's the first one. And well compensated for too. Look at the route adjustment. Ah, just as I say, right? It's never always so nice and dandy until you speak of it. Huge grid break. Yeah, set the EX orb. Oh. Wow. Yeah. I think the grid break didn't help things, but let's be real, like, if you're just coming off of grid break when Seth sets the EX orb, you're in some degree of trouble. And it put Doniru in a position where he was respecting very deliberately. And in order to make good use of seeing a green shield in that instance, you do have to dash into them, like a deep dash, like Ogito did there, to make sure that the EX orb projectiles don't actually connect into the green shield. And that's what allowed for Ogito to grid break throw at the end there. So another excellent match. It really could have gone either way, but it did look pretty solid for Ohito the moment he secured that last round in game 2. So this is the second match of top 4, Knots and Hua Hua. A warning for those of you that are non-premium users and also not or you don't have ad block on. There's going to be ads in like 40 seconds or so. So just get whatever you need ready if you don't want to see the ads, or you can just skip them when they come up. I think the ad should finish before the match starts, so I don't think I need to do any fancy delaying, but it should be fine. So Gordo and Wagner, right? Probably favors Wagner, let's be real. I mean, she has what Gordo has, but faster. I mean, obviously Gordo has more range, but Wagner just has so much damage and such great frame data. And she has a combo throw if need be. I mean, she doesn't really need a command grab, right? Because the combo throw alone just puts enough fear into the opponent that allows you to make use of her already great frame data in ways that you might not make use of with Gordo. Just because his frame data is that much worse, right? So we'll see how this plays out. I think in general, like, a lot of players in Japan don't have a lot of Wagner experience in Uniclear specifically, because there just aren't really that many Wagner players that are active anymore in Japan. Or I should say, like, you know, high level Wagner players in Japan. Boogie doesn't really play Wagner that much anymore. Moyo, I don't know if they've been active from what I've seen. But we'll see. Anyway, it's kind of been awkward this part of the round, but it does look like Hua will get the opening round of the match. Knott's probably taking some time to warm up. We saw that when he was playing. Who was he playing where we saw that? Ryu Oria, yes. It took him a bit to get started in that one as well, but I'm sure he'll make his way back. Let's see. Oh, Knott's missed 2 chances to actually throw the green shield there. Both were off of kind of delayed deep dashes. They weren't really that deep, but they were like notable dash ins after the assault. Ones where ordinarily the defending player could mash for sure. That's obviously risky, right? But it's possible to do. What? I got so hit. How did that? That was like some vanilla uni cross under right there. Oh my goodness, how did that work? Wow. A great moment to pull that out though. Oh, brutal time to shield there. Charge force function is just... Oh, he didn't go for a very damaging route, but it doesn't really matter. It looks like he got the next hit. This might be over this round. One more. I think it was possible for Knots to kill, although it's not going to matter. He in fact, sometimes it works out because you can get away with getting another hit later on and keep all your meter. Well-timed 5A mash there. And that's how you CS. Good stuff. Oh! Was that EX command grab Hua went for? I think it must have been, right? Because Wagner's A drill is actually airborne. So yeah, it won't get hit by the command grab, even though that command grab is invincible. And this is a double perfect for Knots. That second round was, yeah, I mean, like, okay, the first round in that game was very much like what you'd expect of a perfect. Not so much in the second round, but still very good stuff. We can definitely see Hua's defense crumbling, especially now that Knots has turned up the pace on his offense, and just in terms of like the tempo, the speed of the match in general, he's turned up the pace. Oh, good block. It might have been a bit slower of an Assault J than ordinarily. Oh, messed up the TK, I think it's TK214B, something like that, for Gordo. Respects wake up chain shift. Understandable. You can see Knots actually won the very next cycle right away. So another well-intended decision there, and quite rewarded for it. Managed to get the CS in, get the meter, as well as secure the round without too much trouble. I think that was an assault on reaction. Well done. Ah, Vio. But wake up DP right away. Wow. Oh no. No, please. Not like this. Okay. Yep. So after that opening game, I think as predicted, we saw that Knots accounted for it, maybe made the adjustments. You know, if any of you have watched Gundam Seed, Kira needed to make those adjustments for what's that suit called? Strike Gundam. When they made it to Earth, like he needed to make those like tiny adjustments to make sure he could fight on there. I think that's what Knots needed to do in order to take those last two games. And he didn't waste his time with doing it. He still played his game, right? He didn't give up anything in order to make those adjustments, and it paid off. Securing a grand final spot. I think they're trying to do like pre-match comments or something like that. The arcade era tradition.
はい、ということで今回はですね、決勝進出は2人に、入場演出とともに入場していただきたいと思います。はい、まず 1P 側をヒット選手。はい、皆様ご存知全一といえばこの男。くしくもですね、日本対決となった決勝、日本一のやり込みを見せられるのかといったところですね。よろしくお願いします。では続いて 2P 側ノーツさあカリフォルニアから来た資格ワイルドカードから決勝トーナメントを勝ち上がり今日一番勝っている男です。さあタイトルに手が届くのか注目でございます。よろしくお願いします。
Let's go Knots。
はい、それではですね、お二人に決勝前に、インタビューをいただきたいと思います。ここまで来てもらった方がいいかな。すいません、じゃあ
Yeah, seeing this just definitely makes me miss the arcade tournaments that were happening for UNIST back in like 2017, 2018.
Hello everyone, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to play all of you guys. I'm a little shy, so if I'm watching behind you guys, it's because I want to play, but I'm just too afraid to ask. Also, thank you to everyone who enjoyed the art on my hitbox. It doesn't get that reaction in America.
Oh dear.
こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。僕はシャイだからぜひ対戦しましょう。僕のアケコンの画像が好きな人が好きと言ってありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
Okay, yeah, we can skip now to the match. I think this is fine. But yeah, this is the final. I think it was first to 3. So plenty of time for adaptations, for conditioning. So it allows this to be as pure of a uni slugfest as possible. Of course, Yoshihito, nowadays not unfamiliar with this environment, this stage. Not's probably the same way, to be honest, but of course he's not playing on home turf, so that could or could not have been an element. But truthfully, Yoshihito hasn't been playing against Wagner players very often these days. It's just not a commonality in Japanese online ranked. Here we go, though.
ありがとうございます。ステージは公演かな、公演じゃない
Shoutouts again to Ripu. I think he was also commentating this almost the whole tournament, as well as of course running the tournament, running the event. Goated.
1P 側、お筆頭セット 2P 側ノッツワグナとなります。さあ見ていきましょう。第1試合。
So here it starts. Yeah, like, in my opinion, Wagner's neutral is not the most amazing, but truthfully, it's not like she needs to cover that much space for suddenly neutral to be like out of the question, because her range is so good. And if you can just create a little bit of space for yourself for like a greedy shield buff or like even a sword buff, because both of those work really well for enhancing respective moves. Sword buff, of course, for dash C, maybe even dash B, and sometimes also Aerial, and then shield buff solely for shield bash 2 and 4x and neutral. I say all of this, but Ohito does get a convincing first round. It does seem like Knots prefers just gathering some data for himself, getting a level, or like getting a degree of a read on his opponent in these opening rounds to allow for himself to retaliate in later games and later rounds. Yeah, Wagner's dash C. Goodness gracious. Yep, and then Vorpal strip. Was that a Vorpal strip? I actually didn't check if Ohito had Vorpal already, but if it was, I am so glad Vorpal strip is out of the game. Because look at this, 5.1. Like, you remove their Vorpal, you get 5.1. That was the round. VO is just, at least specifically VO on offense, especially in the situations you use it for Vorpal stripping. It's just such high reward, low risk. It's insane. I think Knots was trying to go for a throw to avoid blocking the orb projectile that was coming from behind, but it didn't work out. Ah, no, not the combo drop. So I think Knots mentioned in the interview following the tournament that he realized, no, sorry, this wasn't an interview. This might have been on Discord, actually, like in the Uni server. I think he was talking about like how he realized he could win. Like, you know, of course, it's like when you're facing Oshirito, it's like, oh my goodness, it's Ohito, right? But when I guess Knots realized, like when he was playing him, they're like, man, I can actually put up a good fight here. I think that's when he started flipping the switch, playing more aggressively, doing things a bit more haphazardly, like that, like what you just saw, literally, in an attempt to catch Ohito off guard, because that's really what you have to do to beat him. And, you know, as we have seen throughout tournaments of Uni's lifetime, even the giants can be slain. Although it's looking not so good for the Knots fans at the moment. Thankfully, it's a first to 3, I believe, if I recall correctly. So again, there's plenty of time for proper conditioning, and hopefully no steamrolls. But both of these characters have so much damage.
しいからペネが降りてる裏回りここがガード見えているノッツアが非常に打撃卓で崩されない
Great option. Yeah, ADP. That's what that's for. Such a good hitbox for hitting on the other side as well. But even better, a JA combo from Oito. I'm pretty sure this exact combo we did, even though he dropped it, that exact combo we did, I'm pretty sure he uploaded. Like, if you guys aren't already subscribed to Oito, by the way, please do. I mean, like, come on, guys been fiending Uni for, like, basically since the land before time, right? Like, even during COVID, he's been streaming very consistently, so highly recommend checking out his channel if you aren't already subscribed. But I think he had an upload for like the JA combo that he just did. I don't remember when because it's been some time. Oh, this routing is sick. Oh. Huh. I wonder if that JB was still plus even after it was shielded. Couldn't tell. Still a good round from Knots. I am not sure if that was a gamble or maybe a misinput. It's hard to say. Oh, yeah. 226 Sioki. I don't think Oito timed the B dive in time. Or maybe he was actually spaced not properly. Because sometimes that can happen and it'll cause it to like land right in front of the opponent even if they're still jailed in place. So that might have actually been what happened. Oh, good patience from Knots. Ooh. Getting clipped by a double overhead off of just a raw jump feels bad. Because, you know, oftentimes, right, like people have the OSs locked and loaded against jumps or assaults or whatever. But then sometimes even just you know, a full jump out of nowhere towards you is hard to respond to. You're kind of frozen in place, even though you know you can anti-air, right? It's not as easy as it might seem to bring out that anti-air. Okay, never mind. I think this is just Knots is going for danger time, and it's gonna pay off here. It looks like this should be dead easily. Yeah. I think he went for the VO there specifically because he had 200 meter and the cycle was coming up. You get enhanced grid gain when you're in Veil off, so it makes sense to go for it early in the round if you get that opening hit. And it paid off. Nice shield, excellent. Knots was fully ready for that. Yeah, Knots was structuring his pressure so well. This is where Wagner really excels. She has some of the most, like, improvisable pressure out there. Not just with stagger timings, but with how many buttons you use in a string, or how many buttons are even allowed during a string, while still being within the spacing necessary for those buttons to connect. And the fact that she has just fast buttons on average really helps with that as well. Her 5A is insane. Her 6B is good too. I think people do talk about it, of course, but it definitely doesn't get the full degree of credit that it should. It also makes hit confirms rather easy. So much so, I mean, didn't they have to nerf the amount of frame advantage you get off of 6B when you rebeat it? I think that was nerfed in Uniclair. It used to be plus, I believe, or even something like that. It used to be something that was better than what is in Uniclair right now. Anyway, great round again. Oh, I think he could have picked up a 2B, and that's what he's probably trying to do, but didn't get the crouch in time. It didn't look like ADP. I think he could have side switched, but it's hard to say. Oh.
これは読み切れたか。
Yeah, Knots has always been ready for those command grabs. I think the same thing happened when he played against Hua Hua. He went for Hua went for Gordo's EX command grab on wake up, and Knots had the assault ready. Like I think on reaction, same thing we just saw there. Wake up EX command grab from Oito. Knots was ready. He's not gonna get cheesed by that. Oh, brutal grid break if you're Oito. Knots kept it simple there. Yep, throw. TRM. Oh my goodness. Oh, but yeah. In the corner already. I mean, I think this is okay, maybe. Oh no, okay, maybe not. Nah, yeah. I was gonna say I think Knots is still fine because he can win the cycle. Plus he has all the meter he needs to get something started. But now, yeah, especially with that as well. This might be an exchange of perfects. Should be, I think. You can kill. Yeah, just going for IW makes sense. So a handshake of perfects. You've got to be kidding me. Final round of final game. Grand finals. Two players from completely different regions. And of course playing completely different characters. Oh, what? He didn't shield bash. Maybe he was going for Adro. Interesting. Oh, but this is tough. Oh, command grab after the blink. Yeah, you could tell. I think both players felt the pressure. They both went for what we would call like... Yep, congrats to Ohito. They both went for what we would call cheeky techniques there. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's that cheeky. I mean, obviously, when it works, it's clear that it's effective enough if it works. But Ohito definitely does not go often for a blink in the command grab. In fact, he rarely goes for command grab at all. But what a tournament. What a grand finals. What a performance from both of them, especially Knots. I think Knots, like, people now see that Wagner is very legit, at least in Japan, because, you know, obviously in the US and just in the Western Hemisphere in general, people are already aware of how much potential Wagner had as a character. Because Mario's been putting on a tear lately, the past 2 years. But now we can see it clearly for the Japanese scene. Wagner is legit. Still though, Ohito getting a very solid victory for himself. It's got to feel good.
That was really rough, but I had a lot of fun, and I'm actually a big fan of Ohito. I watch most of his streams, even though he streams pretty early for me. But yeah, I'm glad I was finally able to play him.
Yeah, sick. Yeah, if you don't watch Ohito's streams, a lot to learn from them. Plays against a lot of different players online ranked.
おひろの大ファン
さあカリフォルニアからですね来ていただいて、ここまでの、盛り上げをしてくれたのっさんにもう一度拍手お願いします。ありがとうございます。
On the other hand, Ohito, it's been a while since he's won an offline uni tournament. It sounds crazy to say it, but in general, most of the time when he wins, it's usually like an online tournament, and then in offline, it kind of like the pressure kind of gets to him. But this time, no, he got a convincing win. It was hard fought, but it was convincing.
はい、どうも、欧州一等です。本日はどうもありがとうございました。 本来ちょっとまあ明日のチームメイトとも今日出てたんですけど、ちょっとトーナメントで潰し合う結果になっちゃったんで、まあ今回は自分で優勝できましたけど、まあ結構ギリギリの試合もあったんで、まあ最後はまあちょっといいところで運が回ってきたなというところがありました。はい。明日の水曜もまあ頑張りますんで、まあよろしくお願いします。
All right, awesome. Okay.
はい、コメントいただきました。ありがとうございました。
Yeah.
2日間の優勝は今日優勝したやつしか狙えないので、明日も頑張っていただきたいと思います。それでは、前の方でですね、デイワン主催、ミシェルさんに渡します。
はい、はい、はい、それでは、これより表彰式を行いたいと思います。今回ね、賞金は優勝者にしか用意してないので、表彰されるのは
Okay. We probably have to watch this part, but
なりますので、はい。
so there's another part which is the 3v3. It happened on a separate day because the singles tournament basically took the whole day in their schedule. They accounted for that. But we'll go ahead and watch the 3v3. We're almost 3 hours into a stream, but I don't mind. We'll still finish what we can. In fact, we'll finish all of it still. And I've got a lot to talk about for UNI2 as well. So this will be a long stream. But yeah, I think we can skip this. You guys can watch on your own if you'd like to see the very tail end of it. We'll go ahead and switch over to the 3v3 now. So the 3v3 had a lot of good teams. We'll go ahead and pull up the player list for them. I think the most notable teams, at least if you want to look at it from the surface level, and of course we saw the results earlier into the stream because, you know, I just wanted to point out the specific results I was surprised by. But for now, we can look at the participants here. I think the most notable teams in my mind were the team consisting of Ryuse, Notes, and Kyo. That team is extremely stacked, as well as Crow, Jikangira, and Zawa. This team actually, unfortunately, did not make it very far in the tournament, from my understanding. We'll see if they got a chance to play on stream, because I don't recall. But that team is very stacked on paper. There's also, of course, Totoko, Ryu, and Huahua. That's a good team, especially given what we saw in the singles tournament we just looked at. Even Ohito, Daniru, and Mawaru, and then Miyagi, Muteki, Yagi, and Shimazaki, very good teams. Saltihiro, Michelle, and Goods are also like a lot of these teams were all definitely in contention for making it very far, let alone, like, you know, winning the whole thing. So this was, like, in many ways just as exciting, if not more exciting, than the singles tournament itself. And I want to point this out too, because the spirit of the 3v3 was definitely akin to what was felt in the past with Reincarnation of Parade, Over the World, some old arcade era uni tournaments that were also in the team format. And those tournaments are highly missed. Those are some of my favorite tournaments to watch. Not just the atmosphere that seemed to have been present there for the players based on what was conveyed through the streams, but also the matches, the quality of them. You got to see so many high-level players in the same event, and that was always exciting. I think team tournaments definitely allow for that more easily than singles tournaments. So as a uni fan, it's always enjoyable to watch them. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a good look at 3v3 tournament. I do not know where it started, but we'll try to skip towards the matches that take place. Hopefully we can catch them appropriately. Okay, this looks to be a real match. This is Mawaru and let me get the name of the other player. Because I am not sure. Let us see. Kono game wa what is that, the name of the team? Oh, this is Roy. Okay, nice. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Roy is a pretty, like, I believe they've been playing Uni for long enough. They played in the arcade era of Unist. And I imagine they were still playing to some degree during COVID for Uniclair as well. This matchup though, I think this is like pretty, like I think the consensus on this is that it just favors Hilda straight up. Like there are very few matchups where Batista has difficulty like this, and I think Hilda gives Batista difficulty. Although Roy did a good job getting the first round already though, which can happen absolutely. I can't tell if this is, it says free play, but I think this is a real match. Oh, and I forgot to set. Oh, let me set this. Yeah, in my experience when I was playing against Batista with Hilda back in Unist, and I don't imagine much to have changed since then, but it definitely seems like Hilda is able to run her game without too much impediment, just because she has range that contest and finds Batista before Batista can get real, like, you know, set play or neutral started. Because I mean, she has to do the charge time, right? And in order to do that, she's probably holding a direction, so Hilda can appropriately challenge those from a distance and do it quickly enough where Batista's not able to get all that started. Oh yeah, I got hit. Yep. That's always tricky to block the first time, because you know you're trying to, the minute you see your like land after the assault, you're trying to switch to low blocking, like as a pseudo fuzzy guard, and then the linchpin falls right down. So yeah, everyone kind of gets opened up by that. I think they're switching players or something. So based on the player list, this is Mihan Hyde maybe. Oh no, this is Shiro Noah. So we saw Shiro Noah in some of the opening games during the A block matches of the singles tournament, when they played against Cap and Sugar. This matchup is actually one of Hilda's worst matchups. Lin versus Hilda. Lin just has such good rat mobility that gives Hilda a hard time. And of course, the speed of her buttons is something that is noteworthy as well. But of course, Mawaru is very skilled, and I'm sure he has preparations for this matchup exactly, knowing that it can give Hilda trouble. Or rather, knowing that it does give Hilda trouble. So he's accounting for that. I think he was trying to do the follow-up, the force function into X follow-up, but it didn't come out, and it came out as regular force function. Very, very awkward. Yeah, some of the inputs on certain moves in the game are a bit weird. I think that's the best way to put it. Oh, what a roll. See, there you go. That is... but not that time. Yeah. But that was a good CS still. That's what CS is for. C Hien is also truly a pain for Hilda, because it covers distance, it has some iframes, it makes it a bit harder for Hilda to sit comfortably at a spot on the screen that's not exactly point blank. And well done from Shiro Noah securing it with IW as well. Yeah, I love how Mawaru uses that force function follow-up to stabilize the dash B confirms. And not just stabilize, but as a matter of fact, make it just easier to do the confirm. Because, you know, those things do matter in tournament environments. You don't want to drop your combos, especially when your combo leads to potentially 50-50, like it does for Hilda. Very nice. So for those of you again that are not premium users and don't use ad block, there's going to be ads in like 5 seconds. So we'll skip to the next one. This one is Mawaru and Rami-san. I think Rummy, maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah, Hilda and Carmine. A lot of what how do I put this? Carmine has to do like, okay, a lot of what Carmine does is like, yeah, some of the characters can do this, but they don't need to spend their health. And what really keeps Carmine intact is the fact that he has fuzzies. But it's not as easy to set up a fuzzy as it is to set up Hilda's 50/50. Thankfully, Carmine does have at least some good neutral. Again, it still costs quite a bit of health to make full use of it, but at least his neutral is good. And they're slowly making his defensive options better too. I don't think it's changed that he has a 7-frame 2A though, which is brutal in this game especially. Great combo selection from Mawaru. Side switch and the gloom setup still. It costs force function, which honestly, if this were UNI2, like Nami-san would have Celestial Vorpal right now. So maybe that would be reconsidered in the sequel. And also, it doesn't really matter because it looks like Mawaru's dead regardless. Yeah, very clean, very clean. 4K. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Dash B. I think he was trying to do maybe air JC, because yeah, I don't know. That didn't look right. Oh, but good chase down. And Mawaru sweeps. Yeah, some clean Hilda stuff as usual. This is like early A block matches, so I think, I don't know what the format was, but I think like there still was a chance for the Kono Gamewa team to advance through. Oh, and actually it does look like it was slightly edited. Excellent. Shout outs. We'll skip to the next one still. It looks like we got a mirror. Daniru and Needle. Oh, Needle was here. It looks like Needle maybe was only there for no, I don't know. Because day one had a lot of players and maybe they just didn't have everyone on stream, which is like, that's reasonable. Let me see if Needle was there day one. Okay, no, I don't see Needle on the day one entry list, so maybe they only showed up for day two. Fair enough. So Daniru and Needle. Needle's definitely one of the more like researched, technical Batista players out there, and they've contributed a lot to the character over the years. Like, I don't know the exact year, but for like where they started playing, but it's been a long time. Like, for people that have been following the game for a while, you'll know. Interesting team name. 140, 160, 163. Knots. Oh, Knots is on this team with Needle. It looks like Knots, Needle, and Nanashio. Yeah, again, I mean, I really don't know what there is to say about Batista mirrors. That was a sick combo though by Needle with the VO strip as well at the end of it. Vorpal strip rather. Gonna cash out, yep. IW. Oh, no IW. Nice though. Yeah, that was a well hidden B drill. Using the chain shift. Couldn't kill though. This is risk. Okay, there we go. So yeah, really good stuff from Needle. I think they did a great job of keeping momentum after they got the hit. Because sometimes with Batista, if you let the opponent escape, it's like, okay, now I got to go back to neutral. I have to kind of shift gears a little bit, right? Because you do play a little bit differently in neutral than you would when you're, you know, on offense. But that being said, I think it was well maintained, the momentum from Needle's side, so paid off. So next is Oshuhito and Needle. Yeah, I think Oshuhito has a lot of experience in this matchup. This is a button check? Probably, yeah, okay. I should have known Ohito would never not use his famous Seth color. I guess he did use the default Seth or something at Evo Grand Finals, but that was because there was some tournament he used the default Seth color, but I think it was because the color he normally uses wasn't available. And, you know, most of the time TOs are not very welcoming to the idea of buying colors while the top 8 or whatever is going on, because, you know, it takes time. They want to keep things on schedule, which rarely do things ever stay on schedule. Such is a life rule of fighting game tournaments. How did that go on the other side? I mean, it doesn't matter because you have enough time to like adjust the fact that it switched sides after the force function, the crouching force function of Batista, but that still looks extremely peculiar. C. Yeah, I like the back tech actually from Needle. He still has VO time, so still plenty of opportunities to win the next cycle if it should come to that. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't look like that'll be happening. Yeah, the spacing that Seth is left at after 63C as a combo ender allows for meaty 5B. I have to imagine Needle was not respecting, probably pressing a button. We'll never know because Batista could not be counter hit in Uniclair. Thankfully in UNI2 that is gone. And my goodness, is that a good thing? Okay, so Ohito took that one over Needle, and then Knots is now facing Ohito again. So this is a run back, and mind you, this is the subsequent day. So, oh wait, no, hold on. This is a button check. Surely, right? No, Knots is playing Ordia. Wow. All right. I mean, he does know how to play other characters for sure. Maybe saving the Wagner for later. I don't know. No. This is not this. No, right? This is Nanashio, probably, because Nanashio plays Ordia, and I think Nanashio is on Not's team with Needle. So this is probably Nanashio. It's. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess. Maybe it is Knots. And they decided to have 2 Oreo players for their team. I'm not sure. Regardless though, yeah, Oreo does have somewhat of a difficult time against Seth. She has mobility, sure, but she's not exactly going to be catching Seth in the air without some properly placed Thanatos attacks, or, you know, just wait until he comes back to the ground. Yeah, I wish I had seen more of this matchup, because I feel like the approach of every Oreo player against Seth is so different. Like, yeah, like there's a lot of different ways you can probably make use of Oreo's, you know, longer than average buttons to challenge Seth, especially when he's going into the air, before he goes into the air, or to destroy an orb and make your way out of there, because she does have a very strong backdash, especially mid-screen. Okay, no, I think they messed up the scoreboard. Yeah, that must have been Nanashio, which I suspected. Knots, there's no way Knots would play Ordia against Oshuhito, right? Great jump, really good. You actually do have to be on your toes, even though Seth's unblockable dive is pretty long startup. You still have to be on your toes to perform the active defensive measure against it, which many times can lead to costly scrambles. And that's the whole point of Oshuhito using the unblockable dive. It's to put some fear into you to make a really poorly executed decision where you're in a worse off position than just taking the unblockable. Oh, great DP. Oh my goodness. That one you do absolutely have to be ready for. Very difficult otherwise. So Knots transferring over some conditioning from the prior day where we saw the singles tournament grand finals between them. Wow, yeah. Oito knew. He waited. Oh, it dropped. Oh, no. No. And this could very well be the round. It's possible. Oh, he missed the chance to throw the green shield again. What? Wake up jumping 2-3. No, wake up jumping. He did wake up air EXDP. I mean, maybe that move does have like invincibility, but I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I have no clue. Zero idea. Yeah. Wow, that's all. I mean, yeah, like it's trickier to perform the adaptations in that first one because again, when they played yesterday, Knott's had all the time to make the adjustments, right? Like he was able to he was able to give away those rounds early in those games, such that it was like all right to be on the back foot for a little bit, but not the case for the team format where it's first to one in each head-to-head. This one looks to be Kyo versus Nanashio. It seems that there's going to be some sound audio delay here. I said sound audio, some PS4 audio delay. Yeah, Kyo we haven't seen in a long time. I think the last time, well, I know he's still been active, but I think the last time we saw Kyo in a tournament proper must have been, was it Evo Japan this year? I don't remember. But it's not completely out of left field to consider Kyo one of the best uni players in Japan, if not the whole world, just because of how clean he is with making those reads. Like, I think there's so many players you can watch where it's like they won because they took advantage of their openings, you know. They won because they had like pretty optimal combos, and Kyo's got those, right? He has all of the above. Plus he has just, I don't know, he just makes the right decision so often. It's crazy. And it's hard to really explain. I need to figure out a good way to explain some of these players' strengths, because that will come in handy. But yeah, Kyo makes it work with one of the characters in the game where most people consider it to be a bit of a struggle. Gordo, that is. And he's been making it happen for quite a long time. But as you can see, the audio is delayed for this match, so that was what was probably at the bottom of the screen a bit earlier. Clean one from Kyo. But I think also the ability to flip the switch is part of also what makes a high level player, right? Because you don't want your opponent to get so comfortable in their ability to play one way. And if you're able to change things up on a dime, like make aggressive pushes with your buttons, whether it's offense or defense, then I think that's what allows you to, that's what allows certain players to be good. And I think that's what I'm having difficulty describing as one of Kyo's strengths, because it's not as flashy as some other players where it's like, wow, this player is so technically skilled with their character, right? Kyo is obviously very good with Gordo, but it's not just that, is it? Right? So it's very hard to describe. I'm definitely going to think of some good ways to phrase that for future streams or videos. I'll try to figure that out. Oh, interesting. I wonder what was like the thought process behind spending CS there? Maybe like he did the wrong combo or something. He was trying to fix it midway. But yeah, regardless, I mean, there's a good reason why Kyo loves backdashing so much with Gordeau. That backdash is so good. It travels far for how short it is, short of a duration it is, that is. Yeah, it's fast. It's like Hyde's backdash in a way. It's just fast, travels a good distance. Yeah, I mean, really one of Gordeau's strengths in Kyo. Kyo uses it in a very elegant way. So let me skip forward a little bit. This is Kyo and Needle. Again, the audio is still delayed natively on the VOD. This is not me. This is not my stream. So just apologies for that, guys. But just want to make sure that's clear. So this is a matchup where, you know, Gordeau probably has a bit of trouble in neutral, at least, or at least, you know, can't run his neutral straight to the game plan, because you do have to be watchful of Batista's gems, where they're being placed, where she is with respect to those gems, and how far away she is in general, right? Because then that's where it's more likely that you'll get hit by maybe a laser or a ball when you're going for 5C or Grim Reaper, or even Mortal Slide. Yep, like you saw right there, 5C, even though it was blocked by Batista, blocking was actually what allowed for that fireball that Batista did to still hit Gordeau during the recovery of 5C. And really excellent damage on the subsequent confirm. It's rough too because Kyo wasn't really on the back foot in terms of being under pressure, like blocking in the corner or something, at all during that round. All those openings were found out of neutral towards the mid screen. And see, he even has to like respect Batista at nearly round start range, just because he's trying to look for a way to shield for Vorpal too. All that goes hand in hand, right? Yeah, this matchup might look a bit different in UNI2 because of gems being destructible. And also because 5C will have less recovery. Hopefully we won't see as many unsafe drops as we just did right there. But I don't imagine it'll be like that. Yeah, this round, yeah. So yeah, a rough draw for Kyo, but good on the other hand, good from the side of Needle. I think being able to actually make full use of the advantages that Batista has in neutral against Gordeau is not as easy as it might seem. So it was still well managed. So now it's Needle versus Notes. Notes is starting to come back. I think he was inactive for quite a while. Obviously, the best Carmine. One of my favorite players to watch, personally. Very entertaining. But yeah, I think he's starting to get the groove of it again. He was on the UNI2 beta the past few days. So I think he's regaining his rhythm slowly. It wasn't as evident during Stormy Night, but he's still, I mean, I think he's still got it. Like, it won't take very long for him to get reacquainted with what he does with the character and what he does in the game in general. That being said, this matchup is still pretty rough, I think, for Carmine. The best way for Carmine to have a fighting chance is to have Batista in the corner. So this is a good chance right here. Yep. Because you can get Batista blocking for quite a while. And it's not too hard to bait her flash kick during these strings that Carmine is able to do. With VO. Oh, you missed the IW. Yeah, the timing is not as easy as it might seem. But, yep, the bomb being detonated, releasing the button is good enough for that round. I think, yeah, I think Notes was the man to be sent in against Needles Batista. Makes sense. Send in a guy that can get the momentum started and keep the momentum by pressuring the character in the corner, such that her advantages are not going to be as relevant. Oh wait, Notes got grid broken? I think he was trying to go for throw. Otherwise that does not make any sense. Unfortunate though. Yeah, I guess I should note too, like 6B specifically, even though it takes, yes, it does take Carmine's health, but it is so much easier to do a 6B than it is for Batista to do a fireball because it's a charge input, right? So the fact that 6B does null out one of Batista's fireballs does matter quite a bit. It's still not something that you can spam quite often because you're simply going to lose too much health for that. But Notes made good use of it to ensure that neutral was secured and thus the game. Alright, so this is not in Notes. Their battle will be legendary. Notes and Knots. Yeah, I think in general, Knots traveling over there for Stormy Night, that gave probably a lot of good Wagner experience for the scene over there, because I do not think that Japan plays against Wagner that much these days. At least, you know, like high-level Wagner players. So, especially going into UNI2, that'll be something worth keeping in mind. I'm sure we'll start to see more Wagner again. Yep. That's a Notes confirm. Oh, the back tech. I think Knots actually would have won the cycle if not for the back tech. Bit rough. I don't think. I think he could have. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously it's easy to say in hindsight, right? But he managed to stay patient when the next cycle, so maybe it's okay because he got his turn back with that. Definitely worth spending the meter there because you can win the next cycle easily. Yep, patient for it. Waited until after he already won the cycle. Invited Knots to go for the throw. Oh, what a shield. Oh my goodness, what happened? Looked like 5C went under and maybe caused a weird interaction. Hard to say. Oh no. Yep, nice, yeah. 5A throw. That's gonna be a lot scarier now that 5A can be repeat cancelled with just 4A in UNI2. You can do 5A, 4A, 4A, 4A. And even for a lot of characters that also carries dash momentum. So you can get a lot of 5As with that in there. I think Nanase can get like up to 5 or 6. It's something absurd like that. And you can delay between them. So it can produce a genuine throw game between each of those 5As. Pretty crazy. Certain characters will definitely appreciate that. I think Carmine will be one. It's not like he needs it, but it'll be useful. You got to kind of take whatever you can with Carmine. And Notes, the cleanup crew, good stuff. Yeah, like I think for Notes especially, if you have not played him, because there's literally no other Carmine out there like Notes. So if you've not exactly played Notes, then I think it's going to be a hard time. Because you can play against other Carmine players. You'll get matchup experience, but you won't get Notes experience. But Knott still did a great job. I think he got a solid offensive earlier. So let's see. The next one is just trying to skip towards when the match starts. Here we go. Kyo, Hilda, and unfortunately, I don't know how to read that for the Oreo player. Okay, let me look it up. Is it Koze? Probably Koze. Oria. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, Kyo, Hilda. Kyo has been playing Hilda for quite a while. He was also active during the arcade era of Unist. Continued playing the game throughout COVID as well. Let me see who else is on Kyo Hilda's team. I think there are a couple of other players that are certainly noteworthy. In the meantime, though, Hilda Oria, I think it's an even enough matchup. It's not too bad for either character. Oria does have to play Hilda's game slightly, but she has long pokes that can quickly close the space, and then plus, if you're able to make great use of the backdash that Oria has, you can disengage in a GIF from the ranges that Hilda's buttons are most effective at. And then, of course, you also have Palebringer, as you just saw. Very good tool for dealing with some of Hilda's gap block strings. So overall, I think both characters can hold their own in this matchup, respectively. Having difficulty finding Kyo Hilda on this list. Let me just make a better scan through. There we go. So Kyo is on a team with Boogie and Mihan. So Boogie is presumably playing Hilda as well. Mihan playing Hyde. Ooh, yeah. That was kind of hard to see, actually, because you're still blocking the half circle forward C, the nails that rush at you. Oh, that JA, Assault JA was very tricky. Done late enough where you'd kind of be caught off guard by it, and there was a great 6B timing catching the green shield. That was a good comeback. Excellent stuff from, I think this was Koze. I don't know if that's correct, but regardless, the Oria player had a good showing in that game. I think they showcased pretty well what Oria can use as her advantage in the Hilda matchup, and they'll have another chance to show it against, I think, Boogie, who's going to be up next, probably. Oh, no, it's going to be Mihan. Never mind. So this is as bog standard of a matchup as it gets. Two very controlled characters. I don't know how else to put it. Like, both characters do their stuff, but it's nothing like insane. The one cheapie that Oria has is what we just saw, 6B, just being hard to see, but you can train yourself to see it. Hyde is the hero. So naturally, as it goes with the hero trope, he doesn't have, he's gonna be relatively basic, I guess. I don't know. He's still a cool character in my opinion. Honest Keto and Harada. Yes, yes indeed. Yeah, funny enough, like blocking Hyde when Hyde has you in the corner is actually pretty scary, in my opinion. I mean, also just he has good damage in the corner, so that adds to the fear as well. But at the same time, it's not like for the most part it's just mids, right? So you know, mids that do chip damage, but the chip damage is not as crazy as someone like Wagner. It's funny too because I remember back in UNI2, they were like Frenchbed were making those videos like as kind of like snippets for how to play the character, and Hyde was like, I think the way they like phrase it is like he's like you can do chip damage on his sword nulls, and they marketed it as like a gimmick, you know, like this was something notable. And turned out that like later on, and especially in Unist, characters like Wagner just straight up do more chip damage than Hyde. It's so funny. That being said, though, I mean Hyde can do chip damage. It's not like it's not there. It's just that it's definitely not like. It's not something that's worth pointing out as like a gimmick, really. In the same way, you wouldn't, even though Wagner does a lot of chip damage, you wouldn't really point it out as like a gimmick. Oh, Koze put on a show. Yeah, part of that was, I think Koze actually could have probably closed that game out sooner had they confirmed off of the crouch hit 6Bs. They just dropped the link a few times and it made the match go on a bit longer. Maybe they just wanted to keep it interesting. But yeah, we're gonna close off with, or not close off. Potentially, it's still possible for Boogie to make the reverse sweep, but it looks like it's Boogie versus Koze. Wagner just trades range for more pressure, and I love it. Yeah, you know, Wagner actually still has comparable enough range to Hyde. There was a meme back in Unist where it's like Wagner is Hyde but better. Like obviously, please keep in mind that's like a joke, right? I mean, whether it's true or not is up for debate. Back then it was probably true. Nowadays, it's not as straightforward. But still, like Wagner does have really good range. It's kind of deceiving because it does. She has the appearance of having short range moves. Mind you, when you get hit by 5C and 6B, you'll think otherwise. Even 2C. Her 2C is pretty long reach as well. Ooh. Yeah, Koze is really on a tear. I think basically except save for like Kyo Hilda, none of the players on Team HHH have really gotten started. Okay, here we go. If Boogie can get like even 150-50 from this, I think he can turn it all the way. But it doesn't look like it so far. Yep, going for this insane damage. Look at the damage, by the way. Look at the damage. Good grief. Oh my. Wow. That is Hilda. Going for a dash 5B and it actually hitting got me tripping for real. Yeah. Are you talking about with Wagner, I'm guessing? Oh, what a 3B. They probably went for the throw tech. That was probably a 3BOS. Oh, good punish though. Good block and punish. That's what you get for not canceling Oria's 6B. It is a risk you take. Yeah, for Wagner. Got it. Yeah, no. 5B is a satisfying button. It's fast, has great reach, and it's a good starter. Oh my goodness. So this is what I was talking about. If Boogie can get the 50-50 going, okay, he's going to go for Vorpal instead of proper Ender. Makes sense. Spend CS. I'm not sure about that CS expenditure, but fair enough. This is actually not good for Boogie right now. Won the Vorpal cycle, but still blocking. Oh! Dive kick? Yo, I think that's enough. Wow. Skin of the teeth for sure, but certainly all that matters is that HHH still in this one. Boogie can make the reverse sweep. I mean, Koze had all the momentum. It's to be seen whether the rest of Sylvanian families is warmed up and can fight against Boogie, because Boogie's a strong Hilda, and you know, as long as he's woken up slightly, he can definitely make the comeback, in my opinion. So this is let me look for the Hyde player here. This is Dax Hunse, something like that. Hyde player. All right. Here we go. Yeah, like again, if Boogie can get like that was really key, because I think Boogie can take this the whole way, like the full reverse sweep. Just needs that one glimpse of hope. And that's what Hilda's all about. That's what Hilda gaming is meant for. Guard thrust. You know, guys, I am so glad that we don't have to get grid broken and lose 100 meter for guard thrust in UNI2. I am so glad. I'll talk about that after we finish watching Stormy Night. It might be quite a while until then, because this 3v3 is the 3v3 VOD is a bit longer than the singles VOD, but trust me, we'll get to it. It might be a bit later in the night. If those of you that are in the East Coast or any other times on the Pacific Coast, then don't worry, you'll be able to watch the VOD back, you know, whenever you'd like. And I'm sure that I'll try to also upload the section that I talk about my UNI2 thoughts. So, but yeah, man, I'm so glad that they changed guard thrust. It still might not be enough, but even compared to when I did the video, it seems like they changed one more thing, which was making it never cost Vorpal. So they're taking the steps in the right direction, in my opinion. And that is another game for Boogie. Yeah. As I was saying, right? Like that marginal victory that was secured against Koze was probably all that sufficed for ensuring that Boogie can pull the weight for his team and get the reverse sweep. Yo, what's up, Vanguard? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. On a side note, why did the Japanese community move to PlayStation with Uniclair? So that is an excellent question. The issue with the way playing fighting games has changed these days is that arcades in Japan were already kind of slowly waning, and COVID was like the nail in the coffin. So it was difficult, you know. The transition to playing primarily on PS4 came with much difficulty for everybody, but it was like a natural consequence in the way of things, unfortunately. Specifically PlayStation though, because I think PC gaming is not as common in Japan compared to like playing on, you know, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. So I think that's part of it too. It's 3:30 a.m. in your time zone. Oh my goodness. No, don't worry. If you like, you know, there's always the VOD to catch as well. But no, I really appreciate that you came through to check out the stream. It means a lot. But yeah, you know, get the rest if your body calls for it. I was so tired after coming back from my trip to LA yesterday and Friday, but I still wanted to make sure to do the stream because there was a lot I wanted to talk about for both this tournament and for UNI2. So we'll get to both of those. But yeah, there's always the VOD, so no worries. But yeah, okay, so this is, I couldn't see the name of the Gordo player. It might not even matter because, I mean, oh, drop that. Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh, no. No, dropped it twice. Is this a chance? So the Gordo player is, let's see. Shikiyoku. Okay. I don't know if I've heard of them, but, you know, putting him in the anchor position. This must be the ringer. And maybe say I'm looking. Oh, it's fine. You'll stick around for a few minutes to give watch time and boost the algorithm. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much. And maybe say I'm looking forward to breaking my fingers with Yuzu and Batista in UNI2 since you were too late to the UNI1 train. Ah, yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, I think, I mean, I you know, Yuzu, they're making some accessibility changes that I heard are really positive, like such as giving her an actual buffer during stance. So that should help out a lot. According to Kimone as well, the Batista changes made for UNI2 are intended to make her much more simpler to play. That was his own words, like something along those lines. But yeah, so hopefully that won't be as bad as it was in Uniclair and before. Oh my goodness, yeah. As we were talking about, you guys, Boogie reverse sweep. Looks like that anchor position was in good hands for HHH. So excellent stuff. Yeah, love to see that. Hilda EX Orb into overhead move. Annoying thing I've ever had the pleasure of playing against. Yeah. Yep. It's not just the overhead. It's the fact that she can also do the low. And between those two, if the Hilda player does it correctly, it's not reactable. It's a 50-50. You have to guess. At least if the Hilda player does it correctly. Oftentimes people switch between going from overhead to low because it looks like she's going to do a low as she's about to land. But then she does a very low height JC, charge JC. And it's always tricky to deal with. But I'm happy that you guys are excited for UNI2. The game is definitely going in a positive direction. I think slowly over time it's matured a lot. If you look at the days of Vanilla Uni and UniL, the game's come a long way. So it's really exciting. And I have pretty good confidence that the game will see another appearance at EVO next year. And I'm hopeful to be able to make it, if so. I mean, even if not, like, I'll try to make it there. But yeah, anyway, this one is... Who is this? D-block match between... presumably Kyo and... Wait, what is this? Shibaraku team na owattemasu. I don't know. Okay, well, regardless, we'll watch this. I mean, it's another Uni match. I don't mind. But it does seem like it's a repeat of a match we saw already. Maybe like I don't know. What does this say? Maybe like second half block? I'm not sure. Really excited about the tournament that'll host this game. Over the World America Edition win. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, I think there will be a lot of tournaments for this game, undoubtedly. Yeah. There will absolutely be plenty of tournaments for UNI2. I mean, there's already going to be one around when it launches with Frosty Faustings, which at this point, like, given the scarcity of available offline tournaments for Uni, specifically not locals, but like, you know, regional level and major level, Frosty Faustings might be considered a major now, just given how few of them there are these days. But anyway, like, regardless of whether it's considered a major or not, it will be there. It should be exciting. I think UNI2 is actually one of the highest register games right there. So yeah, says a lot about where the game has come. Okay, this is Kyo versus Hua Hua. That makes more sense. All right, I'm glad we didn't skip from this one. Frosty Faustings was so cool. You used to watch Soul Calibur 6 tournaments there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've done a lot for, you know, holding it down for Midwest presence, or not Midwest, but like, you get what I mean, like that side of the U.S. Is that Midwest? Am I tripping right now? Probably. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, Frosty Fausting is an awesome tournament to watch. They've always had some good events, good matches. Incedient protecting his title on X in like 2021, I think, was amazing. Oh yeah. I'm not familiar with like the players or necessarily like the you know, the scene for Soul Calibur completely, but usually, you know, whenever there's like a game that doesn't often get featured at some of these tournaments, and that game gets its chance to shine in a really beautiful way, I think that's always amazing. That's what I love about the FGC, especially watching offline tournaments. It's awesome. Can I ask what are the differences between Gordo and Yuzu? They both have very long range, but I'm sure there's differences, and I feel like Gordo has to work less for his range. I'm sure I'm wrong, hence the question. Right. So, Incedient is a really good Soul Calibur 6 player, and X means Shanghua. Got it. Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. That helps. Yeah, so Gordo is very different from Yuzu. Gordo is, in fact, his archetype is very... I'm gonna be honest, like... I don't know, like, Gordo's archetype to me is kind of nebulous. There's not really one good word available in, you know, traditional FGC archetypes that describes Gordo's gameplay in brief. I like to describe it as fear, but fear is also kind of vague. But I mean, it's true, but it's still like hard to you know, that's not clear enough for a new player. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Yuzu, on the other hand, is very easy to describe. Yuzu's a zoner in part, but she forces every other character in the game to play her game in neutral. She will keep you out, and if you are too impatient, she'll land a hit, get a full screen confirm, like not full screen literally, but basically like a 3/4 screen confirm, and put you back in the same situation. On top of that, she can still play a very strong close-up game with her throw as well. She has a combo throw, which is not very common, nowadays it's common, but it used to, at the time where it was like noteworthy as, you know, her gimmick, I guess, it was not common for a character to have a character like her to have a combo throw. So she has a strong throw game. She's a very strong zoning game. And overall, she just has one of the best kits and a ton of damage. So I think it's easier to describe Yuzu as a zoner with a strong close range game, whereas Gordo is Gordo's absolutely not a zoner, but he can make the opponent struggle from afar if he so desires, and he also has decent pressure, right? Because part of it, Gordo's goal is to make you press buttons. Yuzu's goal, I mean, she wants to punish mistakes. That's her like general goal, which can be accomplished both in neutral and on offense. Whereas Gordo's more so gonna like make you want to press a button only up close. And from afar, you're mostly just trying to shield him. And Gordo's goal from afar is trying to catch those shields, which is the purpose of Charge 5C, right? It's an overhead that crushes crouch shields. Because otherwise, you know, every player, when they're facing Gordo, and Gordo does Mortal Slide, they're going to shield the second hit. And they're also probably going to shield 5C. You know, they're going to shield in general. So Gordo can try to bait those to win the cycle. But overall, I think Gordo is more oriented towards close range game. Outside of what I just said, whereas Yuzu's like, she can play a very cerebral zoning game while still having strong close-up game. It's pretty crazy. I think my curiosity bottles down to, hey, how come this guy can swipe side as far as I can and use some vampiric stab from 70% of the screen, and yet he's not a zoner? Yeah, that is Uni indeed. So, you know, it's funny because when I first got into Uni, I was like, yeah, the range in this game is so crazy. Oh, what a shimmy. Dear me. That was like a literally perfectly timed backdash. Insane. Only Gordo. It's just beautiful. But yeah, a lot of characters in Uni have the well-chosen combo as well. Good stuff. Yeah, Huafua's on a tear right now. A lot of characters in Uni have long range. You can even look at Lyn. Like, she has a lot of range for the character archetype she would appear to fulfill, right? Nanase, similarly. Merkava, like, people kind of come to expect at this point, right? But there are plenty of characters in this game with a ton of range. Gordo is definitely a meme in Uniel because he could, like, kind of whiff punish random stuff from ranges that didn't make sense. And that's just how he worked in Uniel. That was a time where a lot of characters were not fully completed. So Gordo especially stood out. But at the same time, he's absolutely not a zoner. His goal far range, really. You saw, like, right there, the round start Grim Reaper. That is a strong option of his at round start, but it's not really something you should always use at round start. Because if they just block, then you're giving them grid for free at the very beginning of the round, which isn't always desirable. I mean, you do get your turn, which is nice, but you need meter to make use of that. On the other hand, Hilda can dash B round start with not as much risk. She can no cancel it. She can cancel into gapped options. She can cancel into gapless options. And most of them, you know, it's a lot more versatile than Gordo going for Grim Reaper at round start. But that being said, looks like Huafua has taken this one. A sweep for his team. Yeah, it's peculiar for Uni, especially because there are plenty of characters that will be like, you know, half screen poking you, and players will be confused like, why isn't this a zoner? But think of it like this, right? Uni's range of poking is a lot longer than maybe you would see in like BlazBlue poking or something, or like Street Fighter poking even. I think that's the best way to think of it. And don't, like, you know, I know people like joke about grounded footsies for Uni. That it's a joke, okay? Like, it's not really true. There's a lot of characters that jump around. I mean, jumping is generally risky because there's almost everything is air unblockable, right? But I mean, it's not like entirely grounded either. You're not playing literal Street Fighter. Okay, no, I'm glad to hear that it made sense. I wish I could give a more in-depth answer. But there's just so much to, there's so many nuances, right? And a lot of characters can shuffle or adapt their game plan on the fly. So it's not really clear cut. There's no like one dimensionality to a lot of these characters' plan of execution. Yuzu can have almost limited teleports in the air. Yeah, that's a good example as well. No, it's not a bother. Trust me, like, I'm sure this is going to help a lot for other people that are also watching, because you know, plenty of times people have the same question, but you know, it won't be answered until someone asks. So it's completely fine. Don't worry. And this tournament analysis, like, it's much better for me to try to answer these questions as the match is going, because sometimes I can also point out something that's actively happening while answering the questions. So trust me, it's completely fine. And I don't think actually a lot of people are like, I mean, there was a time where a lot of people did do VOD review or, like, you know, VOD discussion or tournament analysis or whatever. But I think there's a bit of a void that needs to be filled these days. And I haven't done it as much as I've wanted to, because, you know, in the past I was mainly focused on just compiling highlights, just raw, pretty much. And that does, like, I think at the time there was definitely, it was definitely good to, like, you know, just, I guess, build up excitement about Uni, because, you know, not a lot of people are able to see it in as digestible of a format otherwise. But you know, at this point, I think it's worth adding to the collection of possible video formats for the game on YouTube through just talking about the game while there's a tournament going on in the background, you know. And I know there's like a lot of insight I can offer in these ways, but I haven't. You know, you're not always able to do them in some of the video formats I've done before. It's not always easy to accomplish that. Like, you know, like there have been plenty of times where like I would do a compilation in the past and I'm tempted to like, you know, put some text on the screen to explain why this was a sick clip. But I think in that situation, it was better to just kind of let it organically be viewed and entertained, or sorry, let it be organically enjoyed in the way that, you know, people want to appreciate it, and, you know, maybe save like the analysis for something down the line, right? So there's always room for different ways of looking at these matches, or, you know, these clips or these tournaments or whatever. I think I like Uni since everyone is about the same level of power. It forces you to learn the fundamentals as a beginner of fighting games. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Uni is a great game to be fully engaged with the so-called fundamentals, right? Because that's what you're presented with in a lot of these interactions. You're not really presented with, like, you know, BlazBlue style, like, you know, you gotta guess or you gotta react to the overhead or whatever, right? Or like, you know, some older Guilty Gear games put into Blender, like the Okizeme that almost every character has in Rev 2 and Exart era in general, right? This game definitely, you interact with your opponent in a different way. Some people, you know, find that more enjoyable. Overall, I think these are just different things that respective games excel in. These are different things that the games offer as like their specialty. So it's not really like one is better than the other necessarily. Kind of like if everyone is insanely strong, no one is. You could think of it like that too. I do think Uni does have a solid spread of the skill of players though. And it's not evident right now, obviously, because, you know, the game had awful online for a while. And the players that were still active on average were the players that were very experienced. But I think now that the game's entering another new era, we'll start to see a different sort of spread of the skill gap. So I think it, you know, what you're saying, like if everyone is insanely strong, no one is, might still be true to some degree. But I think as it tends to go with games when they get more popular, we'll start to see, you know, a lot more representation of each side of the spectrum of skill. Exactly. It's not Strive where there's a huge range of strength and skills and people can skip important fundamentals through different characters. Precisely. I mean, you can still do that in Uni, let's be real. Like, there are characters like Hilda where you play the game a lot differently. There's characters like Batista, similarly, where you might not need the same degree of understanding of the Uni system as some other characters might require. But it's definitely more prevalent in games like Strive, or, you know, other games that are in that vein. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, no. I hope you get some good rest, and thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, there's always the VOD to catch if you're interested. So, but yeah, there's gonna be next Kyo and Mihan. It seems like they focused on the D block for the most part in the beginning of the tournament. An example being how Milia can get a hard knockdown and force a one-player game. Yeah. And, you know, that's the appeal of Guilty Gear. It's like a different side of playing the fighting game. And that's not necessarily a good or bad thing, right? Like, that's just the unique... That's the unique quality of playing Guilty Gear versus playing another game like King of Fighters or like Under Night Ember. One of my favorite fighting games nowadays, Bleach Dark Souls, is such a peculiar fighting game, right? Because it has elements of fighting games that are really touted nowadays, but it also doesn't have the best degree of balance. It doesn't have the same level of polish that fighting games usually have nowadays, right? So it ends up feeling like an amalgamation of different fighting games that we see nowadays, like, you know, now that the genre started to expand and stuff. And it's interesting because ordinarily I wouldn't find myself playing those other fighting games that Bleach Dark Souls is similar to, but for whatever reason, like the exact variables that that game makes use of is it just fires those neurons in my brain, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, different people like enjoy their fighting games differently. So anyone that's saying like this fighting game is bad because of this, you might have to look at that with a bit. You might have to look at that under a microscope, right? You know, because, you know, when people present their opinions as a matter of fact, that's where there's a bit of a suspicion. Oh, what? Oh, wow. Wait. Oh, you can guard thrust during VO. I actually didn't know that. It looks like it still grid breaks you and like uses some of the VO time, maybe. I have to look at this VOD after we're done with the stream here. I did not know you could guard thrust during veil off time, but it makes sense. It's just like something you almost never see, right? Because guard thrust is so painful to use. Oh, what a confirm though. And that's a Kyo sweep. Clutch. Yeah, great stuff. It was looking pretty scrambly there though. So Hilda coming away with the victory is unusual, especially in a scramble because their buttons tend to be more recovery and a bit slower. But nonetheless, it was a fine conclusion to that match. I love Milia and the experience with her that got my foot in the door of the FGC. But there definitely came a point where I realized that maybe the Oki life wasn't for me. Sure, yeah. I mean, as long as you realize that for yourself, and you know, you find something that fulfills you in a meaningful way that still allows you to enjoy fighting games, I think that's good enough. Some people spend a long time on a character that they don't end up liking a lot, and that can make it a bit more miserable playing the fighting game. But it's good that you realize that for yourself, you know, and I'm hoping that the future horizons you have with the characters that you continue to play from here, you can continue to draw upon the experience you have at Milia, because I think that's something that you can still benefit from. So this one looks to be, what is this, wild card? First to one between Notes and Libakichi. Notes Libakichi, that's some arcade nostalgia feels right there. This should be a jam. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Libakichi, a premier Mika player, especially back in the heyday of this game, and even during COVID, extremely active. One of the people that was running Matching Night, an online tournament series done for Uniclair. And then, of course, Notes is making his return to the forefront as the best Carmine, undoubtedly. Basically pioneered most of what we use of the character to this day. Oh, I can't tell if Libakichi was mashing or just got opened up low. It's hard to see sometimes. Oh, how? Okay, first of all, like, I'm surprised Libakichi had the Libakichi great reactions to get the VO after the cross up, but how did Notes block that VO? He just knew, like, cause he did 5-8 and then still attempt to block the VO. I'm pretty sure that was on reaction. Clean. Wow. I mean, that was quick work made. So this next one is going to be Notes and... Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Is the wild card literally just first to one between one player from a team? That's insane. I just gotta make sure. Sorry guys, I'm rewinding just to make sure of it. But that's unbelievable. Yeah, wow. Because I'm looking at Libakichi's team. He had Cho, Wagner, and Nashio on his team as well. Nashio's a Mika player, and none of them played. It looks like. So that wildcard match was literally just 1-1 between one player from each team. That's pretty crazy. So I understand now why they put up Notes. Notes is definitely the player to send in there. Isn't the Japanese scene known for 1-1 brackets? Yes, they are actually. It's been like that for quite a while. Even back in the days of SBO, specifically, you know, Togeki SBO. If you're unfamiliar with that, there should be some historical videos that discuss it, maybe on Majin Obama's channel. And then I think some VODs are still available actually on YouTube for that. People have uploaded the DVD archives. But yeah, even back in those days, 1-1 was the thing in Japan. And it's been like that for quite a while, even during the arcade era of the 2010s. Seems like they're keeping up the spirit of it with Stormy Night. But I think that was intended. Stormy Night seems to have been trying to maintain some of that arcade spirit to some degree, especially with the 3v3 format. But 3v3 1-1 between one player. that is some next level volatility. But some players are born for this. And I think Notes is definitely one of those players. Boogie must have been trying to go for VO. Has to have been, right? Like, just maybe messed it up. That VO, if it succeeded, would have been huge. But unfortunately, it's going the opposite way so far. Would you say wake up reversals still have their place in high level uni? You don't really see it too often in high level matches. Yeah, it's just because it's so risky, right? Like, getting punished on a DP is brutal in this game. Not just the damage that you take, but usually it just offers so much steamroll potential. It's a different psychological pendulum than for like KOF, where usually KOF is fast paced in terms of not just the pace of the round, like how long the rounds take, but also how quickly the tempo can change between either player. I think that's what allows for DPs to have a better place, wake up DPs specifically, have a better place in other games than in Uni. Uni is a bit slower paced in terms of changing tempo between players. And also, usually you won't see players go for wake up DP unless they can assure that it'll succeed with a wake up chain shift, which is much safer. If you think about it though, like wake up chain shift into DP is kind of the same thing as doing wake up DP. It's just that you're assuring that it'll succeed if you do change shift first. So that being said, right, would they still have their place? Absolutely. You can still do it, right? Like, and the fact that it's more risky means that it might be less expected. So you can use that to your advantage, but you should be willing to bear the consequences. I think one thing that people kind of get afraid of, and I've talked about this in one of my clips that I uploaded of what makes a player good at uni. You just have to be unafraid of any consequences for your mistakes. That's important because you don't want the psychology to affect your ability to perform. So you know, if you're prepared for your DP to get baited, then mentally you can maintain the edge you might have over your opponent. And if you can make them feel that advantage you have in the psychological game, then that's another advantage that you can make use of. So I think just transitioning to the top 8, looks like it's going to be Michelle and Hua Hua. Is the tournament being held in Electro Hall? Good question. I think you can actually get info on the venue on the Stormy Night page. The Stormy Night page is in the description. So if you go to that web page, I think you should be able to find like the location or something and then look it up on Google Maps. I'm not certain on whether it's Electro Hall, but that's a funny thing. It actually looks like one, kind of. A small one at that, but you know. Yeah.
さあゴールドケアスの
Okay, so Michelle and Hua Hua. Michelle again has been playing extremely actively during COVID. In fact, I think he's been most active during COVID. He did play as well though back in the arcade Unist. I don't know if he was. Oh, no. Wow, PS4. Lovely console. Are they just gonna replay it? Restart? Wow. I mean, oh, okay. What's up, Liquid Snake? Is the beta over? The beta should still be active. It's active in to my knowledge, it's active until 11 p.m. Pacific tonight. So you got 4 hours to let loose on the beta, from my understanding. Yes, thank you, Arisu. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be talking about the UNI2 beta towards the end. I know it's going to be like pretty late for a lot of you that aren't on the Pacific Coast, but I'll also make sure to try to get an upload for it. And then, of course, the VOD will also be available for viewing right away. So, you know, there'll be no issue. But I'll definitely make sure to talk about my thoughts on the beta. I even wrote down a Google Doc. And the link for that's already in the description if you want to view that a bit early. Although I'm sure it'd be, you know, I'm sure some of you would be interested in hearing, like, specifically how I describe my thoughts. Spaghetti meatballs. What was that? 4 more hours to experience the wondrous euphoria of Wagner's 66FF. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, that move. My goodness, yeah, Wagner's got some stocks. Like, she's gonna, yeah. Wagner stocks are on the rise. I think so too. Going into UNI2. Yeah, those confirms look pretty satisfying. Uh-oh. Don't tell me this comeback is going to be made. Oh my goodness, 15 seconds? It's possible. It's very doable. Oh, he wasn't blocking? No. Oh. I'm gonna assume. Okay, let's give Michelle the benefit of the doubt. Let's say you was going for wake up dash block and you just messed up the dash block, because that is very possible. I don't want to believe that he was mashing on wake up. That's. I mean, if worse comes to worse, you can probably guard thrust. He had the meter for guard thrust. I mean, it's still not great. He also technically had the meter for VO. But man, yeah. In top 8, that's brutal. Unfortunate. Fortunately, he does have some great players to back him up. Gutsugutsu, one of the best Oria players in Japan. And he's been very active throughout the game's lifespan. Not just Uniclair, but also back in Unist. He was one of the premier Oria players. A lot of, like, it's interesting to, like, talk about the Oria players specifically that are high level, because I feel like all of them have something unique to describe about what they excel at. It's really cool. What would be the benefit of dash blocking there? Oh boy. No, don't worry. I'm not saying oh boy like I like the question. Like, there's a lot to say about dash blocking in Uni. But to put it simply, dash blocking is low risk and good reward. It's not like high reward, but it's good reward and very low risk. Let's assume that you never mess up wake up dash block. It's literally no different than just waking up with waking up with crouch blocking. It's no different. If you get a perfect dash block, like if let's say your dash blocks are always correct, then wake up dash blocking is the same as waking up with crouch block. And potentially, let's say your opponent goes for assault as you're waking up, you'll just slide under them. And if they don't go for an exact meaty, you'll slide forward a little bit, which gives you a little bit of space. Maybe you're closing the space a little bit, because anytime you dash block, you're closing the distance, and you're still allowing yourself to block technically as soon as possible. The only stipulation about dash blocking is that your character's dash startup is the amount of time it takes for you to start moving forward after you input dash. So that means if you block right after, like let's say after you input the dash, you block something before your dash startup completes. That means you won't move forward. At least if I understand correctly. Like that description might not be 100% precise, but like, you know, the best way to put it is that, like, if you never mess up your dash block, it is effectively the same as just, you know, blocking the whatever way you would block ordinarily, but it's literally better because you'll also avoid certain things that your opponent might do, and you'll potentially close the distance slightly. So it's great. Wake up dash block is awesome. While I was talking, there were some very good interactions that Huahua made use of, and it's gonna be hard to point them out retrospectively, but it's fine. I'm sure you guys are taking in and enjoying the gameplay action, so it's all good. But yeah, Gutsu is very clean on Oria. Again, it's hard to describe every single thing that each Oria player that's high level excels at, but trust me, they all have something that makes them stand out individually. I already talked about Oria earlier. Gutsu I think has some of the best improv confirms, and in general has the cleanest uni game sense. Like, I think he's often able to make a lot out of nothing, which is an underrated strength to have. So right now, Gutsu is obviously in a losing position, but trust me, he can make his way out. He's gonna guard thrust, it looks like. Totally fair. But trust me, he has some of the best game sense here. Great block and shields. Oh my goodness. Oh, but it wasn't enough? Because of the overhead. Yeah, it was just too much to handle all at once. So Gutsu goes down, and quite honestly, like, that exact scramble is what you want if you're the receiver of the guard thrust. Because you want to make the guard thrust as painful as possible, right? The game already makes guard thrust pretty painful to use in Uniclair, which thankfully is being changed in UNI2. But Huafua made sure to make it even more painful by not only back-teching, but also resecuring his offense as soon as he could to make it like, oh, that guard thrust was a waste, right? So I think that was excellently handled. So now it's going to come down to Satohiro clutch. And if you guys watched the singles tournament with me earlier this stream, you'll know that he's definitely a player that can pull it off. It's going to take quite a bit, but it's surely possible. It's assured that he can do it. I hate how I hear the term game sense. I immediately think of Rainbow Six Siege. Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Trust me, I'm not trying to like I don't like, I need to just use like some quick phrases or words to describe things, because there's not always a lot of time to point out specifics about what players do well. So I apologize if that like using that term came across as like you know, over analytical esports style. But you know, trust me, like, there's plenty to talk about with what a lot of these players do, and it's a lot easier sometimes to just, you know, encapsulate it in like a simple phrase or word as like game sense or fundamentals, or, you know, whatever buzzwords people use, right? So trust me, if I had all the time in the world, such as, you know, if I wasn't working like full time and, you know, doing other hobbies and such, I would be making so many videos that were analytical about some of these players. I honestly need to do a better job of like just motivating myself to finish a video when I start making it, because that's the hardest part, finishing, right? So because anyone can have a lot of good ideas, but it's a matter of completing them. But anyway, yeah, this match is so fast paced. Like, it's 45 seconds, but it's been so, like, the pace of the match, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's a fast paced match still. Like, no player is really keeping their turn so. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there you go. That's probably dead. Oh no, 1 pixel. Oh, shielded. He's dead. And we saw the veil off tennis earlier. I was gonna point it out, but you guys already know how that's like. Bailing off right back. Oftentimes, one of the best things you can do after you've been veiled off. No, it's fine. It makes me think of sweaty Siege players that throw that term as a buzzword. Almost how like everyone and their mother uses fuzzy to, yeah, fuzzy mash, fuzzy jump, fuzzy avara. Yeah, I get what you mean though. Yeah, it is funny. I don't think I've said fuzzy today except for referring to Carmine's mix-up, which fuzzy is appropriate there because it's literally F Shiki, right? So. In the meantime, Satohiro's dead. Dude, Fuwa sweep. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is exciting. This is not what would have been. Like, I don't think most people would have predicted this. Because look, Fuwa has got on his team as well. Ryu Oria and Totoko. Like, those are also good players backing him up. But, nah, I'll take care of all the work myself. Thank you very much. Against Satohiro, Goods, and Michelle, no less. Good players of their own right. So, what an excellent match. And that was just to get us started with top 8. So, I'm really excited what lies ahead in the remaining 2 hours we've got. So, we're 4 hours, 30 minutes in, just about, into the stream. We'll certainly finish this. We'll do everything I planned today, which is including finishing up this VOD as well as talking about UNI2 beta. But I'll try to keep it reasonably condensed. Still, again, I don't mind if this VOD is long because, you know, we don't often have chances to do long streams anymore these days. When was the last time I've done a long stream of talking about a fighting game? But yeah. Here starts the next match. This is the first we've seen of Shimazaki on the VOD. And I think he's just about like de-rusting, because if you guys don't know, Shimazaki, one of the premier Chaos players in his prime. This was back in Arcade Unist. I think he kind of gave the game a break during most of the COVID era of Uniclair. So this tournament marked as just smoothing back into the game. Maybe he's played the game. I don't know. He just didn't stream or wasn't spotted on a stream. But still, he's gonna be playing against the Dyusei. This is actually like a nostalgic head-to-head itself, because both of these players played each other quite often back in Arcade Unist. I say quite often. That's pretty much an understatement. Yeah, Shimazaki's Chaos. He doesn't really have the best combos, but he has probably among the best understanding of Chaos as a character. He knows how to use Chaos to get out of a lot of different situations, and in general, I think he's the Chaos player with the best integration of Uni mechanics. I think that's the best way to put it. Like, he has a good throw game. He makes good use of assault specifically and back jumps with keeping grid in mind. And I think it's all well managed. He catches green shields excellently. These are all very subtle things that are not easy to point out, but you'll notice them when you see Shimazaki play Chaos specifically. On the other hand, Ryusei has been on Merkava for a long time himself. One of the best, like back when he was super active, which I think he's been active still lately, but back when he was super active, he was one of the best Merkavas in Japan for quite a while, like maybe number 2 or number 3. And I think what makes like Ryusei so good as well, he can make, like, he's another player that can like turn situations randomly into like something favorable for himself. It's like Ryusei can beat anybody, and sometimes you can also like lose to a lot of people. That's the best way to put it. But in this case, Shimazaki does come away on the victorious side. Just a warning again for non-premium users, as well as those of you that are not using AdBlock. There's going to be ads in about 30 seconds, so just to prepare you all for that. But don't worry, I'll try to make sure to, you know, not say anything super important during that. But anyway, like I think these days you can just skip ads, right? So it's not like Twitch. Okay, so next is Kyo versus Shimazaki. Yeah, this is another, like, I'm pretty sure this team head-to-head is guaranteed to have just like a bunch of juggernauts going at it. Kyo, basically the best Gordo known to man. Again, like for Kyo, again, it's like really hard to describe what makes him so good, but trust me, like if you've seen him at his best, like you'll know. He finds ways to open up people, and finds ways to escape so elegantly, and like, you know, like with I hate using this word, but with such finesse that like it's hard to believe that he plays Gordo sometimes. Like he's doing all of this with Gordo. Here we go, double dash C. It's a great confirm from Shimazaki. Checked all the boxes, got some grid in there, got some corner carry, improved as well. Out of curiosity, is the Japanese scene still majority arcade stick? Yeah, to my knowledge, at least, yes. From what I've seen, I cannot think of many people in the Japanese uni scene that play on hitbox or pad. There are some, but I don't think they're very many by any means. Because, I mean, after all, most of them did play at the arcade cabinets back when the arcade scene was booming for uni, but alas. So double throw, this should be enough. This is like the power of having a combo throw. You're able to do things like this with VO off of the chain shift, and this should definitely be dead. Yeah, really well handled. Some combo routes can be weird to think of on the spot. Kyo, trust me, knows enough combos for a lot of situations where that's no problem for him. Had even Super CS just to make sure that, you know, the VO time would last as long as it could. And the way Kyo uses Gordo's backdash, man, like almost every backdash Kyo does is good. Oh yeah, that was tricky to see which side that would be on. Yeah, sometimes you just get opened up. What can I say? Oh, good block. That was a uni moment. Crouch shield, mash buttons. And down goes Shimazaki, yeah. In style. The IWEXS. I think they increased the damage overall on IW in the UNI2. Unfortunately, that does mean it might be easier to guess will it kill whenever someone submits a UNI2 clip. Or maybe not. Maybe that means people will start going for IW at, you know, higher health ranges and it becomes harder to guess. Let me skip forward a little bit. So this one is Kyo versus Miyagi Muteki. Over time, he's greatly improved. There was a time, you know, you could tell he was early on into his high journey, but steadily played a lot more games, got a lot more in-match experience. And towards like the, I want to say like 2018 or so, around that time, I think he started becoming the best Hyde player that was active, and it's absolutely true. Right now in Japan, he's one of the best Hyde players, if not the best. And he's really innovated with his combo routes. He always goes for something that's crazy hard at some point in a match. I think these days, though, he's kind of made it a note to play, not necessarily with like crazy combo routes, but more so just like play with extremely active defense. Like going for Rise J so much, going for dash Cs, mashing a lot. But this all works out in his favor when things go well. All it means is that he just plays at a fast pace. But he's still willing to, you know, play defense for long enough where, you know, when he's going to flip the switch is going to be difficult to see. And we see the active defense there with the reversal DP. Sadly, Hyde doesn't get great Oki off of DPs, but it's at least enough to keep it in the back of the mind of your opponent. Green shield, yep, indeed. Very nice. Yeah, with chain shift specifically, Hyde's Rekkas are very powerful. The 214X Rekkas. Oh. Yep, the layers. Oh, he dropped the combo. Brutal. You don't want to be dropping combos against Kyo. But there's, yeah, the Rise J, as I was saying. I think he was going for it again there, but he got hit out by the 6B. Which actually, that's probably a unique situation where... Oh my... Kyo, you're insane. Oh my goodness. I'm not even... there's no... Like, if I were to describe what happened there, it would ruin it. You guys see for yourselves. Watch the replay if needed. That was insane. Yeah, great DP. That's exactly what you do there. Kyo unfortunately needed to go for EX Mortal Slide right away because there's a gap when you do Grim Reaper follow-up. And again, Miyagi Muteki is a player that will go for those active defensive measures. Yeah, the comeback. Yeah. No, that match was high octane all the way. I think actually when the match is really fast-paced, that's where Kyo can kind of crumble sometimes. Especially when it's a player like Miyagi Muteki who does embrace that fast pace. Although, I mean, I will say, right, like, the measures all came through, right? It was a matter of, like, some combo drops. And in some cases, like, just couldn't secure the corner off of the combo. And those small things do make a difference. But that's first to one, baby. So this one is Notes versus Miyagi Muteki. As I said, a lot of juggernauts going at it in this one. I think Miyagi Muteki is actually the right player to be going up against Notes here. He's played against Notes a lot in the past. So he's not just familiar with Carmine, he's familiar with Notes Carmine. So this one could really go either way. That was a hilarious start. That is like, you know, like in Marvel 3, you know, the meme is like round start, Nova air throw, and then go back to character select. I think Hyde's counter hit J6C is like the equivalent of that. I mean, thankfully people don't do that in Uni, right? But like the pause and go back to character select, but that's like the equivalent. Because Hyde can take you all the way to the corner off of that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, no. So I can explain, right? Like, Miyagi Muteki, he did not need to go for 2-2B or whatever he did. I think 2-2A maybe it was. Because, you know, he could have just thrown, and that still would have killed. But he decided to go for 2-2A for the combo. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. He got it. But yeah, or like if Notes had more health on Carmine, the 2-2A was actually the right move. Because that's a low for the sword part. So it's the right thing to do to grid break when they stand shield. Especially if you have enough time to see it like that. But in that situation, you just want to do throw, because that'll be good enough. I guess sometimes if you're unsure, right, if you're within range for throw, 2-2A does make sense. Or whatever that was. I think it was 2-2A.
さい上使ってうまく近寄らせて立ち回りここで触りに行く車輪から上に B 暴れ潰し投げて打ちため置いてダッシュ B から投げてリーの
High combos are just like harder than they should be. I think that's the best way to put it. Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for sticking around, Artisu, and I appreciate your questions as well. Hope the studying goes well, and have a good rest of your evening.
さあお互い対策と対策が光る対戦になっている前と B が刺さるさあカウンターヒットここは画面端まで行ってワンコンボ
Or yeah, so the knockdown in the corner is really good, especially because of so much frame advantage. Yeah, as we pointed out, like, again, I think UNI2 was the perfect player to go up against Notes here. But this is where it gets started, right? Carmine does not need that much to get started, especially if he already has you in the corner. Yeah, and there's the grid break. Oh no. This is really bad for Miyagi now. Missed the fuzzy. It had to end like that. That was a good one, though. That was still a good one. So I see. That's how Note's team went down with Kyo and Yusei. They went up against one of the other good teams with Shimazaki, Yagi, and Miyagi Moteki. So yeah, great match. Great set. Okay, so this one is I think it's Tommy and Suteneko. Suteneko is like one of the other active Mikas lately, like throughout, you know, not just Uniclair, but also in Unist. Tommy is like definitely the premier Byakuya, especially in Uniclair. But even back in Unist, they were playing in Unist, and some excellent skills that they were developing over time. Byakuya is not very common though in Japan. That's just like seems to generally be true. Like there's not really very many Byakuya players, especially active ones. It seems that the North America seems to have much more Byakuya players. So I think there's a funny thing about this matchup. I'm trying to remember exactly how it goes, but it's something like Mika is like I think it's like Byakuya's web or something. One of his webs in the web set he doesn't hit Mika, so he has to do a different web. But I mean it's not that big of a deal, I don't think. It's like a slight adjustment or something. Yeah, regardless, Tommy convincingly with the first one. I'm gonna be real too. I think Mika, like, people don't really rate Mika super high usually, but her throw game is absolutely frightening. And also, I think she has an excellent overall game plan in a tournament environment. She's one of the characters I personally say that I would be least inclined to want to face in a bracket. Oh my goodness, yeah, there you go. She sows chaos, indeed. I mean, literal, like what, wake up 214C? Hilarious stuff. And it just works. It just worked there. I mean, there are ways you can avoid her nastier things. The corner missile stuff I mean, okay, the corner missile stuff is like, you know, it's not the easiest to deal with, but delay tech can help to a degree. But everything is easier said to deal with than actually done. Yeah, there you go. The stand. See that the upper web that was above Mika when she was in the corner didn't actually connect. It's weird. Like it's like her, like even when she's standing up, like it's not like she's not tall enough, I guess, to get hit by it. I don't know. But I think it threw off Tommy a little bit. Regardless, he ended up taking that game. So yeah, this is main event. Top 8 of the 3v3. Uh-oh. Gonna switch scenes. What's going on? I can't really see who the Batista player is. Maybe we can just still watch this one from here for now while I figure that out. So it was Suteneko. Okay, it's most likely Hutoshiki, the Batista player. So that's what we're gonna go with for now. But yeah, Tommy with the first round. Yeah, neutral for Byakuya is not the greatest, but he has one of the stronger anti-zoning tools in the game with Dash C. So if he was able to connect one of those, I mean, that's really all he needs. But other than that, you're really just like dash blocking and then maybe trying to squeeze in some web sets. It's a little greedy, but you can do it occasionally. There's also Dash B if you want to clip people low. It's not just a funny thing to do. It is sometimes an excellent option to do. But it does carry risk because Byakuya doesn't have the best ways of making himself safe by special canceling. Especially like high level players, they'll start punishing Reko Web. So you can't always rely on that as like a crutch. But the Web Oki, even Batista has to hold this. Oh no. Yeah, the Batista player did everything right, but then the web. And now this is, I mean, there's one more. Oh, no, that's it. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, brutal. So this last one is Tommy versus Unabana. Waldstein. This is the first we've seen Waldstein, I think, the whole tournament. Like, there might have been other Waldsteins, but this is the first Waldstein on the stream, like in the stream VOD. Waldstein honestly has a tough time defending against Byakuya in the corner. But, that being said, you still have to kind of know the matchup if you're defending against him. He's a character that really punishes lack of matchup knowledge. Oh my, yeah. Oh. I think the backdash succeeded, but then he might have just not blocked after. Yeah. Yeah, I think Unabana is present in mind of like most of the buttons and ranges that Tommy's trying to place his Byakuya buttons. At the same time though, like the awareness just isn't enough. You gotta also present the countermeasures against those options. I suppose Wake Up 360C is a countermeasure. Oh, brutal. I'm pretty sure that was a case of mental stack. Too much on the mental stack, because that was just like a raw overhead basically. Done from a range where Byakuya often likes going for assault or like, you know, long range low. So I guess it was just too much to keep in the head, keep track of. Totally fair. It's difficult, especially when you're playing Waldstein. All right, so that's the end of that one. A lot more like that. Yeah, that was a lot. Like that was a very convincing victory for Tommy and his team compared to the one we saw with Notes. There was Kyo as well, Miyagi Muteki, that one. All right, so last one of top 8. So this is Mowaru versus Alpaca Man. I think Merkava is one of the characters that can absolutely give Hilda trouble, but similarly Hilda can give Merkava trouble. Like that's something that is certainly worth noting, because Merkava oftentimes does what he wants to without much contest. In this case though, Hilda can absolutely challenge Merkava more than a lot of characters can in neutral. And she has great defensive options. Okay, interesting. CS to keep the combo going. Respectable, actually. Oh, good block. And the throw tech. Okay. Oh, brutal. Mowaru had all the right decisions. Oh, what? Well, I think Mowaru was trying to go for half circle C and it ended up coming out as quarter circle. Yeah, that is a uni input reader moment. Half circle has to be the half circle in uni has to hit every single direction. So you have to hit 4, 1, 2, 3, 6. Otherwise, you don't get the half circle, unfortunately. So that might have been what happened. I can't imagine that was intended of an ender, but oh. So yeah, Alpaca Man threaded the needle there, looked for that punish, spent CS, which is very, like that I think that's the right decision here for sure, to get that confirmed. But, okay, 50-50 time. Yeah, and now you're probably dead. I think Alpaca Man is dead. He is so dead. Wow. No, but that was a great decision made by Mowaru. He had the meter. He had the conditions for setting up a 50-50 right away without having to really, quote-unquote, guess on the tech. Because if, you know, if the opponent techs and if the opponent back techs, you might have to set the gloom slightly differently to account for that in order to get 50-50 off the regular ender. But in this case, Mowaru did the reset, quote-unquote, reset gloom ender, such that the 50-50 is pretty much assured because they reset standing, which means that there's not going to be a tech timing to account for. So well done from Mowaru. I think that going from that second to the third round, or sorry, going from the second to the third round, I think he kept his cool, maintained the momentum gained by a solid closure of the second round, and that was that. So then it's going to be Seiya versus Mowaru. Oh, this is the other Waldstein. There we go. I think this might have been. Yeah. Yeah, and there you go. Yeah, Mowaru has had so much success on not just the day, but the whole tournament with round start dash B into force function X. It actually might just be force function A. I'm not sure, but regardless.
ワレンシュタイン側はなんとか切り返したいところだが、今度は中段が通る。
Yeah, well adapted combo. Doing Hilda combos in the corner sometimes is a little bit awkward, but Moaru's got this down to T. Such a character master of of Hilda.
流れるように一段取っていた回るヒルダ。
Oh, what a jump shield! He might have been able to punish with JB or JA, but it's it's easy to say in hindsight. And even then, it's like it's not certain. Yep, the backwards gloom set. I've talked about this in a video, guys, but oftentimes Hilda players would go for the gloom in the direction towards Hilda when the cycle's about to change. So that allows you to kind of make a greedy dash in, or have a chance at least getting in to see if you can pressure her just a bit before that cycle. But in this case, yep, the Nitaku. Okay, no, one more chance for Seiya. This is a good opportunity. Ooh. Oh my goodness. That was an unsafe drop. That's the Waldstein experience, I guess. I don't know. That can happen though. I mean, it's not just Waldstein. Like some other characters definitely have unsafe drops, but that was definitely a painful one. Alright, but good stuff to Moaru. Is this the Moaru sweep? Or, I think it's Mad Croc coming up next. Another Hyde player that's been playing for quite a while. Even back to, like, I think Arcade Unist. Yep, there's the round start dash B again. So much dividends being paid right now for that move alone. Oh, wake up DP. Yeah, the DP is a good tool for Hyde to have against Hilda. Oh, 50-50. Nice shield. Nice. Well, the shield actually, I think, pushed Mad Croc a bit too far out for the Abra he selected, which is unfortunate. Brutal. Maybe, I think Mad Croc, if he did EX Pizza, like EX Firewall, maybe, that would have nilled out the Gloom, but I don't even know if that would have done it. 50-50. Yep. And this is a lot of damage. 4.2 with the meter gained back, and this might be dead. Oh, that was awkward. Nope, no problem from Moaru. He actually, wait, did he adjust the linchpin that he used? He used the A1. Wow. And those are the skills of a specialist of the character such as Moaru. I definitely got to applaud him there. That looks really awkward. And you never know sometimes. Like sometimes it can throw you off and make you a bit confused or not really confident anymore. And which could be the start of things going out of control and perhaps going in the favor of the other player. But no, he kept things cool and assured that, nothing would escape him and, assuredly not victory, right? So good stuff. This is going to be now going into the top 4. So let me just skip forward a little bit. So now Miyagi Muteki versus Fuafua. I think both, especially Fuafua, he's had a really good tournament, especially in the 3v3. But overall, I think this is going to be one of the more fast-paced matches we'll see. Both of these players have been playing light speed without regard to sitting down. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Moto slide really early, and that's going to get things started. Ooh. Wake up. There's no way that was not like rising forward J, right? Like jump forward J. I think the pogo stick itself might have been accidental. Good block.
サイド側宮城無敵も先ほど見したゴルド対策この試合でも光らせる
And
ことができる
that was like it's hard to spot it, right? But Miyagi Mutekli deliberately did not green shield that second hit of Mortal Slide there because he knew the spacing was not right for the second hit and simply just went for a 2-2-A to punish the recovery. I think it was a punish. Like, of course, it's hard to tell sometimes, but either way, it threw off Hua Hua a little bit. Oh, you can air block Mortal Slide? I did not know that actually.
いい形でスケアを当てていくサイド側画面端ゲットここはゲージを使って火力ともしく
Oh no. It's unfortunate. Messed up the meaty and you die for it.
ゲージを使ってさあ2ラウンド目ハイド側なんとか切り返していきたいがしかしここはガードしているモータルスライド
Oh, there we go. Oh, you dropped it. Yeah, again, hide combos are oddly weird. Like, they're more difficult than one would... Oh, there, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, Miyagi technically went for the quote-unquote hard combo. Understandable, though. I mean, he did shield the VO, so he had more time to go for the hard combo, but, you know, that can come back to bite you. Does he even live this? I think... No, okay, one more, yeah. Oh, he went for Wake Up Dash C. Oh, no. Imagine if that came out as Wake Up Dash C. I think he actually would have won that round. Miyagi Miteki, that is. But instead, the opposite is the case. And so the opener goes to Hua Hua. So Shimazaki, I mean, I think he's the man for the job, but at the same time, how many times has he played against Gordo? I'm not sure. Probably not the character he faces most commonly. That at least there's that to be said, but he can definitely do it. That shouldn't change that. Oh no. Yeah, there you go. I guess the question really should have been, how much experience does Hua Hua have against Chaos? Because that's what it's looking like right now. The appropriate question, that is. 2C? Oh! 5? Oh no, that was Dash B. I thought that was 5BB. Oh my goodness. I guess that's airborne? Genius. Good tech. Oh, but now Shimazaki put himself in the corner. This has the potential to be very bad for Shimazaki. Nope, but yeah, managed to clutch it out with the 2C. Yeah, the way that went, I think that suggests that, you know, Shimazaki's experience came in clutch there, and also just the fact that it's likely to Hua Hua hasn't had enough Chaos experience, because I mean, after all, how many Chaos players are there that are as skilled and as knowledgeable on the character as, you know, the likes of Shimazaki, Sehara. I think there was Mameo as well. I don't know if Mameo was at this tournament. But yeah. Alright, so next is Shimazaki versus Totoko. I think this is the first we've seen a Totoko on stream for this VOD. Long-time Lin player. I think back to the days of Uniel, at least. And they've certainly got a lot of experience in this game. But that being said, oh yeah, throw combo. Yeah, I think I don't think Lin's advantages against Chaos are so glaring such that it outweighs how much Chaos can just force Lin into awkward neutral interactions. I mean, Kuga is powerful against Chaos for sure. That's probably one thing that we can say that, you know, maybe Chaos has difficulty with it, but then Chaos does have other tools like 6C that can challenge it. And yeah, again, like Lin's offense isn't so oppressive to leave Chaos helpless, at least in my opinion. Oh no, that's bad. Yeah, yeah. Deer and headlights in the air. Yep, there's a Kuga though. Oh no. Good, okay. Good block on the cross up though. Wow. Can Shimazaki bring this all the way back? Oh my goodness. Suffocation. I think Totoko's offense was pretty good in that round actually for most of it. Part of what allowed him to even get things going was the fact that he got close enough where TK Kugas would allow for a solid throw game to be performed, and that's where Lin is certainly favored with her stronger frame data than Chaos. But at the same time, those grid break throws were just so punishing. I think there was actually even another throw that Shimazaki just didn't dash up far enough for. That would have led to even more damage, but in the end there, just, you know, it was overpowering, and I think goes to show how strong Shimazaki is, even when he's not the most practiced as he used to be. I mean, I think he still got it, but you know, it goes to show that like he hasn't lost his touch. There's one thing that's irreplaceable in the world of fighting games, and that's experience. Experience never leaves you. So now Ryu's up aboard, and this is a good start for Shimazaki. Of course, he's going to win this cycle too. Oh dear, this is extremely bad for Ryu. Yeah, Ryu's going to need to get something started soon, otherwise it's going to be a complete steamroll. Alright, there we go. The two ways. At the same time though, like, I think the wall that Ozzy provides for Chaos can present difficulties for Ordia, because, you know, you're used to just like divine thrusting in with using Thanatos available specials to cover some degree of the approach, but when Ozzy's out, that's not as easy to accomplish. But when you get this momentum going, none of that matters, and that was such a good round from Ryu. Like, there were some tricky mix-ups in there as well with force function and 6B. Just hard to parse everything that's going on. Oh, there we go. I think Ryu's found a weakness that he can exploit. It's 6B for the time being. He's just got to keep that in mind. Oh no. Well then, that's all Ryu needed for the motivate, like for that just extra confidence booster. Those are some aggressive shields by Shimazaki. It unfortunately didn't pay off, but oh. Okay. Start of something. With that veil off. This is a... Okay, no, he's not going to be able to IW. It's fine. He easily is going to win the cycle here. But the 3B OS and stylish to finish it off, Ryu does. So staying in it, that was a really good match. Okay, that's what we call a quick one. Like, that was not only high pace, but that was just fast in general. I mean, obviously there was a perfect in there in the second round, but the minute that second round was done, I think Ryu found the switch that needed to be flipped in order to overcome those challenges he was facing with Shimazaki's terrifying chaos. And then the idea of, you know, the 6B potentially being the linchpin for like unlocking the rest of the game plan that Ryu sought to unleash, right? I think that's what kind of opened up everything else, because it allowed for the pace to be like increased. You could see that he started going for like shorter but snappier pressure that kept him close enough to Chaos to allow for Oria's, like, you know, or I mean Oria overall has better like defensive buttons, let's be real, right? But beyond that, like, even when Ryu was stuck in a tough position after being veiled off, like, kept the cool, ensured that he kept, like, he didn't seek to like right away veil off, but rather keep in mind that he still had an opportunity to turn things around as long as he was he was in the range of winning the next cycle, which he ended up doing. So it was really good stuff. Like, he didn't need veil off to win the cycle, basically is what I'm saying. So now we have Yagi as the anchor. Yagi's been playing the game for a while as well on Batista, dating back to like Arcade Unist. I don't know how active they've been during Uniclair, but I don't imagine any of the skills to have faded away. The real issue is whether they can put up a fight against the current Ryu train, which so far looks to be... Oh, okay, well that's one way to... What? Did that go through the whole thing? So, Batista can straight up just flash kick through all of 22C. Is that what I just saw? I guess I'm left to accept that, have to accept that, but yeah, Assault JA. Wow, today I learned something. Yeah, Ryu's definitely turning up the pace. Playing very aggressively at the moment. Aggressive shields for that cycle there too. That might have been flash kick. Yeah, Ryu's definitely playing present in mind of flash kick currently. Especially given that, I mean, the flash kick hitting after that 2GC was just super surprising. Oh, Ryu was about to walk all the way up. I mean, Oria's walk speed is fast, but, you know, that's pretty ballsy nonetheless. I think that was an attempt at 3B, but unfortunately, Batista's JC is pretty active, and I think 3B was not done soon enough. Oh, what a block. Oh, okay. Ryu's still in there, but Yagi now has a pretty solid advantage. Oh my god, that's gonna hit. Yeah. Oh, but no conversion. Oh my goodness, no, don't tell me that's how it ended. Yeah, wow. So it did. I think that was good discipline from Yagi not to spend that additional 100 meter, knowing that it should have been enough with that one EX laser. Oh dear me, what was that? You think you blocked it? Block it again. Uh-oh. So that's some VO time, I guess. Here we go. Mix up. Nah, Garthos, yeah. Smart. Smart. Oh no. This is Batista, alright. Oh, see, Oria's backdash is insane. Most backdashes would not have escaped the grasp of B-Drill there, especially the second part of it. But nah, Oria's was the perfect one for the job, and Ryu makes the full comeback. Clutch. Cool, so let's see. That was the first top 4 match. The second one is Okay, looks like Lipu is on one of the teams. I think it's Tommy's team. So unfortunately, we won't be able to hear his commentary for this match. But I think Michelle was commentating this one, maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, the first match is Deepu versus Daniru. It's a rare sight to see phone on these days. Let's be honest. I think Deepu is gonna continue staying loyal to her. We might also see Mateo Keke back. Like Mateo Keke obviously been more focused on Lumina these days, but if he does come back to Uni, then he might be playing phone on as well. And there's also Pekka. I think Pekka is going to be playing phone on probably if he does decide to come back. So there'll be a number of players probably playing phone on in Uni2, but at least at the current time, phone on has absolutely been rare throughout Uniclear, which is still good. The nerfs are felt, no doubt about it. I mean, let's be real, in Eunice, she was quite overtuned. But you know, it's not like Eltonum where like the nerfs were like kind of out of left field. Like the nerfs for Phonon were more understandable. I think the Phonon nerfs went to show like how much she had, and she still has quite a lot. Even in Uni 2, she's going to get some more stuff, and we'll see the impact of them. But yeah, regardless, I think this matchup is absolutely one where Phonon can get her stuff going because of her just inherent long range, and also Ripu just has so much Phonon knowledge and experience in a number of matchups. I mean, Dainiru is a skilled player, of course, but like at this point, it's a matter of like just game time, matchup experience, you know, ability to put on a show with the character, and that's exactly what Ripu has done. No meter to kill there, unfortunately, so one more opening needed. But yeah, the fireball jump backs are absolutely reasonable to do. This is where Batista is turned into immortal. Oh no, oh dear. Okay, this okay, we'll see. Yeah. I respect the wake up 5A. I respect it. And it worked out so good. Yeah, great first one. I don't think we saw Ripu play any matches on stream earlier, so this is the first match we saw on stream, no pressure. I mean, after all, doing commentary all day, probably TOing all day too. Most people would probably be tired at that point, but nah. Just another day playing some offline Uniclear with my favorite character, you know? Alright, so now Deepu versus Oshuhito. These two have played a lot, especially back in the arcade era. So I mean, Deepu can definitely beat Ohito, but I think this one comes down to just who's cleaner. It's not really like a matter of like the matchup itself. Oh, what a confirm. Yep, and it has enough time to charge grid for the cycle too. Yeah, well chosen combo route for that. Oh, this is damage. But too high. I think he just had to wait a little longer after the CS in order to pick that up. It's tough though, because you really can't see the height since the particles cover a little bit of the character sprites, and it makes it difficult to make the adjustment. It was a good attempt. Oh, what? But yeah, also, like, if we consider the matchup itself, Phonon has things that make Seth have to be more conscious of when he goes for orb sets and, you know, backflips, those sorts of things. JC especially is the great equalizer. Back in Unist, Phonon also had 5 frame, so her defense was actually really good. And you know, it wasn't like she was in unfavored situations in point blank against Seth, but now without a 5 frame, it's a bit more difficult. At least, okay, I don't think she has a 5 frame. There's no way she has a 5 frame anymore, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what they changed. Now I'm unsure. Now I think I've doubted myself on this. Oh man. All it took was an opportunity where you made a few mistakes, and that was that. Ohito very convincing in that last round there. Yeah, I think where Ripu would have had the most solid chance was in neutral, which I don't think Ohito was willing to engage in neutral for much longer after that first round, so it's reasonable, makes sense. Still some good info gathered for Toriwo. And oh, here comes Stawo. Okay, Stawo is one of the most unique Nanase players. Like it's a very peculiar style, but it's actually a really, like, he's a really good player with Nanase. Fast paced, a bit wild, has some of the, you know, most stylish and non-standard combo routes as well. And to be honest, like, Nanase can definitely play against Seth pretty well, especially now in especially ever since Uniclair. A lot of Uniclair changes Nanase received favored her for this matchup precisely. Yeah, there you can see some of the neo, what's it called? The neo standardness. I don't know how to say it. Like with this double force function to get like a low float. This is something that you would see Hishigato do back in the day, but not as much anymore. Stawo kind of maintained it as part of his style of play, and a great round. Okay, I got a 2-1-4C to make it safe. Such was the life of Nanase in Uniclair. I don't think this will be the case any longer in UNI2 though, especially now that she's going to have 2-2C, an insane move, by the way. We'll talk about it when we get to that. Maybe not, actually. We might not have time for it. We'll probably just have to talk about the high-level stuff, but it's okay. We'll try to cover that. Whatever I can discuss when we get to UNI2, we'll talk about it. Oh, dear. Is that dead? That could be dead if Ohito decides to spend IW. Yeah, I think that is dead. Good. Yeah, you got hit by 63B. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a VO. That was a really good VO. Nice, yeah, that's one of the layers you can apply when you have chain shift. That's like the power of just having chain shift. It's like the threat that you can make use of without actually using chain shift. So yeah, Stawo maintaining his pace. Oh yeah, that I appreciate the boldness, the audacity, but unfortunate it didn't work out. Oh yeah, oof. The first time Ohito goes for it against Stawo, it works out, and that's, well, I mean, what a perfect time for it to work out. So now Stawo's got to have really solid defense here. It's got to be a wall. Ooh. Yeah. You could see the pressure starting to surmount. I think Ohito did a good job of creating that aura, because you could definitely tell like Stawo was looking a bit shaky on defense towards the end of that round. It was a good one though. It was a good game. I think that was the last one. Yeah. No, there's one more. Yeah, there's one more. So Tommy versus Oito, rematch of Evo Japan. No, Evo Online Japan 2020 Grand Finals. Tommy was victorious in that one. I don't think Oito was too happy about that, but you know, time has passed since then. Lessons were learned. Players have improved over time. Oito, not a moment between now and then where he's not been active in uni. On the other hand, Tommy, there's a chance he wasn't as active. I mean, he wasn't streaming as often, so I mean, that's not to say he wasn't active, but you know. That being said, you know, this match still could go either way. Traditionally, Byakuya is a character that's a bit more awkward for Seth. Mostly when Byakuya gets his game going, as we can see right now. That's where Seth is a bit more mortal. In neutral, it's not as bad. Still could be bad, but it's just like an awkward one. It's not entirely favored for necessarily Byakuya nor Seth. But Oito still comes away with the win in that first round. Tommy really needed to keep the train going the whole way in order for it to be successful. And you can see Tommy's going for the JBs in preemption. JB, 5B, both of those are excellent at catching Seth during a blink, but it's really a hard call out, and it's not always going to be successful. You can see the 3C, despite it being the button for the job, it's not always going to succeed. Seth is just that mobile in the air. This time though, another hit. I think it was an air conversion, and a really good one at that. Oh, that was a gold throw. I think the throw timing was slightly late, so it gave Oito more time to just react. Yeah. Oh! Okay. I was like, wait, can he combo from that? Yeah, they're getting rid of that, like where Seth's EX orb can still hit after he's been hit. Which honestly, like, sure, like, it doesn't really... Like, the fact that that existed was pretty crazy. Now, the question is, does Oito have enough time to win this round? I'm not actually sure. Oh, no, definitely not with that J2C. Excellent. And this is a great start to the round for Tommy. This is actually a really good position. This is exactly what you want if you're a Byakuya player. You get the opening, you get the first opening in the round, leading straight into your Okizeme, but not with that combo drop. Oh dear. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, great VO. Oh, wake up DP. No. Wow. That is very rare from Oito. Oh, but Tommy... I'm not going to say... Yeah, okay, yeah. Tommy does win yet again in this head-to-head. So I think it comes down to Mawaru. He's going to have to clutch. Or Tommy will just come away with this one for his team. Although, I mean, Byakuya actually has a solid fighting chance against Hilda, especially with 100 meter. But this is Mawaru's Hilda we're talking about. This is not just any old Hilda. And yeah, that's not looking good, but I think... Oh. Maybe just drop the input. Ooh. Yeah, the reset. You know, it's funny that the reset ended up being what Mawaru went for, because I think EX Gloom is actually a very scaled starter, especially when a lot of the nails hit. So the reset makes sense. It's still interesting because, you know, it can produce a scramble. It gives the opponent another chance potentially if they understand and recognize the situation. I appreciate the simplicity of this confirm. At this point, you just need to get something started. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what Tommy needs right now. So now you got to put Hilda in jail. Oh, wake up 3B? Wait a... What? That 3B destroyed all the webs in one go. Wow. Today I learned. And another 50-50. Nice block, though. And an even better confirm from Mawaru. That's exactly how you need to hit confirm that at that height, because otherwise the pickup won't work with 63A, for example, nor would it work for 22X. Yeah, and so Mawaru is the one to be able to clutch it out. That, you know, again, I'm not surprised in the least. But that was still a good match. So to the finals, Mawaru and his team go. I think they face Ryu's team, if I remember correctly. Okay, yeah, we can watch the interviews, I guess.
どうも昨日ぶりの大瀬人です。まあ昨日と今日合わせて要所してまあ完全優勝狙っていきますのでよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ続いてはマワルさんでよろしいですか。
マワルです。よろしくお願いします。あやすインタビューとか答えてないんですけど、ちょっと今日まで割とアンダーライトは S となってから結構頑張ってきたんで、ここまでちょっと一発結果残したいなと思ってますんで、ぜひ目に焼き付けてください。よろしくお願いします。はい、未勝利のダニエルです。決勝頑張ります。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあこれに対するチームお呼び出します。博多明太子ラスク、みそ煮込みトットコリンネ、竜オリエオリエ、ふわふわゴールドになります。ではコメントの方をじゃあ竜さんからで。い
やここまでね、みんなの力で勝ち上がってきたんで、最後まで勝っていこうと思います。よろしくお願いします。
どうもトットコです、みんなの力でとありがたいお言葉をいただいたんですが、今のところここまでチームメイトにラスクを配っただけの男です。このままでは終われないのでちょっと決勝頑張りたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
どうもふわふわです。みんなはじめまして。そうですね、まあ今のところ僕頑張ってるんで、これからも頑張れたらいいなって思ってます。
Uh-oh. Audio went away. This seems to be in the VOD that it went away, not my stream. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Alright, we can skip towards the start of the match. So, the final. Two respective teams that made it to the final looks to be Daniru Oshuhito and Mawaru. And then the other team is Totoko, Ryu, and Hua Hua. And now that we've watched the entirety of the tournament up to this point, I can certainly say these two teams deserve to be in the final, the way they've performed, especially from second player, the player 2 team, Hua Hua and Ryu. They've both played out of their minds. On the other hand, though, I mean, when you got Daniru, Oshuhito, and Mawaru on the same team, I mean, you know, namely the latter two who've been super active throughout the entirety of Uniclair, it's not surprising that, you know, they're in a really good position going to these grand finals. And putting Daniru on point is really smart. You want to get this off to a good start while still having perhaps your two best performing players so far in this tournament on the anchor, just in case things go wrong. Well, you can see Totoko's like This is a very like boomer route. This is like that's like a very UNIL-esque Lin route right there. But you know that is Totoko for you. Oh dear. Okay. Fortunately, not punished for it. But that delay dash up 2C, I think it was well intended.
このラウンドダニエル・バティスタが触っていくが、インネガはどうやって触れていくか。
Yeah, this matchup for Lin, you have to really find your openings when you can. It's very difficult. Fortunately, she has the mobility to make it happen. And Totoko made a very careful decision to just stay on the ground. Unfortunately, couldn't get the most out of it, but now it actually still has Danita in the corner. Maybe this is okay. As long as he's not the one blocking in neutral. Vorpal strip. Yeah, pressure reset with EX fireball makes sense. There you go. Catching what I'm guessing was a flash kick OS from Danita. Oh, if only Batista could be counter hit. Imagine what could have been off of that 6C from Lin. Oh, what a confirm though. This is exactly why. Yeah, no, excellent routing. This is exactly why that experience matters. Even though Totoko hasn't necessarily had too much game time, you know, in the latter Uni games, the experience he's had from like UNIL and then also Arcade Unist matters a lot when you're able to improv, but unfortunately, Batista is going to do Batista things. Still good effort. And there's still, I think, Ryu and Hua up next, so they should be able to do any cleanup if need be. Sending in Hua next makes sense. Yeah, Ryu's been playing really well, like, this whole tournament. Like, people talk about, you know, the format for these events, but you can even with the format, I still feel like you can kind of point out which teams have consistently been performing well on that day. And both of these two teams have been doing so. So I think they both do deserve to be in the grand finals. Although I guess to some degree you could say like the seeding as well, maybe, I don't know. Like cuz the team that had Notes, Kyo, and I don't remember the other team that was there. And then there's the team that had Miyagi, Muteki, and a couple other players I forgot. I mean, they had to face each other, I think, in the top 8 stage, so that's part of it too, I guess. You know, eliminating each other. Oh, what a 2B. The right button for that job. Yeah. And now who is getting the Gordo game going. Oh, look at the air stall, but it doesn't matter. Wow. Yeah, that was sick. So indeed, Hua is the cleanup crew here. But again, you got Ohito, you've got Moaru in the back. Look like they're going Moaru first. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Hilda Gordo. I think Hilda does like quite all right against Gordo for sure. And Mawaru's been playing really well the whole way, so it makes sense to put him in there. Oh, yeah. Look at that. So Mawaru doing the right thing to green shield, attempt to green shield the second hit of Mortal Slide. But funny enough, Huahua also did the right thing to try to catch that green shield with the command grab third follow-up of Mortal Slide. However, he wasn't close enough. Because what's interesting is that green shields push you out slightly when you use them, push out the opponent. So I think it pushed out Huahua just outside of the range of the command grab follow-up, and it just went right back in Mawaru's favor. 50-50. Nice block. Oh, he didn't tech it. What a dive kick, though. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I like. You can't think too hard about the opportunities you miss, because there might just be another opportunity that comes right in front of you later on, and you got to take full advantage of it. Yeah. Wake up 2A with commitment, with conviction. Vio? Yep. Yeah, I know you guys are gonna miss this, right? You guys are gonna miss Vorpal Strip into 50-50. You're gonna miss Vorpal Strip into 50-50 into 4.6, right? You guys are gonna very much miss that, right? Oh, fuzzy. Oh, but missed the confirm. And Mawaru clutch again. Alright, so it comes down to Ryu having to clutch this out. He has to beat Mawaru and Oshuhito. What a tall task. And for those of you that are premium users and or are not using an ad block, there's going to be ads in like 4 seconds. So just a forewarning. I won't skip to the start of the match just to give those of you time to skip through the ad. But yeah, this is Oria and Hilda. This matchup is fine for Oria if the Oria player has enough just general Hilda matchup knowledge. That is, things that don't necessarily correlate to Oria-specific countermeasures, but more so the general application of shielding on Hilda, dash blocking at the right moments, knowing when to back tech certain Nokizeme, because you know that's your way of avoiding some of the 50-50 knockdowns. Otherwise, I mean, there's not really much else in terms of Oria-specific countermeasures. Oh, it missed the 2A link. You could see that he went for the 2A link. That 5C was supposed to come after a 2A, but the grid break's already over. Mawaru can actually win the cycle, and so he does. Wow, brutal. Brutal if you're Ryu, because he got the grid break correctly with the 6B earlier, and didn't really get rewarded for it because of the combo drop. And now instead, Mawaru's in such a great position here. And look at this damage. That's 3k off of one of Hilda's worst starters. In fact, I think it is her worst starter. But still got 3k without that, like, and 3.3 if you count the Vorpal, which usually I don't count, but you know, nothing to scoff at. Oh, wow. Hilda jump 2C versus Oria jump 2C death battle. Oh, what an intelligent dash up after the 2C was set. And this is probably it for this round. CS, double pin, and the dash C. Yeah. Mawaru is playing so insane this whole tournament, but especially in the grand finals now. Ryu's really got to like pull out the last gambit from his sleeve. And you know, that's the only chance here, right? Because he still has to get 2 more rounds in a row and then has to beat Oshuhito. Like, oh my goodness, no. Okay. Oh no, you didn't block the JB. That's like the like half a knowledge check. And then another 50-50, and then it's overhead again. Brutal. Brutal. Is Ryu just dead here? Oh, okay, no, one more chance. Kind of weird to adjust for. The guard thrust is fair enough, especially when Moaru's in the corner. This could be actually the chance for Ryu to take this back. Oh, whoa. Okay, I appreciate the ambition. Wake up teleport is not something you usually see from Hilda. And it kind of almost worked, let's be real. But not quite. Oh, yep, good knowledge. That's the Aurea knowledge right there. Using the Divine Thrust to avoid the Gloom. It wasn't airtight whatsoever. But we get the double Force Function X. And Vorpal Strip into 50-50. Okay, blocked. And punished because he shielded the second part. Really good knowledge. That 5A of Aurea with that reach coming in so clutch. Another punish. That was a punish. And I think, no, this is not dead. This is not dead. Yeah, one more. Oh my goodness. Wow, that did not look like the odds were in Ryu's favor whatsoever, but somehow managed to pull it off. So now it does come down to Oshuito versus Ryu. And to be honest, no, I'm not gonna say anything. No. I mean, of course the results are known, right? But like, even if I didn't know them, like there's not really any. Yeah, there's no way to predict who's gonna win here. Ryu's playing with such momentum. On the other hand, Oshuito can be susceptible to gaffing, to put it simply. Really could go either way. First to one. So this is it. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better way for the grand finals to play out. Man, it makes me miss like Over the World, Reincarnation of Parade, you know, those team-oriented arcade tournaments that happened during UNIST. Here we go. Oh, what if... Yeah. Oh, that 5B was beautiful. That's just like the perfect range for it. That is what 5B is meant for. This is the kind of start that shows that Ohito knows what he needs to do to win. He's on a mission. We'll see if Ryu can like recompose, but honestly, okay, you know, let's just find out. Let's watch. Let's see. Oh, what a yeah, top class from both of these players. Truly. Oh, I wonder if Ryu wanted J2 and 4B. It would have connected on the block, I think. Instead, it just ended up being an awkward scramble because there was no block stun. Oh no! Oh, but a drop. Okay, defensive, 2-2C, but it doesn't work out. I think, oh, actually, Oshuito did unblockable during that. He was so smart. And that is it.
たのはこの男だった。欧州ヒットの勝利です。おめでとうございます。というわ
What
け
a
で
tournament.
勝ったのは爽やかアンダーナイト部です。拍手をお願いします。
So no choking for Oshuito this time. That's a double for him as well. He won the singles tournament and he won 3v3 with his team. Mowaru and Danida. So really well done. Well deserved. This team was composed of very active players throughout Uniclair, so like in hindsight, it's definitely not surprising that they came away victorious with this one. It was well fought. Every player came with their best, and the practice paid off. I mean, although like Ryu was really close to clutching it, so you know, still big ups to him.
勝利は出してよかったです。はい。負けたのは悔しいし、いいところを出せなかったんで、まあ次回作も頑張りたいと思います。
It's amazing to think that there was a team composed of Crow, Jikangira, and Zawa. We weren't able to see them at all during the stream because they didn't make it too far.
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。コンバージョン切るのめちゃくちゃ強かったです。ありがとうございます。すいません。今までネガキャンしてごめんなさい、本当に。このキャラめっちゃ強かったです。ありがとう。
いやー、瀬戸も本当イントルードありがとうみたいなところあるので、この新イントルードをクーラーフィーターにしてくれてありがとうみたいなところだいぶありますね、本当に。まあ、今日は5シーラー絶対化してやって本当に良かったと思います。ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございました。
Okay, that's that. Stormy Night. First Fest. Worth noting the first in that, right? Presumably, the implication of a second down the line? Perhaps? I'd be excited for it if that happens. Yeah, again, a massive thanks to both Ripu, who's on the mic right now with us. I think he's showing off the prizes probably. And also thanks to Michelle. Both of them put in a lot of work to make this event happen. And it was a cool proof of concept. I think it shows the appeal of, you know, SBO or, you know, just like the old arcade era style tournaments. The appeal is still there. And it's nice that they were able to secure a weekend where they could dedicate 2 days to just Uni. Showing off the shirts that Muteki Jikan gave them. And yeah, okay, cool. I mean, I don't think we need to watch the rest of this. Again, you know, we were just focused on the tournament itself, but these are nice little supplementary things that are cool to look back on in a positive manner. Okay, you guys, so that is going to conclude our viewing of Stormy Night, the 2-day Uniclear tournament that took place offline in Japan. Again, big thanks to those that put it on, everyone involved, and congrats to, I think it was Ohito won the singles tournament, and then his team of himself, Mawaru, and Danira that won the 3v3. So congrats to those players that won. So I think that, yeah, that suffices to say that, you know, it was a great tournament. And man, my voice is tired from talking a lot during that. This was almost 6 hours of just watching some Stormy Night, but I enjoyed every minute of it. Hope you guys also did. All right, so now we're going to transition over to talking some UNI2 beta. I know a lot of you are probably curious on my thoughts on it, or just, you know, some opinions on it now that, you know, it's almost over. It's a little under 3 hours, not a little under. It's almost, no, a little over 2 hours before the beta concludes at the time of this stream. So we're going to go ahead and switch gears over to that. I have some tabs open for it. We'll go ahead and throw some background music in there as well. So that it's not too one note, but anyway. So I've got a doc with my thoughts on this. There's, let's be real. There's not a lot of, let's see, how do I start? How do we even begin to explain everything that's been going on with the UNI2 changes? The game itself is still built on the foundation of everything that has culminated up to the point that Uniclear is at right now. So this would include the major patches that Unist had, along with, let me turn this down a little bit, along with like when Unist was brought to consoles, and then Uniclear when they had the early patch into the game's lifespan, and then the reversion patch, right? I think the game has come a long way. Certainly if you look at it from the overall broad perspective, the game has come a long way from the days of Vanilla Uni and UniL, where honestly it was rough on the edges and it was clear that there was potential, but it just needed to be fully tapped into through some careful changes that were well intended, and like just needed to make sure to identify what direction they wanted to go with the game. And I think they've done that. There's been some blog posts actually from, some old websites where UNI2 news and information was being posted on. Perhaps those can be, we can kind of go on a retrospective dive into those on a future stream, but that's probably out of the scope of what we're going to talk about here. Whereas I just wanted to get some context, right? The game has come a long way, and I think UNI2 is building upon that established foundation in a meaningful and positive way, right? So in this regard, I think it will continue to stand out in the market as we go into the release window. Now, let me make sure to make this a little bigger. It's kind of small on the screen right now. How do we make this bigger? There we go. I think it's still a bit small, so let me try to like command plus a little bit. There we go. I think this is big enough. There we go. I think that's probably good, right? Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, my overall thoughts on the UNI2 beta were summarized just now. There's a lot of detailed things I can go over, although unfortunately I didn't have a lot of time on the UNI2 beta, unfortunately, because I was out of town. I did manage to play it on Friday night when I was at FGC at UCLA's meetup, but otherwise I didn't get too much of a chance to. I didn't even play online, so I don't even know how the netcode feels, but it does seem that people think the netcode is pretty good, so I'll just take people's word for that. As long as we get some good netcode, it's going to be a relief, right? But regarding the gameplay itself, because I did get enough time on the beta itself, and there were some non-trivial changes from the demo version that was at Evo, as well as the one that was at Tokyo Game Show, and presumably the one at Paris Games Week. But of course, I wasn't there, nor was I at TGS. So we'll start with system mechanics. There's a lot to touch on for this. And again, if any of you want to view the doc I'm looking at, I've made it publicly available to view. The link is in the description for this stream. And when this upload goes up on the main YouTube uploads for my channel as well, the link will be in the description for that. So we'll start with Celestial Vorpal. Probably the mechanic I was most averse to, I was most uncertain about on how to feel about it, namely with the damage bonus they give. You can see in my bullets I was quite averse to the implications at first, but after playing some proper matches, I felt that the situations where Celestial Vorpal came into play was when I would really deserve it. Like, I was either getting shielded against so much that I really probably could have found an opportunity to break the shields, or I gave my opponent way too much space to concentrate, and there they would get the 6-grid box and such, and it would kind of snowball from there, right? So basically, my opinion on Celestial Vorpal, the situations leading to it itself, it doesn't seem to be as common in my experience, and I think that's probably the case in many other people's experience too, based on what they've played. I've seen some footage of high-level players in Japan when they did their streams the past couple of days, and it didn't seem that Celestial Vorpal was even something they remembered. No, not to mention, like, when it probably did happen, it was either accidental, maybe like some early UNI2 game blues, right? So, as I noted here, it probably won't be a glaring problem in UNI2 SC's early meta. That's something worth pointing out, right? Because as the meta starts to mature and develop, we might see people take further advantage of the mechanic's existence, which is natural. I mean, the way the game is going to be played early on is probably going to be very akin to the way Uniclair is played. So it wouldn't be surprising if people aren't too keen on taking advantage of Celestial Vorpal early into the game compared to later on. This being said, though, I do think players will have to be a lot more conscious of grid management, because oftentimes you kind of just play, you could sometimes just play like the way people play for the cycle, especially right now. Sometimes green shields are done pretty aggressively to get the cycle, and now you have to actually be conscious of exactly how many grid blocks you're giving, because there are even some combo routes where you can, you know, let's say you've shielded up to like maybe 3 grid blocks, and then suddenly you get a combo confirmed. You do passively gain grid during your combo, right? So you can also position yourself such that you end your combo when you have enough time to charge some grid for the next cycle, and have that time be enough to get Celestial Vorpal. So I do think that allows for more like potential decision making and expression between players to decide whether it's worth giving the opponent more chances at attaining grid, such that they can get themselves in a position to take advantage of Celestial Vorpal's benefits. Because I do think that if you end up being in a position where you give your opponent Celestial Vorpal, you really do deserve it. So all this being said, right, I'm still not a fan of the 30% damage bonus, but that might be what's necessary to really disincentivize giving this up to your opponent, right? So maybe the whole rationale is like, okay, you really deserve the consequences if you put yourself in this position. So if that's the case, then sure, I can probably be on board with it. But again, we'll have to reevaluate after the first month or two. You know, again, we just need to see the meta develop and ensure that this is something that's not really going to be a problem. Because otherwise, excuse me, otherwise you might be seeing some, like, you know, flashbacks of vanilla Uni where you see players getting like 7k off of some random hit when they have Celestial Vorpal. Because obviously when you take full advantage of Celestial Vorpal, you are going to get a lot of damage. I mean, that's a 30% damage bonus by itself, plus potentially if you have VO, another 20%, turns into 50% damage bonus, which is pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. But at the same time, I think this is something I'm hoping for more so than something that will actually be a reality. But I am hoping that people start to realize that Super CS is a thing, that it's in the game, because it's been a while since Super CS has really been relevant or even used in a meaningful manner. I think back to Vanilla Uni, like obviously I wasn't playing Vanilla Uni at the time it was the game that was out, but after a lot of research I've done for previous videos and even beyond that, Vanilla Uni Super CS was a very big deal, and you definitely had to make use of it to make the best combos, like structure the best combos, you know, take full advantage of the things that are possible in that game. And Super CS since then has not really been something as important to even remember as a mechanic. For those of you that aren't aware what it does, in my understanding, it basically just resets the jump cancels, which is something that normal CS also does mid combo, by the way, but Super CS does it. And also it gives you 1 additional ground bounce back. So let's say you'd use like 2 ground bounces before using the Super CS in your combo, and then you do Super CS, you get back a ground bounce. That can be really useful, right? Like that can help out a bit for pushing the damage that combos allow for. But more importantly, I think Super CS can be used to get so many grid blocks back, right? Because I think the whole goal they had with Celestial Vorpal as well was allowing for a meaningful way to switch between, you know, managing the meters that you have available in this game, like converting your grid blocks into meter, and then converting that meter into damage, right? But it's something that not everyone is conscious of at the moment, and it might take some time to adjust to. So I doubt we'll see this as a significant thing in the early excuse me in the early days of sorry, I need a quick moment to clear my throat there. Pardon me. In the early days of UNI2, I don't know if this will be fully made use of, but it'd be cool to see what combos people come up with and if they're practical enough to have in the back of your head for the situations, right? So yeah, but I mean, otherwise, like, it's worth pointing out the context of how I felt about Celestial before, because I was like, man, this 30% damage bonus, I don't know how I feel, but it didn't really come up that much. Guard thrust, guard thrust, right? So as most of you know, I have not really been fond of guard thrust, at least its implementation in Uni. Uni is a game where defenders are very rewarded, especially if they have really good defense, really patient defense. Many ways of playing defense are allowed for in Uni in a meaningful way. You can play active defense where you throw out your countermeasures in a more abrasive manner. You can play passive defense where you seek for information gathering and confusing your opponent for like the things that you let them get away with, and then that's when you like flip the switch, right? Or that's when you start changing up the pace on a dime. Uni allows for those different styles of defending. So guard thrust is not something that most people consider in the first place. But all of that being said, a good guard cancel in Uni can go a long way because it still allows for different methods of applying your defensive measures. You don't want the opponent to get too comfortable with their block strings, or even with, for example, like Hilda mix-ups or Carmine mix-ups, right? Batista mix-ups as well. So I think guard canceling should still be a viable option as part of everything involved with defensive mechanics in the game. So with that in mind, yeah, as you guys know, I've been very vocal about guard thrust being a disappointing implementation of guard cancel. And I played the demo at EVO. This was in August, of course. Still wasn't impressed. I thought this would be something that they would address. Didn't seem to be very noteworthy either in the TGS nor in the Paris Games Week demos. And then, there's one more thing too. Like, it seems like a lot of people didn't know this, even though, you know, this was something we tried to note very emphatically after playing the EVO demo build. But the input for guard thrust changed to 6 ABC. I believe it was actually in the pause menu too. If you check like command list or something, they tell you the input for guard thrust. At least they did at the EVO demo build. I'm not sure if that was the case for the beta because I never looked. But the new command for guard thrust was indicated in the command list in the pause menu. Now, whether it cost 100 meter or cost Vorpal, I think that's where the confusion was, and it's understandable, right? The game doesn't tell you what they cost. It's kind of just, we had to go off of what we knew already and see if that changed. Kind of, you know, we had to go off of empirical means of testing that. And at the time of the EVO build, it costed 100 meter or it costed your Vorpal. So let's say you had Vorpal, it would cost that, I believe. If you didn't have Vorpal, it would cost the 100 meter, basically. I think that's how it worked in terms of overlapping conditions. But regardless of the condition that you fulfilled, you lost all your grids. So that was still like a punishment in a way. So all of those like on top of each other felt really bad. And, you know, even worse is the fact that before UNI2, so like in Uniclair, Unist, guard thrust, the input was 214D. A very awkward input to input when you're in block stun. Oftentimes you just get caught low when you're on the 4 of that input. And the timing for it was not very intuitive. It's a little finicky. I think they improved the timing to make it more lenient, so that's a huge plus. But that being said, the 214D input made things a bit awkward. Not to mention, it grid broke you. So in Uniclair, Unist, those games, it used 100 meter if you didn't have Vorpal, and it grid broke you. Absolutely brutal. I think in Uniel, it used all your meter and grid broke you if you didn't have Vorpal. It's So it was even worse back in the day. So they gradually improved guard thrust, but it's still really slow. It's still risky to use because in many strings it's reactable for the attacker. However, in the build available during the beta, it does seem that they've eliminated the Vorpal prerequisite. So that is a huge change that I don't think a lot of people are highlighting. I've noticed in the Discord not really much chatter about guard thrust, so it's worth pointing this out. They've eliminated Vorpal as one of the prerequisites altogether and made it such that you have to have 100 EXS in order to use guard thrust. I was watching Rurik's stream. Rurik is one of the best North American Yuzus, and he was having trouble guard thrusting. I had thought it was because, the timing is weird, right? But no, actually it was because he had Vorpal but not 100 meter. So that change in the requirement is very noteworthy. Now you can actually guard thrust without having Vorpal, which is, that was already the case in the demo build. But now also, if you have Vorpal and 100 meter, it won't consume your Vorpal. Really important to note. Unfortunately, it still uses all of your grid, which we'll see in this clip here. I've got the clip open. Let me go ahead and pull it up. So this clip is from my playing at FGC UCLA this past Friday. I and Norse were playing together. There's a lot of things I wanted to try out that I didn't get a chance to, but unfortunately, just time escapes us, right? I think it's later on into. Is it later on? Is this even the right clip? Yeah, so it is. So here I was trying to guard thrust. I also said it in the clip, but you can see that I had Vorpal and not 100 meter. So despite my attempts at getting the guard thrust input with 6 ABC, and you can kind of hear it after, like I was trying to guard thrust. I don't know the timing in this game. So I thought it was like a change in the timing, right? But then I looked afterwards, and it was because I didn't have 100 meter. So we're gonna look at another clip too, where you can clearly see that it cost 100 meter. I didn't have Vorpal, of course. So this is a moment where a lot of players, at least just in the metagame that's developed over time, that you're about to get grid break thrown. You definitely don't want to get grid break thrown, right? But before, you would guarantee to get grid broken because guard thrust grid breaks you in Uniclear and Unist. But now in UNI2, you will not get grid broken from guard thrusting. So guard thrusting is almost always better than taking the grid break throw. However, it can still be baited. It's still very slow. I didn't mention this yet, but the startup still seems to be 22 frames. I'm not sure if that's consistent across every character, but point being, it's still very long. And I don't know if Vorpal improves it, unfortunately, especially given that it's a 100 meter requirement now. So it's still left to be seen whether guard thrust will be used by players. But I still think it has its uses in certain matchups. It's just that it's still, like, they made changes in the right direction. Like, yay, we don't have to use Vorpal as well when we want to guard thrust. But it's still like, man, I don't know if this is 100% of the way there to making it a good implementation of guard cancel in Uni. But all of this being said, I don't know if Kamone watched my video on guard thrust or something, but this change was literally done for the beta. Like, this change did not exist in the demo build, and I doubt it existed in Paris Games Week build either. But the summary is that it's still a fair cost for keeping tempo in the grid cycle. You can potentially send your opponent back in the corner, but with the slow startup, it still carries a lot of risk. So that's a summary of that. And then another big one, Veil Off. Oh dear me. I could talk about Veil Off, guard thrusts, all those things all day. I'll try to condense it, but it seems that the new Veil Off has kind of been mixed reception so far, especially with the fast startup. The startup, for those of you that are unaware, I think it's like 13 or 14 frames right now compared to, in UNI2 it's 13 or 14 frames compared to, we can just pull up the wiki right now, what it is in Uniclear. You can see that it's 20 frame startup right now. So I think it's 6 or 7 frame change in the startup is massive. Not just in the number, but visually, you can see the difference. I think I have a clip for it. I do not, unfortunately. I did Veil Off it when I played the beta, but I don't think I clipped it, unfortunately. So we'll pass on that for now. But trust me, the fast startup is very noteworthy. And a few people are a bit, a few people don't think too highly of it. I'm personally okay with it. In fact, I'm on board with all the changes they made to veil off, which would include not just that, but also removing the ability to delay veil off by holding ABC, and then also getting rid of Vorpal Strip. Vorpal Strip, that mechanic is just such a bad taste in the mouth. We can talk more as we go through the bullet points, but holding VO is mainly for cheesing timeouts when there are 4 seconds on the HUD timer. You know, you would see players in like high level play, there'd be like 4 seconds left on the timer, and then they hold VO because they have 100 meter and they're about to win the game with that round. And it legitimately just reduces the amount of interactive time in that round. And it's not, to me, it's not very profound. Of course, a lot of people think it's like a cool niche application, which admittedly I thought so too when I first seen it. The first time I saw it was Clearlamp doing it, I think 2017. But it's, you know, it's not really that deep, you guys. Like, it's literally the best decision to do in those scenarios because it guarantees that you win the round if you have the life lead. So in my opinion, removing that for that situation alone is, you know, I'm in agreement with they're making that change. There's also other applications, I didn't list it here, but some characters such as Carmine, especially in Uniclair, the way veil off works in Uniclair, if you use it in a combo, specifically for Vorpal stripping, is that if you have like a trap move like 63C or 22C of Carmine, right? 22C for Carmine, 63C for Byakuya, veil off would immediately end the trap move's hit stun and put them out of the comp, basically, right? So what Carmine players would do is they would hold the veil off for the maximum time so that you get the maximum veil off duration while still applying the Vorpal strip, right? So, I mean, it's still really niche. So I think that one is not as much of a big deal as removing the cheesy timeouts, but it's still fine that, in my opinion, that they're removing, delaying veil off. So there's that. And then there's Vorpal strip, right? Vorpal strip, if you guys aren't familiar, it's a very, in my opinion, vernacular term what uni players are describing with Vorpal strip. But it's effectively like an emergent strategy in the uni meta for a long time now. I think it's been applied in, you know, high level play in Japan since, I want to say late UniL, maybe early Unist, but it's become more prevalent over time, especially with people discovering how powerful it is. It's a low risk. Sorry, excuse me. I said high risk. It should be low risk, high reward. Oh my goodness. There we go. Was incredibly low risk, high reward way of reducing the meaningfulness of pre-cycle engagements. What that would mean, you know, you put in all the effort you guys would do into winning the cycle, right? That the cycle is kind of worshipped by a lot of people, and especially mid-level play, high-level play sometimes, but you know, it varies. Point being, people work very hard to win that cycle. You win the cycle, you get your Vorpal, you make use of it to put a little bit of fear in your opponent, right? And then suddenly the opponent gets the hit. They're not the ones Vorpal, by the way. They just have, let's say, 100 meter, but they get the hit. They're a character that has an easy way of routing into Vorpal strip, meaning routing VO mid combo, and that VO eliminates your Vorpal. Like, it removes it straight up. It's gone. So the next time that you wake up, you won't have chain shift available anymore. So that immediately reduces the meaningfulness of all the effort it took for you to get to the point where you won Vorpal, the pre-cycle engagements. So as long as you scored a hit with that 100 or more meter, it produced some unnecessary disparity for a lot of characters if their Vorpal strip routes weren't as versatile. And this is very noticeable, you guys. There are some characters like Enkidu, like Akatsuki in some cases, where you can only Vorpal strip with either like 100 meter exactly, which means that you have to spend 100 meter and then VO, which means you need 200 meter in total. Or you have to have a specific situation in the corner and you might sacrifice some damage. Akatsuki has that. Some other characters have it too. Or you just straight up can't route into VO off of certain hits, which is brutal. And Oria, I don't think she can easily Vorpal strip without 200 meter. I think she's one of those characters where it's like really hard to do it. On the other hand, Nanase, almost every hit can lead to Vorpal strip. Wagner, literally every hit can lead to Vorpal Strip. Yuzu, it's not too hard for her to do it. Seth, literally every hit. Phonon, not hard for her to do it. You know, there's so many examples of characters that happen to also coincide with top tier characters that can really easily route into VO mid combo for stripping Vorpal. So given how powerful CS is, how aggressively it can be fought for in high level play, I think taking it away through Vorpal Strip is just such an interactive means and of playing the game. You know, it's not very profound in my opinion. And you're also on top of that rewarded with the huge damage bonus of 20%, which can be cumulative with the Vorpal bonus itself. I mean, obviously it's probably not cumulative if you're doing Veil off mid combo for stripping Vorpal, right? You probably don't have Vorpal at that point. But still, if you ended up winning it afterwards, then you'd have that damage bonus from Vorpal on top of the VO damage bonus. And then, of course, potentially IW. With IW especially being buffed in the min damage, I think all of these factors combined, it's a good thing that they're removing Vorpal Strip. And plenty of players agree on this. You can find their opinions on Twitter probably. But this is kind of my opinion overall. These changes overall that they're doing to Veil off seem to be in the direction of making it highlighted as more of a defensive mechanic, and contrasting it with the analogous crosscast Veil off, which is, if you guys aren't familiar, it's just the Veil off that you would do if you cancel it from a move while you have Vorpal in the middle of your combo. You can also do it outside of combos, but it's a lot more niche because you know, you're usually doing that for kind of for fun or whatever, because it happens to be +1 block, right? But regardless, in my opinion, this is completely fine because it allows perhaps for new players to understand how the mechanics go together more easily. You know, it's not completely well suited for that purpose, but you know, I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and hope that, you know, this is what they're going for to allow for more people to acclimate to Uni more easily. The other thing that Veil off has changed, you guys remember when Veil off used to grid break on hit? Do you guys know the feeling of getting hit by a Hilda VO and being grid broken and having to eat the 50-50 thereafter? Removing the grid break from it, which is what they're doing in UNI2, it seems like. The beta had this change, the demos had this change as well. It no longer grid breaks on hit outside of combos. So I think this is a good change for the receiving end of people. Or sorry, for people that are on the receiving end of Veil off outside of combos, this is a good change. It also alleviates grid break from the activating player, which is something it still does. Like this is not changed from Uniclair, and this is regardless of whether it hits, which is again not changed from Uniclair Eunice. So I think it's still useful to have a chance at the next cycle during a combo if you were grid broken earlier. So let's say you're a grid break thrown, but you got a hit shortly afterwards, and you still have a chance at the cycle, because you can still see how many grid blocks you have when you're grid broken. It's just that they're nilled out, and you can't win the cycle when you're grid broken. But if you happen to, let's say, end your combo and Veil off, you can do that to ungrid break yourself and have a chance at the cycle. Especially since Veil off still increases your grid gain overall. So I think it'll still have that niche application, doing mid combo Veil off, but it won't be used for Vorpal Strip, thank God. Although the however is that it still strips Vorpal on hit outside of combos. This is very important to note. Outside of combos, it does this. In my opinion, this is still not really necessary. Like, I think Veil off would still be in a good spot if it didn't do this, but I understand they're just trying to keep the idea of defensive Veil off intact and separate from using it in a more offensive manner. But at least with the combination of all these changes, it does address the Veil off tennis that happens in high level play very often. I mentioned this earlier in this stream during the Stormy Night watch through. Veil off tennis is not very interesting from the spectator perspective, and not very interesting for the players playing either. I mean, oftentimes if you get veiled off, you get grid broken, right? Of course, at least that was the case before UNI2, but not going to be the case anymore. You get grid broken, and if you veil off yourself, you ungrid break yourself, and you have the potential to grid break them back. So oftentimes the best thing to do after you've been veiled off is to veil off them back. That's the veil off tennis I'm referring to. So this is probably going to disincentivize that. I don't think it'll be present anymore. So in my opinion, this is a good change. So all these changes I think are in the right direction. Again, the one thing I'm like okay, they could probably remove this is the fact that Veil-Off still strips Vorpal on hit outside of combos. I think that can be. I think can we just agree that Vorpal strip should be removed altogether? Like, if I win Vorpal, if I worked hard to win the Vorpal, I should have the Vorpal until I decide that I don't want to use it anymore. But I understand keeping Vorpal strip intact for defensive VO in this manner. At least it keeps you thinking on what your opponent can do when they're in the tough situation. So it's understandable. But personally, I wouldn't mind if Vorpal strip is just gone altogether. Anyway, we have a couple last things to talk about before the stream gets 7 hours. My goodness. So, oh yeah, just want to make sure. So, Creeping Edge. Creeping Edge is the new roll mechanic for those of you that aren't familiar. It's just 3D. It's a universal roll. Every character is given it. It allows you. I already made a video just talking about Creeping Edge, so if you need to know more specifics on that, do watch that video. I'll link it in the description when this upload goes up as well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to test Creeping Edge as thoroughly as I wanted when I was playing the beta. But to be honest, I don't think my opinion has changed much from the video that I already did. In the moments that I did use it, I felt the same. It didn't really seem like they changed it significantly enough. Although I still think that certain characters will hate Creeping Edge more than others, namely Carmine, Batista, Hilda, characters that have more set play-oriented game plans. I do think it will still help new players acclimate to the game better, but at the same time, it's not going to be the thing that bridges the gap between high-level and mid-level play. Of course, I think we can all agree with that. Otherwise, those are like the main things that came to mind. Again, if you guys want to view these opinions on your own, you can find the Google Doc link in the description, which it should be there already if you're watching the stream. But there's some miscellaneous things I want to discuss. So one clip I have, the beta was laggy offline. I know there was a clip I saw on Twitter that indicated a similar thing, but legitimately you could see like it froze for a bit. And trust me, this is not my capture card freezing. This is actual, like physically the game froze. And yeah, you can see both Norse and I like expressed our surprise, like consternation at those moments. I think this is a PS4 thing. I want to assume it's PS4 thing, but it is concerning if that sort of offline lag is present when you're not even like. I mean, we're not playing online. I don't know. Like, that shouldn't happen. Like the game should be more polished than that if we're going to be playing it in tournaments. I guess another maybe concern, I'm not sure. Like I can't really make a properly confident statement on this, but damage felt a lot higher than average for some reason. It's only empirical for now. It's only a conjecture. I was doing normal Nanasa routes. I can show one that I was messing with. Let's see. This one. I mean, this is not really a good example, to be honest. This is just like one of the Nanasa confirms that I was messing with due to the ability to do meterless tornado pickups, tornado dive specifically. IW min damage is definitely higher than it was in UNI2. You can see, oh, okay, there's the veil off actually. I was talking about it earlier, but you can see this veil off is very fast, very, very fast, and it still hit Oria even though like 2B has some disjoint. But yeah, it removed her Vorpal. You can see that Norse's Oria had Vorpal, and it was gone. But you can see the subsequent combo as well. It's not just veil off doing this. IW's damage has definitely been pumped up. Like you can see 3.2 before the IW, and then it became 4.6 out of nowhere. That's 1.4 off of IW. I think IW would have done like close to 1K in Uniclear, something like that. But regardless, I guess I don't mind. I mean, it's hard to say whether this is a good or bad change. It's like, okay, sure, cool. You know, I mean, at least it makes it flashier to use your proper super like that. But I don't have really any feelings one way or the other at the moment. The reception, okay. This is the big one that I'm not going to talk about a lot right now. Maybe in a separate video I'll talk about it. But the reception on the Throwtech OS changes. I know there's been a lot of you that have been like chitter chattering about, oh, crouch tech is gone. Oh, I have to do my 3C OS differently or whatever, or I have to do my chain shift OS differently. So obviously the reception has been mixed. I have a lot of opinions on throw in general, not regarding throw tech OS specifically, but more so regarding comboable throws. I have a lot of opinions on that. It does seem like the game is going in that direction where a lot of characters can get comboed off throws. And Uni was something before where, you know, it kind of stood out compared to other anime games in that you couldn't really get much off of throws other than like a knockdown and continuing your pressure. It wasn't like BlazBlue or Guilty in that regard. Throws were like more so a means of enforcing the rest of your offense, not a means of increasing your damage. But this being said, I don't really have a clever way of tying the comboable throws and the throw tech OS changes together right now. I'll have to think through this more, and once I get that video, I'll probably have collected my thoughts a bit better. Similarly, as I already mentioned earlier, I didn't try the netplay, so I can't comment on the netcode, but it does seem that people are pretty happy about it, so I'll take their word. Let us see. I think that's about it on the general stuff. There's some non-assist specific stuff, which I'll probably talk about in a separate video as well. Because again, I think that would touch on a more niche audience of my channel. I do know that people are interested in non-assist changes, of course. And I wish I had gotten a chance to lab some more things, but that chance just didn't come when I was playing it on Friday. But for those of you that are interested in some of the stuff I was trying, non-assist 22C can actually increase the damage on her throw. This is hard to really spot, but you can see. So I went for 22B, or was this 22A? I don't remember. I think it was 22B straight into 22C. And then I spotted the green shield after CSing, so I went for the throw. So you can see that it grid broke, right? And it's worth noting that grid break throws do slightly less damage, I think. Like it's not like as pumped up as grid break throws are in Uniclear right now. But I do think that the damage didn't seem consistent. I'm gonna be honest. Like grid break throwing a creeping edge seemed to make the damage different, and I think Mawadu had a tweet showcasing that a bit, but I don't have it up right now. Anyway, grid break happens, and you can see. So this is kind of, again, I'll cover this in a separate video because this is a little bit too technical probably. But the hit sparks indicate that the 22C that came back on its way back actually added damage to it. In fact, the first hit that you see here, the 792 damage, is actually from the 22C and not from the throw. And again, I'll try to showcase this a bit more clearly when I do the Nanasa video. But this is actually going to be huge for Nanasa because that means she can finally have a damaging throw game. So the grid break throw turned into 2.3 damage thanks to the 22C. So that is interesting. It's very cool. Nanasa players are going to be rejoicing for that. And then also another big change, you can combo meterlessly off of Tornado into Dive. This combo route is definitely not optimal, but it's a nice proof of concept still.
That's still insane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's still meterless 3.3.
3.7 with Vorpal also building 90 EXS. So I think this is still like goes to show Nanasa's stocks are going to be way up going into UNI2. If she weren't already capable in Uniclear, which she really was. I mean, she was already up there in terms of one of the stronger characters in the game. Now I think it's going to be even more so in UNI2. But again, we'll touch on it in a separate video. Otherwise, you guys, that's all I've got. UNI2 is exciting. I'm really glad that they made the beta available for everyone to try out and play. I think this will kind of comfort people a bit better as the game releases. And of course, it allows for Frenchman to get some feedback, make some last minute changes, maybe tweak up some numbers or something. But this otherwise would not have been able to be done if they didn't have the public online beta. So shoutouts to them, shoutouts to RxCs, everyone that was involved in making it happen. How hard will it be for newcomers to enter this game compared to KOF? Yeah, great question to Cortezi. I think that, so interestingly, this game and KOF have a similar thing where legacy skill is definitely going to be felt whenever new players come in, because KOF 15 specifically kept intact legacy skills, legacy fundamentals that you could bring over from previous KOFs. That same thing is present in UNI2, where everything that players knew from prior entries is going to easily carry over into this game. So that being said, I still don't think it'll be that much harder for this game, for newcomers to enter this game. And in fact, I think it's in some ways maybe easier than KOF. And the only reason I say that is that the resources for Uni are a lot more modern and polished than the resources are for KOF. I think KOF 15's resources, especially, the Dream Cancel Wiki is still not in an ideal state as it really should be. On the other hand, the Mizumi Wiki, the players, the community have really worked well on it, especially during COVID. And there's a lot of other resources available in the Discord. There's videos out there. I had done a lot of previous videos showcasing just highlights, but there's a lot of other great resources that players have been working on for Uni. So I think overall that will at least help for newcomers in a way that might not be the case for KOF. But I wouldn't say it's harder or easier for like getting into Uni if you're a newcomer compared to KOF. KOF does have a very system-based foundation, as does Uni, but I think KOF is definitely more leaning towards that. So overall, I hope that answers your question. If you have learned a fighting game before, then you can learn Uni, no problem. It won't be that bad. Yeah. All right. Cool. So, if that answers your question, when I hope it does. Let me know. But otherwise, that's all I had for discussing my thoughts on UNI2 beta. Again, this will go in an upload. So if you're watching it as part of the main uploads, thanks for watching. Hope that you catch one of my future streams and, of course, videos that will be coming later, which will be touching on specific things for Nanase, as well as potentially, I think I have like an upload for one of the combos that I did. I can't remember. Regardless. Okay, awesome. Good to hear that it answers your question. Great. Yeah, but otherwise, you guys, that's all I had for today. I know it was a long stream, almost 7 hours, but hey, we made it to the end. My voice is almost dead, but I think I'll be just fine. I just got to get some good sleep and some water. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, leaving a like is much appreciated. If you aren't already subscribed, please do as well. And with that, I hope to see you guys in another stream. I'll probably be streaming again tomorrow, but not Uni. I might be doing like After Image or Castlevania or something like that. Yeah, you guys will know. If you see the notification, feel free to stop by, say hi, all of that. But yeah, that's all I've got today. Hope you guys have a good rest of your time of day, depending on which time zone you're in. And hope to see you in another stream.